Hi, everybody. Welcome in. You guys are so cringe today. Well, maybe not Celador. Maybe not Celador so much. Okay, I get it. I get it. I get it. You're plenty cringe. You're plenty cringe. You're plenty cringe. Hold on. Let me get myself situated in my chair. Guys, welcome in. I'm going to be looking at your art today. I love doing this. Okay. I love it. So I'll describe. Yeah. You know what? Sometimes you're a little hungry for cringe. You're a little bit hungry for cringe and you say, "Hey, Celador, I need some of yours." And Celador, being a good person, says, "Yeah, you can have it." So you didn't steal it. You borrowed it. You'll give it back. You'll give it back. Welcome in, everybody. Here. Guys, I think I'm getting sick. Isn't that great? I have been sniffly since last night, so please, I'm so sorry. If I sniffle a whole lot, I'm so sorry. I promise I blow my nose. I promise. I should have taken, honestly, I should have taken cold medicine before I started. I feel fine. I feel
Move,
good.
I'm gay.
I can't move. I'm sitting in a chair. I'm sitting. You want me to move? You want me to be here? Trying to get the trifecta. I'm 2 out of 3. You're doing great. I believe in you. I'm sorry if I sound a little sick. I don't have any symptoms other than my one nostril saying, "Hey." Also, let me make sure that my tracking can actually see my god dang. I use an iPad for tracking, which is kind of astronomical. There we go. Also, the angle's a little strange, so my mouth isn't picked up as good as if I'm over at my other monitor. 44%, that's pretty good. Let me take a big drink of water. Guys, do you have something to drink? Did you guys eat lunch? I didn't eat lunch. I chose to be in bed instead. Oh my gosh. A nasal inhaler? Hardly know her. Sorry, sorry. I haven't done that in a while, you guys can't. I haven't done that in a while. My lunch comes out of the oven in 5 minutes. What do you have? And now I need to know. One of these days, I'll have a toggle where I have like a little drinky, a little food court drink. That'd be really fun. I'm excited to enchiladas. That sounds delicious. Oh my gosh. Also, guys, I made some buttons last night. I made some buttons because I've been liking to stand and draw. I made some buttons. Look, I have a button where I can be over to the side now. So I found a good position and a good place that I like to be when I show like more of myself. And then so I can snap back there. I had this position for drawing and gaming. I had this one for talking and I had this one to for impact. But then I made this one so I could stand right in front of you. And also look at this look. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Wow, wow, wee, whoa. Wow, wow, wee, whoa. Look at that. And I can put it away. Hi, how are you? Ain't that fun? Ain't that fun? I just had to do very little effort and that was cool. Mall dummy. What am I? What am I? Hi, Gloop. How are you? Uh-oh. I'm nervous. Wow, wow, wee, whoa. Yeah. I just mapped a position so I could go back there. Cause I've been really enjoying standing over here. And I was like, I'd have to reposition myself if I wanna be standing up here, I had to reposition myself from here to here, and it's a tiny change, but having it as a button was really nice. I was like, "Oh, yeah," and it's like a good location, and now I can zip around. Boom, you know? Meow, 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 and of course, I can always, like, move myself around manually. Manually. "Hey, everyone, welcome in. How are you? It's me, Mandy Quin. Oh, bye. See you later." Just kidding. So, anyway, as soon as I got my hands on VTube Studio, it was over for you guys. It was Jover. And now I have the ultimate power, which is flexibility with my everything. There we go. We got the lights on. Yeah, baby. For any of you just coming in, sorry if I sound a little sick or if I get sicker as the day continues. We have 10 entries today, which is that's a pretty nice lineup. And we have some really awesome stuff. I mean, you guys always send really good stuff. You guys send cool stuff. I love seeing what you guys are working on. It is a privilege for me to be able to like see your work and talk about your work. It really is very special to me. So thank you to everybody who's has entered. If you'd like to still enter, you'd be entering for next month's. I might begin splitting this into 2 days so that it's easier viewing for you guys. So if you want to be present for the whole thing, you don't have to be present for like 6 hours or more. Um, Also too, easier viewing from the VOD standpoint. So if somebody's like, "Okay, I wanna scrub through one half and then I have the other half," since I don't have the ability right now to edit these VODs, it's mostly just having them, like, raw, unfiltered so that you can scrub through them and if you'd like, but I would like to make the content at least digestible in some form and, because it's a lot of good stuff and you guys show a lot of really awesome art. So, I'm very excited. Today we have a mixture of illustration and character design, but we do have an animated entry, which was entered under character design. But I would love to talk a little bit about animation because so far we haven't had an animated entry. Okay, I had 10 entries. All right, hold on. I'm so sorry if I'm sniffly. I'm trying really hard not to sniffle into your ears. All right, I'm stretching already. If I'm sick, it's just what I deserve. It's like you need to stop working. Thank you. I'll take care of myself, guys. I will. It's to be seen if I'm
Hydrate
actually.
or die straight, loser.
Thank you.
Time to stop shrimping.
I have unshrimped myself. Got my hat on backwards. I'm not wearing a hat. Oh, Zach, hi. Oh my God.
Hello, Mandi.
Thank you so much for 18 months. Holy moly. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. Also, Zach, the other day, you'll be pleased to know that I forgot the main character's name from Hades, and I called him Zacharias, and I was like, wait, no, that's just my friend. And I was like, what the fuck is his name? And I like typed it. It's like Zagreus. Oh, but you were the main character of Hades for all of a minute or so. So I hope you're. I was like Zacharias. Sounded right. I was like, that's right. That's him, officer. It's just that's him, officer. There he is. I hope you have a good time kissing Thanatos for me. And Megara. Hi. Welcome in. Hi, yeah. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. Also, guys, we've been working on commissions a whole lot, and I've been doing some work on a commission. So if you guys want to see what I was doing on that commission, I'd love to show you. Adore you? Know you. Know you, bitch. No, just kidding. If anyone hears me do that, please know that it is an affectionate thing. My wife and I do that together all the time where we punctuate a sentence with bitch, and it's meant to be affectionate. I don't do it with strangers. I just let you guys know. I don't do that with strangers. Oh my god. I saw your turnaround for Osmo. Oh yeah, that was a lot of very fun. Very fun. Here, let me get in here. Let me get in here and show you guys what I've been working on. All right. File can't be opened. Oh, because I moved it to a new folder. Awkward. Done. That's right. Because it's in the done folder. That's right. There we go. I'm going to stand today. I'm going to stand off to the side. And I'm going to see if I actually like this positioning here. Zoop. There we go. So this is, I've been liking to stand here. Maybe I should be over a little more. Should I be over a little bit more? Like here-ish? Should I be here-ish? Okay. Guys, that means I'm gonna have to fix my shit. That's a later problem. That's a later problem. It's not too bad. Okay. Nah, that's fine. I block less of the whatever this way. We're testing it out. We're trying things. So this is what I just finished for Osmo. This is really fun to do. A really exciting design with a lot of really interesting features that I haven't gotten to do in commissions so far. And every time I get a commission that has new things to enjoy, I'm just so excited to 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 mess around with it. A couple people actually mentioned that this color palette deviates from my usual, which is hypersaturated and blinding. Which is true, but also I do have the capacity to use subtle coloring. I do, I promise. Um, oh my gosh, you're totally counted skill. Thank you. Thank you so much. I wish I could read. That's not one of my talents. That's not one of my skills, but I appreciate you. I'm also currently working on a full body for somebody. Let me go to the There we go. I finished the line art for this last night. This is a Pokemon Go character, and this is a full body commission with a simple background. So she'll have, I'm thinking of like a monochrome background, just so that she is like the focus, the focal point. But I'm gonna have some purples and yellows to be full color. I've recently started offering flats. So if you want a flat for a full body or a bust, you can also now order flats, which I thought would be a nice compromise to like if you didn't want the simple 1 to 2 color, but you did want a full color, you could get a flat and at a lower cost. Flat white, no sugar, you got it, you got it. That sounds like an Australian order. I don't This is something that I've learned, but that Australians are very, very picky about coffee because the quality of coffee usually, I mean, you can get shit cup of coffees everywhere. Like you can get a bad cup of coffee anywhere. But apparently in Australia, the coffee has a high standard. And I was just learning that. I was like, oh, yeah, that okay. Damn Australia, get it. And I think the flat white is like is one of the Australian standards. Like from what I know. Speaking of Australia, guys, hold on. So first off, anyway, this is what I was working on, and if you think the mug looks goofy, it's because one Pokemon does some weird goopy shape things. Like Pokemon has weird round stuff. You know what I mean? Like round is the shape for Pokemon things. But also, I'm gonna make the mug have a subtle patterning to make it look like an Arbok, like scaling on it. Arbok is a cobra. It's just cobra spelled backward. Wow. So I'm gonna have like some Arbok coloring here. It you if you know, you know. It could probably be any other Pokemon, but it's just it looks like an IKEA mug too. I just wanted something kinda somewhat futuristic because Pokemon Go kinda lives in this weird, like, future I guess a lot of modern Pokemon has, like, this, like, somewhat futuristic technology, but, like, it's also modern, and I think they do that to keep it kind of outside of time, if that makes sense. Keep Pokemon in, like, its own realm. Also, her hair was really fun. She has a really interesting hair situation. But yeah, I'm happy that I got to draw an older character and like slightly less stylized. Whenever you guys request stuff from me, it gives me an opportunity to showcase my ability to do something else. Um so yeah, something like this, seeing a full body character like sitting and also an older character, this image on my portfolio will show other people, "Oh, Mandy can draw, somewhat intricate posing." It's not the most intricate, but she could be doing a backflip, you know? But Mandy can do this, and also she can draw an older character, she can draw my D&D character looking like this. Sometimes sorry. Can you tell that I'm gonna be yapping a lot today? Sometimes people just need to see that you can do a thing. I mean, it feels obvious, but they need to see that you can do something to believe that you'll do it. You know what I mean? So if somebody had this as an idea, they're like, "Oh yeah, I would love something like that." They see it on your portfolio and they're like, "Oh yeah, hell yeah." So just gives people the opportunity to see what you can do. And I think this is a really good example of like a fairly I have this is the epitome of my art style, I think. I can do stylized, I can do realism, but I by default kind of live in a realm where like it's realistic, but I have a stylized, heavy-handed like comic style, I suppose. This is my style for most things. Um, and it just depends on what I'm working on. I like to choose if it's more stylized or if it's more realistic. Like a Furby being super realistic like this wouldn't have the same impact as it being a little bit more stylized. I have a question that never occurred to me to ask before. Feel free to ask. I might have an answer that you've never heard before. And that would be sick. Do you draw stuff like building spaceship objects around the house? I can. So I have currently my commissions are for character-based things because that's what I get the most joy from. So, if I'm gonna be spending, like, another 40 hours a week drawing things, I like to draw characters. I like to flex my muscles and learn from character designs and try new things. For me, taking commissions or just drawing you guys in general has been really, really fun, and that's also why I like looking at the work that you guys do, like these art critiques, because I get to see your thought process and I get to learn from you. Like, even if you're like, "Oh, well, Mandy, you're giving me the advice. You're telling me the things." Um, I enjoy looking at your work. So recently, Zach, I actually finished a piece um for Thy Heavenly. It was a 250,000 channel point redeem. And it was mostly this character, but because Horizon Zero Dawn, I believe is the name of the game series. And Horizon has this big feeling, this like massive open post-apocalyptic overrun by nature vibe. So I do have buildings here. They're obviously subdued, right? They're meant to be background elements. I have some like mecha creature arms here. Hi, how are you, Jojo? Welcome in. And of course, I have a character because I wanted to prioritize the character. Um, but yeah, I have some basic elements here. In school, I had to draw realism a lot. When you go to art school, you're drawing from life. So whether it's people or objects, they actually start you off drawing objects like realism. And also in my day job, I am almost exclusively drawing UI elements and props and items. Every once in a while I get to work on character stuff, but I work in the game industry, and I'm as an illustrator, I'm mostly drawing UI, which is user interface, so frames for things, buttons for things, um displays for like numbers and stats and stuff. Um, and then items, so a lot of objects, and they're usually in a stylized realism, but I do have the capacity to draw like realism. What software should use to make an artwork? That depends. It depends on what you want to do. If you don't want to pay a lot of money, I would recommend looking into something like Krita, which is free. That's Krita. There's also for iPad, there is Procreate, which has a big user interface. There's a lot of people that use Procreate, and they make brushes. So if you are somebody who likes to experiment with brushes, there's a lot of people online that have Procreate tips and have brushes available for download. And GIMP ain't too bad. Yeah, absolutely. So there's GIMP. So if you're looking for like a budget friendly option, then I would recommend looking online. Procreate does cost about 15 bucks, but it's a one-time thing. Um it's like the pocket version on the oh, they have a pocket version on the phone? Okay, alright, yeah, so that's also an option. If you are looking to secure work, like freelance work or professional work, then you would probably have to, see what the programs offer based on what you're looking for. But if you have a bit of money to spend on like an annual subscription, Clip Studio is highly recommended for comics and illustration and basically anything you really want. There's like 3D integrations in there. I personally use Photoshop because that's what I use in my day job, and for me it is easier to continue back and forth between the same program between my day work and my play work. um, it's also what I'm most familiar with and is integrated with other programs that I use, like Illustrator, which is a vector program. So, long answer to your short question. It really just depends on what you're looking to do and what kind of budget you have. And if you're doing something casual, I recommend looking into free programs and starting small. And as you outgrow the programs, you start finding that they're limiting you, then you can look into updating. But for if you're doing professional work, it would really just be thank you. It'd be your own preference for stuff that you're trying to do. So yeah, I can this isn't a great example of making environments. I did do recently a background which was also a channel point redeem illustration. So this is kind of stylized. It's meant to look almost like a point and click game or like a coloring book page. And it's like a liminal like daycare classroom vibe. So this is a background. So and sharp-eyed viewers will see the Kallax IKEA unit. You can't have a room without a Kallax in it. I would be remiss if I didn't include IKEA furniture in here. Also, these chairs are sort of similar to some plastic, like, child chairs that IKEA does offer. I don't remember. Probably called the Slorpus. The Glorpus. Just kidding. I just don't know Swedish. Thank you. Of course, of course. If anyone ever has any questions, feel free to.
Initiating security
No,
scan.
no, no. You don't need that. We don't need the. No, no. Hey, we don't need that. Oh, I tried to outrun it.
Scan
Uh
complete.
huh.
I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't this.
Yeah. So yeah, anyway, Zach, long answer to your question. Yeah, I can draw items. This is again really stylized, really simple in some places, but I can do architecture and items and things. I just prefer to draw characters. It's more fun for me that way. Do you wear glasses? I do. Did you clock that I'm a glasses wearer? That I'm a filthy glasses wearer, that my eyes don't work? My eyes are broken, but that wasn't the fault of me being on a computer. I was just born with them being broken. I was just like that. Oh, Zach, recently I did finish something that has more props in it, more items. They're not anything crazy, but there we go. I drew some food the other day, and it was so much fun. I love drawing food. I'm so used to you doing characters, I completely forgot. Yeah, I am. Hey, I am actually academically trained to draw pretty much anything. Uh, do I? No. Because I can, yeah, but do I want to? No. But yeah, I drew this onion. I don't know what it is about this little red onion, guys. I love this little guy. I think it's because I made him knobby and bumpy. I was like, yeah, I love that little man. I wear glasses to see better far. Yep. Yeah, no, you got me. You clocked me. I'm a dirty glasses wearer. My eyes they don't work. They ain't worked since I was like 8. Mikugo's print came in. It looks so much cooler in person. I'm happy to hear that. I do really like the quality of the matte prints. There was also something I did recently that had items involved. Oh yeah, this one has like a sort of environment to it. Oops. Get out of here. This one has like an environment. You know, it's nothing crazy. Whenever I get a stuffy nose, I just cut a piece of onion, eat it raw. That's crazy. My nose is kind of stuffy, but do I want to chomp on onion right now? I don't know. That does sound like it would work though. Oh my god, I need to wear glasses. I do not. I need my prescription renewed. I see. Hi, Osmo. What was it? Gosh, there was something else. Oh. Yeah. So I can technically draw things that are hard and like hard surface. Where is it? Here it is. This Gamer Goblin Gary piece took me forever to draw. And I said to myself, I'm going to draw the Akira motorcycle slide. I'm also going to just, and I said, wow, this sure is. Hey, listen, it's not the worst, but it does take a lot more of my brain power to do it because I am so practiced and so in tune with like a character, like making character and like I don't draw everything perfectly. Like, I use lots of reference, which isn't a bad thing. I mean, you have to use reference in order to achieve the look that you're going for. Um, but but drawing vehicles, for some people, drawing machinery and vehicles and mech is their bread and butter. They draw that all the time. It's what they want to draw. They're extremely practiced, so they don't even think about it anymore. Like, yes, you're thinking about it. Yes, you're using your mind to make this thing, but like for people that aren't used to it, the people that don't do it all the time, it just takes a lot more mental energy to put out that result and make it look like how you want to. So this piece was exhausting and took a long time. But I really enjoy it. I really like it. And I'm really happy that Gary liked it. Because at the end of the day, it was for Gary. I just did it because I wanted to, because Gary's a nice person. And but do I want to be drawing machinery and vehicles? No, not really. I don't want to be drawing machinery and vehicles, but I can. All right. So for those of you that don't know, this is an art critique. If you've never been in for an art critique before, it is where I, Mandy Quinn Mall Mannequin, illustrator, anime professional goober, look over the stuff that you guys have submitted. And give you feedback based on what you requested feedback on. So that's gonna be really exciting. Let me go to another. There we go. There we go. I'm gonna keep the music not stimulating because I'm gonna be yapping like Crazy. This is a yap fest, so I'm gonna be doing a lot of talking. If you ever have any questions about whatever it is that I'm talking about, feel free to ask. Um, I go in alphabetical order of the things that were, submitted. So the first one is by Astely, and it is a illustration. Um, Let me put their name up on the screen so you guys know who we're talking about today. Let me, properties, not my art, critique for Astely. Okay, and I'm for today gonna take my well, I'll keep my VGen thing up there. All right. So this is a digital illustration submitted by Astely. And there were a couple illustrations that were submitted, and I really just wanted to talk about this one because I think there's a lot going on, and I really enjoy I like the atmosphere that this piece created. Yeah, this is lovely. This is lovely. I really like that it feels that we're transported to another place and time, which illustration, for those of you that are unfamiliar with some like other terms, illustration is meant to convey story in a singular or very few images. So usually we think of like a big painted piece or something like that. Whereas like comic art is usually meant to spread story over a longer series of images. It's a similar concept. You're still conveying information, but you're usually putting a little bit of simpler art just more frequently. Whereas an illustration is a little bit more, it doesn't have to be complex art, but it's more complex storytelling in fewer images. And of course, you can always break those rules. That's just like a standard, that's just like the standard back and forth. So something that immediately catches my eye is the color palette here is very cool, but we don't have our colors, our lighting isn't staying stagnant in like one place at one time. On this side, we have this very warm magenta. You can see here that some of that blooming effect is up here. It's coming in as these like indigo hues up here. Looks like there's some overlapping of blending modes here of a really nicely textured brush. Looks like they've been using like a watercolor brush and like some sort of like pen or marker brush. So we have this very organic feel. Everything's very soft, um, and delicate, but the color palette is moody and deep, and I think that's a really fun balance. There's some delicateness here in the scroll work on these windows, um, and although the window art is repeated, it doesn't feel copy pasted because of how organic these lines are. Yeah, if you put all this detail into one thing, you deserve to be able to copy paste it over to the other side, and that's you're using a digital tool, might as well, but because it's so organic and there's a little bit of asymmetry to it, it doesn't feel too repetitive, it doesn't feel stiff. So that's really nicely done. I really like that. You can also see here that we have this really fascinating framing happening. We have this detailed framework that lets us see what's happening outside. But with this like scalloped undersill for these windows, we are also seeing this deep bottom portion here, the interior. And we have these really fascinating steps. These steps not only create a posing device for our character, but they break up an area that would otherwise be very plain, and in order to add more interest to that area, we have the light coming in these dramatic, ghostly rays. We're getting a really fascinating sense of lighting and space here. We can see that lighting happening on the character here too. So there's a lot of really interesting stuff to look at just in the architecture that's framing our piece. And then once we get a little bit more into the symbolism here, we have a character that has large angelic wings, and we have shadowy characters that look like they're trying to get into whatever this sanctuary is that we're currently in. They have red eyes, and kind of like this star situation happening, that starburst shape, which kind of makes me think of in anime when somebody's thinking something devious, they have that little twinkle in their eye. We also see that there's like a wintry scene outside. Usually, winter is associated with death only because nature dies off before being reborn. And having this character look anguished means that this piece gives off the impression of being a very emotional and melancholic piece. So I think the color palette fits that very well. We have this deep magenta, these dark greens and blues, and then the same greens and pinks are like falling here. And we have this dark, dusty blue to balance it out. We have fine detail work in gold, but the gold is subdued. It's not super, super bright. It's not meant to be super bright. Um, and these the combination of the colors here, see there's pink and green and everything being like doppled together, makes these, it's over the entire piece. However, it does give me the effect of like opalized glass. So glass that has almost like a holographic rainbow film on it, brings to mind stained glass and stuff like that. And the fact that it is so dark everywhere else that you really only see that, whatever this brush was that was used, you see that recurring here on the floor. And it's basically using a digital medium to your advantage, using a brush that maybe morphs your color a little bit. Definitely gives you a little bit more interest down in those light rays that are coming. So this is really fun. I really like this piece. Um, and I really like the characters posing here. This character being the brightest thing here really draws your eye to them. And I really like that. The one thing I would say compositionally is that I almost wish that we could see, like, we see the bottom of the foot is being chopped off a bit here and the tip of the wings. And as a framing device, I almost wish we could see the entire character. That we had maybe the characters moved in towards the center a little bit more, and up just a smidge, so that we can really get all of the character fit in. Sometimes when you have things like this for a composition, it's kind of an all or nothing kind of vibe. And again, like any rule can be broken as long as you have an intent behind it. And this artist definitely probably has an intent behind that. So we want this character to feel small in the piece. They've been brought down to a corner. They feel like they're in a small place and they're being swallowed up by wherever they are. So that's very intentional. I wouldn't change the size and scale of this character in this piece. I wouldn't change the colors that are used. I think the pose reads, the drape of the wings, I think the pose is very successful, and I think the design of this character is also very successful. So, but the fact that the tip of the toe here is almost to the edge of our canvas, that's creating a point of tension, almost a tangent. It's very subtle, so I don't think it detracts from the piece. But here we're chopping just the tip of the toe and just the tip of the wings. So, in when I mentioned all or nothing, if you do something like this, you either crop your shot so that you're obscuring most of the character. So let's say we're seeing over this character's shoulder and we're looking past them. We're using the character as a framing device. So an example for a composition like this would be if our character was extreme in the foreground. Let me get my brush here. So if our character was here in our foreground, taking up space here, like the shoulder, their head, and we take some of this dramatic lighting here, some of those greens and blues to like highlight out their shoulder. Hold on, I'm trying to get some of these colors. Some of that bluish, some of this magenta here, this like purpley pink here. There we go. So see here now, we have this really strong diagonal created like this. There's a diagonal almost directly through the piece. We're actually more of the 2/3 method. We have 1/3, 2/3, and we're really only occupying 2/3 of our canvas. I recommend working in rules of three for your composition. So whether it's horizontally like this or it's vertically like this, that's where you can find if you center something or if you bring something like this diagonally through your piece. I recommend looking at classics like Renaissance works and seeing how they pose characters. Sometimes multiple characters will be posed as a triangle like this. So they are occupying mostly one third, but they are posed in a way which has this strength. Triangles are very strong shapes found in nature. Um, but anyway, so you can see here that I'm occupying just about 2/3 of this canvas here. And I've created a device where this character's looking out into this scenery. They're looking out these windows and they're saying, what are these characters? What are those? And we are framing our character in a way that's kind of mysterious. Of course, my character could have more features, right? So if I wanted to bring out more of like this angelic character, maybe we see the side of her face, an eyelash, the hair. We're bringing out some of those features. Let me Yeah, 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 yeah. Her shoulder dropped, something like this. So we could use this character, this is the all or nothing. So we're showing this would be the nothing. We're showing nothing but what's necessary. That's the nothing in our all or nothing. Or we're showing all. So our entire character would need to be visible because when we see just small bits of this character locked out of our frame, it feels like there's just a bit more we could be seeing. It might not be something that we consciously think of, but we're really missing that dramatic shape of the wings. If I were to grab this character, just, grab and having her feel small and isolated in this piece is part of the emotional message. So, in that case, showing more of this character is probably better for this composition than showing less of this character. So, if I moved her in just a bit, still trying to keep in mind our rule of thirds, I'm not trying to remove too much. And let me just take what's over here, copy, paste, reflect. It's not going to be perfect, but I'm just going to try to get it about. And now I can move my character just a bit more, get her a bit more into our frame, a little bit closer to center. I don't want to center her because I don't want to get rid of this dramatic, organic feeling that we have. But I am trying to make sure that I can fit her here, all of her. Might even make her a little smaller now because I am not trying to push her too far to the center. I don't want to get rid of the dramatic pull to the bottom left. But now we can get these really beautiful, delicate wingtips here. And we can find the bottom of her foot. This pose is very graceful. It's meant to be very elegant. And even here you can see that I have the tip of the wing slightly cut off. I feel like you could continue just moving over, but again, I don't want to pull her too far away from that bottom left because there is a dramatic feel to that posing. So now I might, in order to compensate for that, maybe I spread the wing out a little bit differently. Again, it doesn't need to be perfect, but I'm just trying to get there we go. Also ignore that the bottom of the head is like or the other head is like right here. Let me just get there we go. Trying to make a and down here. Whatever I messed up down here. So now we still have this delicate character down here. They're still drawing our eye, but they are all entirely in the scene. We aren't missing any little bits from them. Um, we're seeing all of the character's body, and that just makes it feel a little bit less. There's a little bit less tension of that character like meeting the edge. Take these broken wings and learn to fly. Yep, yep. And of course, too, another thing is it's part of the positioning that I changed. But now bringing her towards the center, we get this nice light directly on her. And I'm gonna take this shadow. Hold on, I gotta save. I gotta save. There we go. Making sure that I don't lose any of this information. I'm gonna take multiply, and I'm gonna set it to about 60%, and I'm gonna clip it into my character, and I'm gonna emulate this dramatic lighting on the character. Let me use a soft brush to do that. Maybe it's a little bit more blue. And now I'm gonna try to recreate that lighting here on this character. There's a lot of purple here too that I want to capture, so I don't want to make it too dark. Really push where that light's coming from. I think the lighting in this piece is already done really well, so I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel. I'm not trying to change it too much. Um, but I did want to capture the uh the very intentional architecture here. I wanted to capture that on our character. Same here. There's a bit of a cast from, let's see, I'm trying to follow what's on the floor too. Something like this. Got a little bit of the scrolling. There we go. And of course, it doesn't have to be that intense. Oops. Doesn't have to be that intense. But just getting some of that really fun architectural shadow on this character it just kind of brings them more into the space. So let me show you guys the before and the after. Oops. Let me copy. So here is our before, where our character is occupying the bottom here. But if we want them to be in this corner, we either push them creating a big framing device or we bring them entirely into view. You can see here that I really did not want to change much or anything really. I just brought this character more into frame. Showed us these really elegant wingtips, the bottom of that other foot. Here's our before, our after. In order to accomplish that, I shrank her down just a bit, but she's still in that bottom corner. And now, also following our rule of thirds, our character is now just about at the 2/3 mark of this composition. Here, let me better divide. So our character is occupying the bottom third and the right 2/3. So we have this very dramatic pull down to the bottom. It makes this character feel small. It makes this character feel like they're in a moment of deep emotion, where they are, draped on these stairs. If you've ever seen The Hunchback of Notre Dame, during the very beginning scene, the Romani woman that is Quasimodo's mother is killed by Judge Claude Frollo and falls gracefully on these stairs. It's in front of the steps in front of the Notre Dame Cathedral. And so stairs also feel like you were heading towards something. And if you're draped on those stairs, you didn't make it to the top. Um, so there's a lot of really fun imagination that you can put into um, a composition like this. There's another, if you wanted to push some of the lighting as well. So in terms of composition, that was such a small change before, after. Really nothing too crazy and wild. Not aiming to change the intention of this piece. I think it speaks very well for itself. I think it's done really nicely. Let me blend my patch in there. I've also unintentionally brightened up a little bit of this section with some green, but that was just because of my reflecting, my copy and pasting. So if we wanted to add a little bit to the lighting of this piece, another thing we could do to focus, because it's already got some really good lighting. If there was another thing that I wanted to do or I would want to do, I'm gonna take one of these like deep mauvey purples. It's more of like a dusty, it's like a periwinkle, like a dark periwinkle. And I'm gonna take multiply and I'm gonna set it to about 30%. And I'm gonna use a nice soft brush and I'm gonna start framing. So kind of using like a vignette, maybe even deepening. I'm gonna start going around the edges here. And I want you to look right here. I want you to look here first and look everywhere else after. So I'm making a vignette. I'm really just taking a darker color and I'm slowly circling in. And this is after you finish your piece, going in with a darker color and just pushing it, pushing it. Maybe not that much. Maybe I can erase a bit more from around here. Maybe my light, I really want my light to come like in a diagonal direction. So now I'm just focusing. I'm focusing this beam of light here on this character. This character is taking your eye, and now you're looking, oh, where's that light coming from? Bam, bam, bam. And this is just, here's the before, after. Look at how much more I focused it in. And so, yeah, now I'm going to make sure that I brighten up a little bit of this. So I have now this more diagonal composition within my composition because I've chosen to isolate my lighting before, after. Look at how much more we're looking at this character now. The way I'm seeing it story-wise piece feels like she was late to save them or something similar. Those shadows long past. Absolutely, yeah. There's a lot of that's the fun thing about illustration is that it's meant for you to interpret, it's meant for you to feel and for you to put your own story to it. And of course, the more information that is provided by the artist, it influences your interpretation. I'm gonna go in now and I'm gonna erase because we're using a digital medium. I'm gonna now erase from this vignette to bring out areas that would be catching light. So the edge of these sills here would be catching a lot of light. Maybe up here too. The areas where the panes are meeting, I'm adding a little bit more three-dimensionality to them because instead of the window having something like printed on it, in like stained glass or ironwork, there is a three-dimensional object there. It is a 3D piece. So I'm keeping my lighting coming from the right-hand side, really just trying to make it consistent. But now I'm catching some of that detail. See that? Now we have like a glow happening that we didn't quite have before. And that's just from me erasing. I'm just erasing where my shadow was coming from. Very easy. This is a step that you do towards the end. And I have a bit more shadow over here. So let me kind of catch some of the edges of this. Really bring out some of that shape again. There we go. Something like that. So now you can see that detail is brought back out. Our before, our after. Before, after. We don't have to get rid of any of our details. We just basically use lighting to focus in on what we really want you to look at. And now I'm going to take overlay and a really pale, I'm going to try this warm pinkish coral color. I'm going to have an overlay layer. I'm going to probably bring it to around 50%. I don't want it to be super intense. And now I'm going to like draw light. So let me see. That might be too dark, so let me do a lighter, like, lilac color. And I'm gonna bring light down. And as we do that, you can see this color is getting more intense. Everything else is remaining very muted. It's still very beautifully colored, but now we're really focusing our eye right in the center. We have more vibrant coloring, we have more dramatic lighting, and we have this light coming in from these windows. I might even add a bit of that here in some of these other windows just to kind of brighten it up. But I don't want to take away from the directional lighting that we just achieved. But I really want this to feel like these windows are super light, kind of ethereal. We're seeing something through them. And now we have this really beautiful framing just with our light. Here is that before that lighting and after that lighting. Before, after. Now we just bam, there's like this ethereal light happening that's really special, really pretty. Hi Aria, how are you? Welcome in. I'm gonna go in while we're celebrating. I'm gonna go in and highlight more of the panes here with that overlay. I'm actually gonna use white maybe. Yeah. really catch the edges of this. I'm just using a soft brush. Hello, how are you? I'm catching a soft brush and I'm highlighting where light would be hitting. Welcome in. The way that the light comes in also makes her seem more 3D than before, especially her arm. Yeah. Anxious, but that's because I'm hosting a large event tomorrow, normal amount of anxiety. Well, good luck with your event. Sounds like you're really pushing yourself out of your comfort zone. All right, so I'm really quickly just going in. I'm just using a soft brush. I'm being very like lazy about it, but obviously you would have a bit more time and you know. So now I'm really catching the edge of these pieces here. Really catching the edge, just trying to get it feeling like we have some light really coming in from these windows. We're pushing the already dramatic lighting that we have from this piece. We're just amplifying it and just adding a little bit more drama. There we go. Something like that. Alrighty. Yeah. And our creatures can stay out there. I guess the last thing I would do is that we can only tell like from the ground being pale and the trees having some snow, we can tell that there's snow there. But one thing that I would love to see is just a bit more snow. So I'm going to take the palest color, which is actually a pink, and I'm going to retain like my soft whatever brush this individual was using. I'm gonna just dapple some snow. And snow can be difficult to make look nice. I think it's because we just kind of put snow in like the front. But if we wanted to do something a little bit more dynamic, we could also put snow further back. So I might use like a slightly different color to show that, and like blur it out a little bit more. But for all intents and purposes, I'm really just gonna do some of this. Um, Also, if we wanted to show frost, I'm gonna go here and I'll add maybe with like a my rougher brush, snow collecting here in the windows. There's so much that you can do. You don't have to by any means. Um, it's just another detail. I'm gonna show a cooler, bluer side to the snow since the light is gonna be catching the snow. Maybe it's just collecting in the corners here of our windows. Really wouldn't collect very much of it, but something like that. Putting some snow there. Um, you know, Making it feel like our windows are collecting some of this falling snow. Really just pushing the idea that this is meant to be winter. Um, and just adding more depth to the windows. Really very small details. This isn't something that makes or breaks the piece. It just makes it more obvious that we're in winter and further pushes the death of the seasons kind of feel. Just collects in the corners, snow falling. There we go. Something like that. Now we have a little bit more presence to that snow. It has a little bit more purpose. We could go as far as to add frost in these windows if we really wanted to, but I think the that's not a detail that's necessary here. So, with our small additions and our lighting, here is the before we added our lighting and after. Before we added our lighting, it's just 2 layers. So here is our piece. Let's say you're like, "All right, I'm pretty good. I'm happy with my composition. I'm ready to go." This is a multiply layer at 50%, and I just used a deep bluish purple that's already present in my piece, and I've made direction. Bam. I've made this big funnel of light here. Let me use a bright, obnoxious color. Funnel of light. Bam. I've made this dramatic diagonal shape here, and it's pointing right. Hey, look at her. And this light is hitting her right there. So I've created directional lighting. I've also made it a strong diagonal, which strengthens my composition. Before, after. Now you're looking more here. And then to make it even more obvious that I want you to look there, bam. Again, strong diagonal. It's hitting this character. The character is now still the brightest thing in this piece. And then added details like snow that catch that light. Now we have a more direct direction. It now feels like moon glow. There's like moonlight happening here. And here's our original and where we ended up. And if you want to check your piece for values to make sure that there is enough value, especially in an illustration that utilizes a lot of dark color, I'm going to take a mid-tone gray. I'm going to change it to color, which is a blending mode, or hue. And you can see here that this character is the brightest thing about this piece. And then where our light is coming from is the second brightest. And so here's our piece before, where our background was really consisting of dark and midtone, and then we had a character that was in the lighter realm. But everything back here, we have a lot of midtone, and then some dark to frame it in. And with our updated one, we have a lot more light and we have a lot more dark. So we've really pushed the composition with just those small changes. All it took was 3 layers and moving a character over. Bam, bam. So, yeah, it's really small, simple stuff. I didn't change anything about the design. I really didn't wanna take too many liberties with adding detail, other than I just wanted there to be snow to really hammer home that it's snowing outside, make it really obvious to the viewer. Um, so yeah, and also unintentionally so, because I cut this character out kind of haphazardly, the dark background from underneath of them has come here, but it actually makes this really nice, rich, dark contact shadow. So that's helped also push our character forward as well. So that's nice. I really like this piece. Thank you to Asteli for submitting this. And again, before, after, really fun, really easy to make a good piece just a bit better. And of course there's more you can do. There's other stuff that you can do. This isn't the only way. But for digital painting, those final layers of adding some lighting can really push your composition and your lighting that you've already established in the painting. So that's really exciting. Let me really quickly set up the before and after on the canvas, and then we'll move on to the next one. We have some ads that are coming. So let me run the ads while I do that, and make sure you guys are stretching and taking a break. Let me get that moved over. Yeah, I'm going to double this over. Okay, and I'm going to take the original, and I'm going to move it over. Boop. There we go. So now you can see our before and our after. I might do a little break in between here. There we go. Oh, it does kinda make it look like the window continues, that's fun. And I'm gonna add text. I usually add text so that when somebody isn't present for their review and I send this to them, um, they can see what we were doing. Alright, here's our before. Over here. There's a little bit that I need to trim. And after. It also makes it a little bit easier to see, um makes it a little bit easier to see now that we have them next to each other as well. Let me do trim. Trim transparent pixels. Okay. All right. Yeah. And the piece still, I'm really happy with how the piece still feels like the original. I really like this piece. So thank you to Asteli for that. So now let me get our next one. I'm going in alphabetical order. Of course, the ads still have a minute and a half, but the next one is a character design, so that's gonna be a nice refresher. We have another 2 illustrations today. And this is by Blue Rose. Let me grab their handle. This music's so cyberpunk. All right, there we go. Okay, and let me take a big old sip of my water. Okie dokie. Yeah. I'm gonna wait for the ads to be up so then we aren't missing anything. I hope you guys are doing well. I hope you guys enjoyed that piece. I am really stoked to see illustrations come through. We get a lot of character design, and so I really enjoy seeing um, illustrations come through. I really do, and especially too because some of the notes are way simpler than people would think. You don't have to radically change the art to just give it a little bit of oomph. Hell yeah. Bum, bum. All right, everybody. Are you back? Welcome in. We have another hour before our ads. We have a character design. This is by Blue Rose 919. Welcome in. Blue Rose is a long time follower. So this is a gargoyle character. Let me double check this character's name as well. Usually the names aren't super important, but I do like to take a look at them. So let me take a quick gander at Blue Rose. What's your character's name? Uh, Hi, welcome in. Bwah, ha, 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 ha. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Trying to find this character's name. All right. Blue Rose's character, Gar Red, I believe. Welcome in. So this is a character design submitted by Blue Rose, and they are a gargoyle character. One thing that I immediately want to do is I want to bring our canvas out because we are chopping off something that's really important, which is this character's wings. We really want to see, and of course, this is a ref sheet. This is like a style guide, but I really want to see the other side of this character's silhouette. And because we have drawn this character so close to the edge, um, we've also anticipated not having enough room. So all of the features are being smashed to fit inside of this canvas rather than making sure that we're seeing all this character so that we can reference them. The reference whether it's for yourself or for our commission. So I'm missing the other half of this character's silhouette. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna save the original and make a copy of that. And I'm gonna now copy this wing here for brevity's sake, and I'm really missing the other side of that, so I'm gonna put it over here. And because, like I said, we were running out of space on the canvas, we drew the character to smash them into the space, instead of just drawing the character in a way that fits them and their personality and what we're trying to convey about them. Let me make sure that this is. No! Oh, jeepers. Here, let me see if I can't grab just that. There we go. There we go. So now we can have this really fantastic silhouette here. Here is the, let me go back here and grab this and oops, just make this that light color. So here's our before and our after. We have enough room now to let this character's full silhouette shine, which is doing a better service to this character. For people that have a character that has a lot of mid-tone and darker tones, having a balance of the dark to make your mid-tones feel more varied and rich is advised. So the clothing here is a darker gray, like a charcoal color. I would recommend going towards black or going towards white, having more contrast. Hello. Oh, thank you.
Brought you food because you have to eat it, okay?
Oh,
Don't
I
make-
will eat it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Take like a moment to munch.
I will. I will.
It's hot though. It just
Okay, I won't eat. I won't take that moment to eat at this moment right now.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate
Okay.
you. The gargoyle character. So
love the color scheme is cool.
yeah,
I like the
I was just
green.
talking about the contrast and pushing the clothing either darker or lighter,
Yeah,
so that the character's midtone can shine through.
yeah. But the color scheme is very cool.
Yeah. The
It's
color
very simple
scheme
but good.
yeah, the color scheme, so that's one thing that we'll read as Gargoyle, aside from the features that we've come to know and love as Gargoylean features, like having pointed ears and horns, they have this almost demonic, creature vibe to them, but also angelic features like wings. So aside from those features telling us that this is a gargoyle character, the color scheme is giving stone, and it was very, very fun and interesting to add these mossy greens here. That nice rich green, that dusty green, is giving us the feeling of this being a stone character, simply because the context of green and gray together is typically stone covered in moss or lichen. And so we are reading this as stone instead of just reading it as a gray demonic character. So the green was a subtle choice that ended up reading really well. You can also see here that it looks that there are vines around this character. There's some areas of a richer green that I would like to see a bit more of. But we have this character kind of like posed. I really like that we have like a full body here, and then we almost have like a an isolated close up of almost the same pose. I really enjoy that. We can see here that it looks like this character has like a shaved hairstyle, so we've brought them over here to kind of show you the other side of their head. But I do like this translation of this almost seems to be the same pose, just one is like brought up larger so you can see the details of this character. I think that's really fun. Also, the accessory has that bright green. It feels magical because it's like otherworldly. It's super, super bright compared to everything else in this piece. So it really draws my attention. It feels like it has a significance to a story. The green also makes the character appear older. Moss doesn't grow overnight. Absolutely, yeah. This character's definitely been around. So something that I'm gonna do is I'm just going to bring these characters back. Oops, bring these characters back down, or these small isolated views of the character away from the main body, and I'm gonna put them back in the corner where they were. Obviously, too. I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna make another layer. I'm trying to keep our original intact. So now you can see here that I've made the body stand alone. I have brought it away from the edge of our canvas. I've also brought these other things away. And now these pieces can all be separate from one another. So I don't have to draw them in a way which smashes them to accommodate them being so close to either the edge of my canvas or to each other. Don't be afraid to give your things a little bit more room. I do like how this is kind of chopped off in the it feels like very moody. It feels like again, like it feels like it's like a close up of this piece here. But we like we mentioned in that last piece, it's either all or nothing. So we're either like really framing this character in like a dramatic like they're being intentionally cut off here, or we can show just a little bit more so that we can get the tip of that ear in there. Nothing bothers me more than just having to chop off the tip of that ear, you know? So now we have the tip of our ear, we have those little bits of hair, and the wing and shoulder are a little bit less of a consequence. I'd ask him out on a date if he was real. Pickled, pickled. You know what? I think that's a huge compliment. It's a huge compliment. I'm sure Blue Rose would be like, "Yeah, thank you, thank you." I think this character's name is Gar, which is kind of fun. For a gargoyle character, we love a good gar. I also think of the fish, but I don't think that has anything to do with this character. Okay, so now you can see here from our original to now. Let me actually group this. There we go. Before, after. We've given things just a little bit of breathing room. This is this is a reference sheet, so we want to make sure that our details that we're trying to show it can be stylized. So if you guys are trying to make character references, you can do stylized snapshots of a bust. Maybe you're trying to call out some of their features. You want to see the other side of the hair. Like you can totally do something like this. You can have it oriented in a way where there's a bit of more like a dramatic pose. We're adding character to this character. We're adding personality to this character. There's a pose. You got the hand on the hip. They're looking off kind of to the distance. This character feels aloof. This character feels a little bit more dramatic, a little bit more, um, you know, someone that's a little bit more introspective. So we're getting a lot of personality from this character. And I can see that Blue Rose is trying to tell us different things about this character's design. We see the side of the head that's shaved, which we didn't see very well, or like cracked. And we didn't see that very well here. We're getting a bit more detail in the face. We have some horns, we have the jewelry, and then up here we have the full posture and the outfit. So we're giving different pieces of information based on all of these. Hi, welcome in. Oh man. Every once in a while you get a name that you're like, I can't read that. Thank you for the follow, and thanks for letting me stretch. Hold on. Let me eat a pizza pie. I got pizza roll. This pizza roll basically exploded. Thank you. Hot. 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 Oh, it's like lava. I'm just gonna call you professional, is that alright? Okay. So, now that I have everything posed, I got that other wing. Like I mentioned, for the clothing, we have this deep charcoal, which adds to the stone vibe. However, it makes this character very difficult to read because there are so many mid-tone values. When I say mid-tone, there's a lot of stuff that's at the middle of the spectrum. Not a lot of super, super dark, not a lot of super, super light. We have some dark and we have like the lower middle end. And if you want to check this in yours, take a 50% gray and just set it to color. Of course, this character is mostly gray anyway, so we're really just removing that green. But you can see here that in black and white, we don't have a lot of a high range, except for that the eyes, which helps us just get those eyes, see those features, and the earring. Um, so how are we gonna push this? I think we should add some deeper, deeper darks and put some very selective highlights so that we can really see this character quite literally. Early 2000s, yeah, I think the slouchy big legged shorts and this over the side seam hairstyle definitely reads early 2000s. I really like the vibe. I do like the vibe a whole lot. So what I'm going to do here is over top of this art, I am going to make a multiply layer. I'm gonna try like 40%. And I'm gonna take a bit of this green, like a deep greeny color, and I'm gonna just put that over top of our gray. You know, let me do multiply. Let me do the multiply at 60%. I'm gonna take that green and I'm just gonna slap it over because this green is adding a lot to our character. So now you can see here, it looks like the pants are like torn. I don't want to get rid of too much of that, but I am just going to color over it for demonstrational purposes. Looks like the hands in the pocket too. This character is very nonchalant, and their boots are already really, really dark. So now you can see that I've really pushed this value. Here's before, after. You can really tell what is shirt and what is skin. In this case, it'd be like stone. So I'm really pushing that depth, really darkening that up. It doesn't have to be pure black. In fact, I would recommend against making something pure black unless your style is one which uses limited color scheme. But here I took a really deep green and I set it to multiply before, after. Now it is way easier for us to just push away from the midtone, and we have something to anchor us now from all of this other middle grade value. So what I'm going to do now over top of that is I'm going to take some of this green and I might add a bit of that into the design. So maybe the edges of the shirt have like a green cuff to them. This turtleneck, maybe there's like a slight stripe, you know. Maybe there's a bit more of this moss or something on the pants themselves. Something to infer that this character has been walking around like this for a while. And we're just basically adding a bit of interest. I'm going to take some of that really vibrant green that I saw earlier, and I'm just going to smatter that in some of these areas. I'm introducing this green because it's doing so much good for us. It's very interesting. Add a little bit of texture too, why not? So now the hem of the pants has this like splatter effect, which also kind of leans into like the skater punk kind of vibe. And we're adding a little bit more interest to the clothing elements, but not so much so that we're taking away from our character who's supposed to be the focal point. Um, Snatch at the waist, just kind of like a slouched pose. This is like a little bit of like a contrapposto, meaning like a counterbalance. So they're really putting their weight on that one leg. So for example, here's the head of this character, their neck, their shoulders here, their hip, and they have this leg out, and this one's a little bit more relaxed. We have the hand on the hip and the other hand in pocket. See how fun that slouched pose is? This character is super relaxed. This character is very nonchalant feeling. This character has a lot of personality just because we have this cool pose. And if I hadn't drawn over it, it'd be a little bit difficult to tell. But there's a really cool pose here, and the shift in weight is done very well. This character feels grounded on the ground, and I know that it can be very difficult sometimes to make your character feel like they're not just like floating in space, but that they're actually standing. Making sure that your character has a center of gravity be about oops, hold on. Drew on the wrong layer. Center of gravity about on the heel of the foot that they're leaning on to the base of their head. This character feels really grounded. They are anchored. We don't feel like they're going to fall over. A meh, I don't care attitude definitely, yeah, absolutely. Definitely has personality. Even though there's not a lot of crazy expression, that's part of the character's personality. That's part of the So, now that we've added a little bit of interest to like the hem, we've brought in some of that really fun green. Some of the things that I'm gonna do here is now I'm like, okay, I really want these wings. They're really important. I want this character to stand out. How am I gonna do that? I'm gonna start now adding a little bit of variation in value to push my character's position forward and these large wings backward. I don't want to get rid of these wings. I don't want to compromise having them because they are still important to my character. I just need to make sure that I'm adjusting how they are positioned and maybe adding a little bit of different value so that I don't completely get rid of. Let me actually just copy this. I don't want to completely get rid of um, my character at all. I don't want to erase them. I don't want to obscure them. They are the most important, but I want to see their wings. So obviously, too, this isn't perfect. The wings would probably be anchored a little bit different on the back, but for demonstrational purposes, all right, I want to lose your shoulder. I don't want to lose the hip. This wing here, I might move further away from the head just so we don't conflict with the hair too much. That's a small adjustment. Small, nothing crazy. I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel. Let's grab some of these midtones here. Let me put that back. Some of this green and black here. Okay, so now we've posed these wings a little bit. To make them stand out more without adding too much. Yeah, so my main goal when we do art critiques, for those of you that are new, my main goal is to encourage you in what you're already doing really well. There's a lot of people that come in and they're like, oh, I'm newer to art, or I'm practicing digital art for the first time. There's a lot of everybody's coming in with their own experience. And so all I can do is give you my own professional opinion, but it's only one opinion out of many. I mean, I'm nothing special in terms of being the person that says right or wrong. I can only give you techniques and information that I have learned and I have practiced, but I recommend that you talk to a lot of people, talk to your friends, talk to strangers, participate in these art critiques. And they're very scary because on the internet, sometimes people give you an opinion and they don't know how to deliver it in a way which feels constructive and feels that they want to encourage you to continue. A lot of it feels very accusatory or can feel very overbearing and unwanted. And so this is a space meant to feel safe, meant to make you feel like you're getting the most out of you putting yourself out there. And so I really like to highlight what somebody's already doing well. I'm not trying to change everything about your character. I'm not trying to add my own opinions to your work. I'm trying to look at it objectively and offer other context and ideas that you can run with or you cannot. If you walk away and ignore everything I say about your piece, I will not take it personally. These are not meant for me to say you have to do this. This is the only way you can do something. That's incorrect. There's infinite ways to do something, and that's up to you to find, and that's up for you to choose. So yeah, I really want to make sure that I'm maintaining the original as much as possible. I really don't want to change the feeling and the energy that this person put into their work, because that's not what the purpose of the critique is for. I'm supposed to be helping you with like a technical element. I don't know if the white iris is the reason has a reason to be there or not. If not, it'd be cool to see the green. It would make them feel more striking, meant to feel more dull. The white is really cool. Yeah, one thing that I'm hesitant to lose the white is that we're losing a lot of contrast that way. And if the character is made of stone, perhaps the eye color, the iris color itself, is brought to this bright gem green, and we leave the sclera to be a pale stone color, so that we're still getting the benefit of that mystical, magical. Perhaps the stone is what made this character come to life, this gargoyling character. Um, Real quick, before I get too ahead of myself, I'm going to add some subtle lighting changes, not trying to light this character like intensely. That's not really the goal of this piece, but I am wanting to push some areas further back. So I'm going to take this color from my background, which is just um a really pale gray. Hello? All right. I'm going to clip in to this character, and I'm with a really soft brush. I'm gonna push this wing back a little bit in space. Again, I'm not trying to do anything super crazy, but I am trying to bring forward the character silhouette and push back the large wing, but still letting you see the wing. So now we get this benefit of having this cool silhouette with the wing. We've just pushed it back a little bit so you can actually see this character come forward. And I might darken in a couple areas just to really, we're not trying to fully light this character because the rendering style isn't that. But I am trying to make sure that our character is standing out where necessary. So I'll push maybe some darker, uh, like a really dark greeny black back here. I'm not trying to make too many gradients. This style doesn't have a lot of gradient in it, and I'm going to invert my selection, and I'm going to take a lighter color, like a lighter greenish, and I'm going to just push this arm forward. See what I'm doing here? Here is the before, after. It's just a matter of finding contrast. We have, let me get a red marker. We have our light, dark, light, dark. And if you undulate light, dark, light, dark, light, dark, you're going to make it easier to see things. If you've ever heard someone recount their experience with varying stages of visual impairment or blindness, it's not always that there is an absence of sight, but rather an absence of detail. So, a lot of people that have a visual impairment will actually be able to see striking contrast. So, like a black and white checker floor would be really easy to pick out the fact that there is checkering. It'd be a bit easier to see. And if you've ever been walking out on a sidewalk and you see that bright yellow textured strip on the sidewalk, that yellow is a stark contrast. And also, the texture will catch on a cane and on your foot to let you know that a curb is upcoming or to help you guide your way down a road. Kind of reminds me of the angel statue with moss that represents the game in the game oh my god, Date Everything. I haven't seen the angel character in Date Everything. I played a little bit of it. Some things that I'll also do is I think the pants are kind of blending in here. So I'm going to take again a little bit of a light, and I'm just going to catch the edge of this just to kind of bring that forward. Nothing crazy. I'm really just trying to define where the character starts and where their wings end. Maybe a little bit of darkness here. And that you can also achieve through, like, line art, line art can help with that. So here is our before, after. We can really see this character. We can see their arms, we can see their legs. Uh and we can see those cool wings. Some other things that I might do to really hammer home separation of areas and add a bit more contrast. I really like this pose, especially too. We know this character has a shaved head, so I don't want to show anything on the side that isn't this character's face. I want to I want to frame this character's face like this and really make that silhouette. We have this really dramatic side sweep here. And again, I want to frame, and this is also just a little bit of artifacting from the brushes that they were using. So make sure that the hair is still visible back here. But I want to call attention to the shape of this hair, and I want to keep the wings away. Here's that hair in the back. And now we can see that really dramatic side sweep that appears here. And we can see a bit more of the side of the face. We're just getting a little bit more detail from that up there. So to show you where we started from here to here. Oh, I missed an ear. Oh boy. I got the ear chopped off. It's probably from when I was fiddling around with my I was fiddling around with the wings. Hold on. Well, since the face is really far pushed over, I won't have the ear sticking out as far. So we could still have that ear poking out. Oops. But not as far. We see a lot of this ear. In fact, maybe we could see a little bit more of this ear here to make sure that it reads as an ear. So I'm going to make sure that I bring some of the gray from the ear right here. Something like that. We get a bit of that ear, but the head is turned away. There we go. Some other things, if you wanted anatomically, if we wanted these legs to feel very bulky and gargoylean, we could give them a lot of heft rather. So if you wanted to, the silhouette could go from having these thin tapered ankles to having like something really big and chunky, making them feel very stony, very, very dense. Again, that's a stylistic choice, so I don't want to go too much into changing the character's design a lot because there are choices and intentions made behind all of these things. So you can see here, I've given this character actually a thicker leg. Really kind of pushed the vibe of this character. Now the boots are really heavy, heavier than they were before. There's a bit more presence to these legs. I'm gonna try to make them look really blocky too. Really blocky. Really, really blocky, really thick. And make them feel really stony. That's something that you can absolutely do. Play around with anatomy to push the vibe. The limbs are all very heavy as well, so you could make the forearms and hands very large, and just push the feeling that this character is like a rock creature. But of course, you don't have to do that. But it is a stylistic choice that you can make. Um, One thing, if we're not going to be changing too much of the proportion, then I can address a little bit of the anatomy. I'm just going to come in here and I'm going to carve away some of this to reinstate the shape of the ankles. If we are going for a more like standard anatomy, trying to make them feel a little bit more cohesive, and we're missing a bit of the top of this boot here, so I'm going to rebuild some of that out. Something like this, really add some chunk to the heel again, to kind of match this boot that we have that's pointing the toe toward us. I might even grab this foot, rotate it outward a little bit as a small change. And now we have, a little bit more of this foot looking consistent and the legs looking consistent. I'm gonna rotate this just a smidge. I don't want to get rid of the grounding that this was already drawn with. I think the grounding was done very well, so not trying to change too much of that. Just making these boots look like they're a little bit more consistent. They're very chunky. They're meant to be, so I don't want to get rid of that. And we've also reestablished our shins here. Yeah. So and of course there's a bit extra that we could do. Let me go back to here's our original. Here's our updated. We have a bit more contrast. We're paying attention to showing off this character's features in more than just color. I think color is one of the easiest ways to bring out someone's features. But contrast, shape, and positioning. Sorry, I'm stumbling over my tongue today. Positioning so that we can uh, really show off these features. So we've made the head completely visible. We made sure that that wing could stand out, but we're also using contrast and a little bit of lighting tricks to make sure that we don't lose this character's features and pose. One thing that I'll do is I'll take that unearthly green and we'll put it in the eyes. If if I can assume that the stone is the reason for this character's sentience, then I will just prioritize showing that the window to the soul, which is typically the eyes, is reflecting that unearthly green color. We also now have another area where that green is visible. Maybe if that is, the case, if that is where this character gets their humanity or their liveliness from, we can incorporate it in other ways because I want to see more of that odd green, that supernatural green. So maybe if this character has scars, or cracks, maybe that unearthly green shows up in these cracks here. Maybe there's a little something that we can incorporate, like, oh, there's a light, that green light is coming internally, and we can kind of play off of that. Just another way to show some interesting features and bring in some contrast if we wanted to do that. Another thing that I think could be really fun is incorporating a little bit of lighting from this jewel here, this gem earring, having it glow a bit, having it glow green, and then having the center be kind of like whitish will immediately make it look like it's glowing. And then I'll cast that same light onto the area of this character's body that would be lit by this. Something like that. The side of the face here, under the ear, something like that. Maybe a bit of the hair. Nothing super crazy. I don't want to completely change, but now this earring feels really important. Something about that earring is super important, and by just doing a little bit of this like effect, we have made this green feel very magical. This green is giving an intense magic property, and it really puts emphasis on it being something important to this character. I know I said it before, I feel like hugging him would take away all my problems. Yeah, I'm happy that you like, Blue Rose's character. I'm gonna add that glow again. Also, diffusing your edges and putting white in the center of something will immediately make it look like it's glowing. And I'm really quickly just going to capture some of the areas where this light would be shining up onto our character. This light coming from this crystal will also help you get a little bit more contrast and define some more of your features. So if you've been struggling to differentiate different areas, this is a good way to do that. So now that earring is really, really important. That earring screams, oh my goodness, this is something special to my character. One more time. One thing that I think should also be taken into account is that the earring's size and shape is changing between all three of these, as well as some of their features. So if through practice, if you get a little bit more consistency, this reference will be much easier for someone like another artist or yourself in the future to follow. You'll know where something is supposed to be positioned, how large it's supposed to be. Learning some of that consistency will really help in terms of getting your character sheet to really stand out and to work for you. Your character sheet is supposed to be a reference as to like how this character is usually how this character can be found as a default. We also have here what looks to be horns. And I really like that idea because usually gargoyles have like little demon horns. So I think we could definitely make sure that those are called out. If they're not always present with the character, pointing that out, making it obvious, like, oh, this character doesn't always have horns. There's like a broken one here. Um, but I think if they are meant to have horns all the time, make sure you're showing the horns all the time. So there are the horns, and let me grab a little bit of this moss as well. And I'm just gonna pepper that around. So yeah, I would love to see how these horns show up in different poses, but for now, you know, that's the vibe. Um, So yeah, I think there's a lot to love about this character. I really like this character design. I think the green is a really stellar choice, and now we're really just hammering home these ideas so that it's a little bit easier for us to see the character's features. And it's also carrying some of your narrative, some of your story. And of course, I can only assume your narrative and story. But I think this is a really fun character. I think this is a really fun design. He looks like he's a cactus friend. He doesn't let you too close to him, but sometimes, like a cat, you'll catch him hanging out in the same room as you, casually doing his own thing, but feeling comfortably relaxed. Yeah, I think the aloof pose, the too cool for school pose, definitely lends to this character being a little bit more withdrawn, and also them being made out of stone. So here is our before and our after. Before, after. We've added some more contrast. We haven't radically changed the color scheme because the color scheme is telling us a lot. The color scheme is actively giving us information. We have just been focusing mostly on getting this character positioned on the canvas so we can see everything, um, and just ironing out some more of the ideas that were already placed. Here's our before. Here's our after. The only thing we added was these cracks, these glowing cracks. Those could add interest, but those are by no means mandatory. Thank you so much to Blue Rose for submitting this. Let me get this into a before and after, and we'll move on to the next one. Let me grab this. Wonderful. I like to put them side by side so you can kind of see a little bit easier what we did. And I like to put a little middle line to just separate it a bit more. Oops. But yeah, I really like the green. I think the color palette's really fun. There we go. And there's the before and after. You can definitely see there's just a bit more contrast here. We really now can focus on the areas that are more important. Let me open up my most recent one actually. So I can grab that before and after text. Make it a little smaller. Put it closer together. And I'll change its color. Oh, there we go. There we go. Yeah, thank you again to Blue Rose for submitting this. I really enjoyed this character design, and I can't wait to see more. I know that this character was shared with us when Blue Rose rated in one time, so I'm happy to see more of this character. Thank you, Blue Rose. We're going to be moving on to the next one. The next one is by CakeBot VT, and it is a character design. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. There we go. All right. So thankfully, this character design was sent with a transparent background, which means I get to perfectly just put a midtone gray behind it. So this is CakeBot VT. Let me change the text here. Properties. There we go. CakeBot VT. And I'm gonna take a moment before to pause my yapping, and I'm gonna eat some pizza rolls. Is that okay with you guys? Giving cherry limeade? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Strawberry shortcake? Yeah, I love that a lot. And the fact that the name is Cakebot, I think we are already getting dessert. We're already getting sweets and fruit and like cherry or strawberry. I think that's really successful. Also, this striping makes me think of like candy wrappers and ice cream parlors and stuff like that. Mm, they're the perfect temperature to put in your mouth without burning it. Hold on. My wife brought in pizza rolls and she told me that I have to eat them. Good thing I want to. They do have sharp corners though, so I have to make sure that I'm not slicing up my mouth. You guys have how are enchiladas? Is everybody eating lunch? What do you have? Or if you're eating dinner or breakfast, what do you have? I just pizza rolls. Watching a VTuber eat is so silly because no matter if it's you with your mouth closed or not, it just makes it look like your mouth is open. Yeah, guys, take a moment. It's gonna be just a couple minutes. If you want to get something to drink, something to eat before I get into the next thing, take a breather, go to the bathroom, do what you got to do. I'm just sitting here and munching, so let me while I'm not working on something. Ooh, eggs and sausage biscuit. Let's go. That sounds delicious. Make some ramen. Let's go. All right, everybody take a little snacky break. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just show something that I was working on so that we have something to look at. Let me go to my commissions. Art. There we go. Open up this commission from Heavenly. And I'm going to put a little text over it so people that come in. Snack break. Wowie. So it doesn't look like I'm just paused on snack break. Bam. Bright color. Wow. Wow. All right. We're having a little snack break, y'all. Get yourself some ramen. Vibe for a second. It's hard to talk and eat, but thank you guys for letting me take a moment to munch. Also gives my my voice a little bit of a break. I love doing critiques. Honestly, every time you guys astound me with the stuff that you send, I'm just constantly blown away. Mhm, mhm. Pepperoni pizza rolls rock. Mhm. I'm rushing. I'm rushing in. I'm eating as fast as I can. And after Cakebot, let's see. Hi, Kaz. How are you? Whoop. After Cakebot, we have Catgirl Porcelain. We have Fielda. We have Gloopy Cubed, Hexware, Masquerading Multiple, Ratty Cheese, and Viper Onyx. We have 10 entries today. So we've just finished our second one. We'll be moving on to our third. I'm just getting a little snack. I didn't get to eat before stream. My bad. Yeah, snack time. I'm eating my pizza rolls real quick. Then we get back into it. Saltines in a box of milk? Is that what they're calling pizza rolls now? What would be even more unhinged is a box of saltines and a gallon of milk. Mm. Rice sounds good. Ow. Sharp. Okay. Done. Done. Done, done. Okay. Drinking some water. I'm gonna back into it. That water's so good, guys. Water's so fucking good. Okay. So up next is CakeBot VT. Let me get my drawing glove back on. Thanks for logging in. So immediately, this character design is already super cute. Hi. Are you ready? Hi, hi, hi. Let's go. Hi. So this character is already. Oh god. Okay. All right. All right. We're stretching. We're stretching. All right. Thank you. We're stretching. I don't know what I'm gonna have for dinner, guys, but it's gonna be good. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. So this is an entry by CakeBot BT, and already upon first viewing of this character, excuse me, we already have a very friendly character. We're using a super. It's a super common tool for letting a robotic character have a lot of expression is there is a screen face, but honestly, I love a good screen face, so there's nothing bad about it. It allows you to be super expressive and do basically whatever you want because it's a screen. If you wanted to put images there, if you wanted to put different features or expressions. There's a lot you can do because it's a screen. So honestly, it's an awesome tool. We also have a really strong color palette. We have a red green complementary color palette. So and we're sticking really faithfully to it. So yeah, we have a strong. It's giving more of a pink and green. So this is bringing to mind like cherry limeade. It's bringing to mind candy, strawberries, cherries, and stuff that if the name is Cakebot, then we're kind of nailing down that it's like a sweet dessert, kind of fruity feeling. Um, and that's really nice. So everything about that is working for us. We also have this fun element of a transparency effect here. These fingers have you can see the back of the wrist showing through. They have like this projected feel, which is also the same as the face here and this little heart in the middle. So, we have some elements of like a different material, something that's a little bit mythical or mystical, but also like cyber, and I think that's really fun. So I think this is a really fun design. I think it's really cute. I think there's some stuff that we could do to like bring it up and change up the silhouette a little bit. And to give it a little bit more contrast. The one thing with using complementary colors um, is that when they meet in the middle, their values are very similar in some cases. Red and green have the most similar value. Oh my gosh, Photoshop. Red and green have the most similar values, so you have to use something called tints and shades, where either white added to it or black added to it, or basically lighten and darken those colors to give them a little bit more variety. So if I take my midtone gray and set it to color, you can see here that we have a lot of midtone and we have some light, but we don't have any really, really light and we don't have any really, really dark. So we can implement that in small areas to just give us a little bit more variety and focus our attention in certain places. We want the most contrast probably around the face. So either we would want to do something like having, and just as an example, have the face be super dark and the expressions be really light. So have a really deep, dark shade, probably of green here, you know, hit on some of those like reflections, like old TV reflections. There's a bit of a retro 60s vibe to this. a little bit of Jetsons, so you could get a little bit of that reflection here, and then really, really bright have the face on top of it. Really, really bright, have those little eyelashes. We don't want to lose Cakebot's eyelashes. It's a very cute character. We have the little expression. And of course we had like pupils here. Obviously my rendition is a little bit less exciting than the actual one. And then we had like eyebrows. So having that face be super high contrast will guarantee that we're looking at it. We're looking right at the face. Either you do the features really dark and the face really light, so inverting this. So for example, I would just go and let me copy this. I would make my features really dark and the backer really light so that the screen is like illuminated. Take that. Do the opposite, like that. Something on the opposite effect. So I think that having the face glowing could be really fascinating. It's a little bit less expected. I think a lot of the time you'll see people with a darker screen and a lighter face, and that's because that contrast makes your expression really, really easy to read. It's very striking, and it's also a little bit easier to rig. But having an illuminated screen and dark expression could be really fun to play with and experiment and a little bit unexpected. So I think it'd be fun to explore that avenue. And you can immediately tell here with this, okay, there's this character's face. And if I turn that off, their face is some of the least contrast that we have in this entire piece. So I'm gonna work on the face because that's the most important thing. And I really like the idea of taking this green, this somewhat translucent green, and having that be the color for our face, and having our face actually be either like a deep red or white if we can push that light and dark. There's multiple things that you can try. So I recommend giving it a couple different options. So I'm just gonna select the face here. I'm gonna make it look a little bit cleaner. My selection wasn't so good. And I really want to get this, I really want to make this green all over. I think another interesting thing that we could do is play around with the presence of like barring, where it's like almost like a CRT screen or a CT screen. So something like this, like a almost like a TV fuzz situation. Sometimes there's just like a vertical barring that appears, on like a digital something or other. And I'm really gonna just slap a really nice highlight right here. That's gonna immediately add some contrast. I'm gonna add a little bit of yellow to this green, not because I'm trying to um, change the color palette, but I'm just varying up some of that interest just a bit. Get a little bit of a highlight down there. So now we have this really interesting, intense area. I'm gonna grab some of this darker green and I'm really gonna iron in those edges to make it feel like this is a domed screen that's inset because the face is the most important thing. If the face doesn't read, then you're gonna have trouble connecting to people. And even with a character that doesn't have a face, there are still tools that you can use to really hammer home your expressions. So now we have this really dynamic, really interesting situation here. Let me do a little bit of this. And having this depth, the screen doesn't necessarily look illuminated, but we are also trying to capture the feeling of like an old glass television. Oops. So I'm just trying to create some of that depth here of the glass being over a screen, which is really fun. So now look at all that variety we have here. Here's the before and the after. We have a lot of variety of value. We have some shine. We have a little bit more interest around the face, which is where we really want to look. And now to capture Cakebot, let me grab their face. I don't want to miss any of the features here. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to paste it over. And I am going to choose an alternate color, maybe this red we could grab. Hold on. So I have a pink face on a screen, but as you can see, the contrast is a little bit hard to discern. Or I could make it super bright white, which also kind of makes it stand out. Or I could darken it to be like a darker red or something like that. Having dark features on a light background, having light features on a dark background, or just really pushing that contrast. So what I would then do is probably darken my screen a little bit. I tried doing the darker features on the light and I didn't like it as much. So I'm gonna darken. I'm not gonna lose any of my color, but I am gonna darken this up. There we go. And I'm gonna take probably like a limey green highlight. I don't want to lose that. There we go. And then the face will be the lightest thing here on this screen. One thing is that depending on your art style, having it be slightly asymmetrical could definitely be what you're going after. In that case, go ahead. Absolutely. Maybe having line art in this style is super important. So I'm just going to try to add a little bit more detail here. The inside of the mouth here, keeping my outlines white. And then maybe we have our pupil here. Maybe even too, if we wanted to have a little bit of interest, we could incorporate like the highlight into the eye here. And if we're still really wishing that we had more contrast, let me kind of do something like that instead. Obviously, the execution could be a little bit better. So we have our eyelashes. I'm not trying to get rid of the shape of the eye. I'm not trying to get rid of the features. I want to make sure that I'm keeping everything that Cakebot included. So we're not removing their personality in there and their identity here. So yeah, maybe we erase a little bit to have like an inverse eye shine. Maybe too, we just remove the inside here and keep it to be mostly white. And then maybe we have a little bit of this like green here to like bring it back. Something like that. We're just keeping in with like this monocolored screen idea. This isn't the one and only way that you could do this, but our main goal is to establish contrast. And if I don't like how much contrast is present, we might be able to even do something fun like a drop shadow underneath. So let me do a drop shadow that kind of makes it feel. Hold on, ignore the crazy color here. I'm gonna take this green here, and I am going to offset it by a little bit. And now I have like a drop shadow underneath that further pushes the features here, so we can see them a little bit better. Let me erase a little bit of this out. There we go. So we're really just trying to establish contrast to make it more visible. That's really fun. So now we have this really really impactful face. Here's our before and our after. This face is really really visible, really really clear. Obviously there's other stuff that we could do, but this is just an idea. This is just one way out of infinite ways. And the green to me really reads as a screen. Like the green old screens definitely have that feeling, that greenish color, but we're missing a little bit more of that pink. So if you wanted something to be kind of playful, you could do something like a pink blush on this character. Or we could introduce that pink back into some place like this. So the screen is being framed almost entirely with pink, which further makes it feel more impactful. So here is our, let me do our before and our after. See how much more of a draw we have to that face now? Before, after. Hi, Golden. Before, after. I don't wanna get rid of the, personality of this character, and I definitely don't wanna get rid of some of the original intention. So here we are really able to see these features, but of course, my main goal was that see how little contrast have here, and now look at our contrast. Of course, your rendering style, will change, so if you don't want a lot of super rendering on things, there are more simple, like, cell shaded style ways to make that happen. As for the silhouette, I really like that the this character feels very dainty and very friendly. There are a lot of sharp angles here, but our character does not feel like a sharp or aggressive person. They feel very familiar and very friendly. And I think it's because the color scheme is reading very friendly, their expression's really friendly. They're very much a cute, like, anime girl vibe. One of the things I think we could do, we have a very straight up and down, and we don't really see any recurrence of your fun, like almost like oval shape here. Everything else is very angular. And so I would like to like diversify a little bit of our shape language and really hammer home that this is a friendly person. So some of the proportion changes. One thing that I've been really dying to do, and I see that this is mostly symmetrical, but one thing I've been dying to do is bring this skirt out more, pull it away from the body, have a really fluffy, cupcakey kind of friendly little skirt. And I'm gonna just grab this outline here. Yeah, I'm still using the same. So I'm gonna just grab this outline, reestablish some of it. It's not gonna be great. The size of this image is a little small, so it's not gonna look great, but so bringing out this skirt just immediately makes our silhouette read a little bit more playful. If you're interested in looking at your silhouette, I recommend taking your character and completely blackening them out. We can see both of the arms, we can see the shape of a body, we can see the legs, and we can see your head, and we can also see these antennae. So we have a really interesting silhouette that has a lot of undulation. But if I go here to our updated one, and do the same thing, now we have a little bit more of an interest down here. I'm actually going to let me draw on top of this and show you some of my ideas before I start doing them on the character. So since we have this really big head, part of me thinks that this neck is feeling a bit weak here. So let me grab this and just merge it together. So one of the things that I would probably try to do while just looking at the silhouette is bring the head down a little bit more anchored here. So the proportion, excuse me, the proportion feels a little bit better. I probably would also consider bulking up these features, the hands, making them kind of round to match the bubbly shape of the fingers and the head. Really bulk those up. And for the legs, the thigh, we're losing some anatomy here. Obviously, this is a robot character that feels very stylized, so I don't want to nickel and dime the anatomy too much, but our knees are very low, and it looks like our hips, because of where they are placed, it looks like our hips are actually coming out from underneath the skirt. So one thing that we're going to want to do is we're going to make sure that the skirt is the widest part of the hip, not the widest part of the hip coming out underneath the skirt. Gonna just move our arms out of the way so we can accommodate that skirt a little bit more. And it's a super easy fix. We're gonna lift the knee. The knees are a bit too low. And we're going to make the largest part of our waist, or the largest part of our hips, the skirt. Here's the before and the after. It just makes the whole lower body feel uh, a little bit more proportionate. Here we're going to add a little bit more presence to the thighs, and we're going to really, really round out the calf and foot. Give a little bit more weight to the bottom of this character, and might even bubble out this skirt a little bit more. We have the chest here, we have the waist, which I'll probably taper in a little bit more gradually rather than having it, um, you know, so immediate after the bust line. And then we have these fun little shoulder bits that I think are really cute. So I wouldn't want to do that. Yeah, yeah. So Mega Man and my life as a teenage robot, they have very friendly designs, very bulky designs. And that offers a little bit of weight. It also, using round shapes. Round shapes are usually associated with friendly folks. So here is the let me just have this be normal. There we go. Here is our but here is our before and our after. Before, after. So we're trying to keep the vibe of this character. We're trying to keep the integrity of this character. I don't want to change Cakebot's vibe. I don't want to change the energy that they're bringing. I want to make sure that we are actually just enhancing it and making this character feel really cute, really bubbly. And by adding some of this roundness, we're also capping all of the extremities with round shapes. The head is round, our wrist area is round, our legs are round, and so the whole outer perimeter of this character is now rounded, and it feels a little bit nicer. And I'm even gonna round some of this off a little bit, make it kind of bubbly, and just give this because I think hold on, sorry, Photoshop's being a pain in the ass. My God. I think the sharp pointiness not only reads as robot, but is also taking into account the like retro 60s, 70s futurism, the mid-century like atomic robot feel, which is awesome. But all those pointy edges take away from how sweet and soft this character is. Their name is Cakebot, so making them round and bubbly feels like it's a little bit closer to the vibe that we're going for. Accidentally put my rice in the microwave for too long, made it a brick. I'm sorry for your rice brick. Oh my goodness. So yeah, before, after. Now also that we brought the head down, there's a little bit more balance to this character before, after. So with this new silhouette in mind, I am going to now reflect that on the character art. So I'm going to merge this together. I'm going to knock it down to about here. You can see here that it's generally very similar, but there's just a bit of difference now. So what I'm going to do is I am going to oh my goodness, there we go. I'm going to start making these changes. So we can see here that this looks to be like a collar, but what this collar is doing is it's actually like cutting the shoulder and the neck at a really odd angle and lengthening the neck. So I'm going to take the head here. I'm going to separate that out. And I am going to broaden this little collar a bit to make the taper uh, a little bit more subtle, a little bit more pleasant. Oops. We're going to just go like this. Maybe broaden it out here. And we might be able to bring the collar. Oh my goodness. My program's fighting me. Bring the collar down here. Make it feel a little bit more like a dress shirt collar, like a cute little Lolita style collar. Not trying to reinvent the wheel. I really want to make sure that I am maintaining Cakebot. So we have this little collar shape here. We might even be able to introduce a little bit more curve to this shape as well, instead of making it um, super sharp. We could probably put a little bit of curve in there. And then we can take this dark red and we can now give a little bit more shape to the shoulder area and take the head and move it down back to where our new silhouette is. The character has a choker, and that choker is now interacting with the collar. It looks actually, I don't know if this heart is baked into the chest or if it's part of the collar. I'm just going to assume that it's meant to be on the chest. So I'm going to treat this differently here, making sure, oops, I'm going to grab this, separate it under the head, move it up. There we go. Take a little bit of that dark pink that we had here, the shadow underneath, and pop that like that. Okay, here's that collar. Let me clean that up a little bit. Ah, there we go. So now we have a little bit of that collar. We still have their choker. We haven't gotten rid of that. And now our head feels a little bit more balanced on our shoulders. There's more of like a gradual taper than the original that had a bit of like a thin to thick situation going on. I'm going to make these big bubbles match. Gonna just bring it out a bit more. Really dramatic. Also gets rid of this little pink piece of shoulder that made it a little bit harder to read. Let me grab the outline color, and now we have our shoulder underneath that we can still see. Wonderful. Now we have that really cute bubbly cuff. This it's almost like a princess style sleeve, which is really fascinating. I'll move our arms out a little bit, like in our updated silhouette. If you're having trouble with silhouette, I recommend just starting with black on white or black on gray and starting simple and then going to details. Because if you try to go too complicated too quickly, it can be overwhelming. So now I'm just going to start bulking out the features of CakeBot. And while we're in the ads, guys, I'm just gonna be making I'm gonna make CakeBot match our new silhouette that we made for them. So you won't really be missing too much. I'm just gonna be almost one for one copying. I'm gonna start integrating some like heart shapes, some roundness into the joints so that there's a little bit less pointiness and a little bit more roundness, just to make this character feel a little bit more cakey and soft rather than sharp and pointy. There we go. And I'm going to leave the fingers where they are. I'm not going to change them too much. So there's that. Let me copy this arm. Copy, paste, reflect. There we go. Going to rotate it out a little bit. There we go. And underneath, I'm just going to get rid of what I had from before. There we go. And I want to make sure that I'm maintaining some line art. Obviously, my line art's going to be a little bit more clunky. That's okay. We have this soft, almost heart shape happening here at the joint. Which, again, these are all just subtle changes. I really am not interested in getting rid of the original intention behind CakeBot. I want this to feel like CakeBot. I want this to look like CakeBot. And I want to play off of the choices that this artist made for their character. I don't want to reinvent the wheel, so to speak. So yes, let's get the skirt really puffy and fluffy out there, really bringing in that cupcake feel. And I'm going to adjust the waistline as well because I messed it up a little bit. We have a little bit of this here. It's almost too giving like schoolgirl's skirt as well. Let's do that. I kind of want that heart shape in the chest replicated in other places. It'd be really nice to have a bit more of that because it's very cute. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to bring this waistband up just to adjust how I drew the extra skirt. It doesn't have to be perfect. This is just for demonstrational purposes, so I'm not going to be too worried about it. Hi, how are you? Welcome in. All right. Just trying to make sure that I'm getting the vibe. There we go. It's not perfect. It's going to be a little messy, but that's just kind of how it is. Go back to the black. A little bit more presence of that green as well. Also to bring the knee up. I like the details here, so I don't want to get rid of our details. I just want to make sure that we are making a stronger silhouette here. So let me lift this up, and then I will make sure that I don't lose the detail on these boots as well. I think having this boot area, maybe we could repeat some of that motif here on the arms. It said carbs that should be the foundation of a healthy meal, but I don't think that's what they meant. Being bricks. Oh, you're silly. Okay, so I am going to just make this big boot shape, this big boot shape, and I'm going to make it look more like one is tucked behind the other. Just have to give it a second. Hold on. There we go. Using the add to do the tedious bit. Okay. So we're going to have this leg in front. I'm going to carve out. I see that this character also has a little bit of thigh squish, which would have to be molded into the robot, and I think that's so funny. I think that's really funny. Okay. And I'm going to continue the same motif that I did on the arms here on the legs. A heart-shaped top, just to kind of give it a little bit more of a, that heart shape that you had mentioned. A little bit more of that just in other places. And to give the seams a little bit more consistency. Another thing here, let me turn the original on. So we have these sharp pointed green motifs. I'm going to start integrating those. I'm going to use the same green that we've been using, this darker green. I'm going to keep using that. So having that be on the base of the boot where large transitions are happening, or where something is being capped, so like the neck to the torso, the waist to the hips, we can add a little bit of this to the base of the shoe, just to give it a little bit more, and then we might be able to incorporate that here on these stockings where like the thigh is meeting the leg. I like the idea of this striping, so maybe the striping is actually this dark color, makes it feel a little bit more high contrast, gives us some interest. So maybe we can incorporate like maybe like a little bit of a Mary Jane. It's just like painted on, but it's a Mary Jane shoe, which I think is really cute. I also think that we could darken these greens. So we have this deep green here. Let me just make it not look like garbage. Darken, 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 and take the green that we had before and use it as a highlight instead. So we have a little bit of variety. We have a little bit of materiality too. One thing too, because this is a robot character, making sure that there are areas that are shiny. They don't all have to be shiny, but having some areas that have a little bit of a shine, even if it's just like a cell shaded shine, will make this character feel a bit more like they're made out of metal or plastic or something like that. Let me grab my line art again. Kind of makes these feel like they're a little shoe. Really simple design, really simple. I'm not trying to take it to any crazy spot. A little bit of shoe shine right here as well. And it plays with this little, like almost like a schoolgirl, magical girl vibe. Having those little Mary Jane shoes just kind of hammers home that same feeling with, but also makes it look like a robot still. Dark, vibrant kind of gives watermelon. Yeah, I mean, red and green is such a common combination for colors. It's either strawberry, watermelon, cherry, cherry lime. Like, it really is up for your interpretation unless CakeBot has a specific combination that they prefer. Um, oh, yeah. I'm going to do a slight adjustment to the transition between bust and waist. really small. That's similar to what we did to the neck, making sure that it doesn't happen too quickly, that transition between a thick part and a thin part. And so now we have this cute little friend. We have almost like a doll Lolita kind of vibe, which is really fun. We're still maintaining these really interesting elements, like the like a stocking almost. And we have brought out this skirt to be a little bit wider. Really quickly, I'm just gonna take more of these colors here, and I'm just gonna continue making this look shiny. I'm gonna follow that motif, really showing that this character is metallic in some way, shape, or form. And I don't want to compromise as well the flat style as well. So I'm just keeping it cell shaded, choosing some fun colors. They don't have to have crazy contrast, but have some contrast. We do something like that. Same with the legs here. Have a shiny bit. Really just tell us, hey, this is a robot. This is made of metal, or this is made out of some sort of shiny material. Same here. I do love that the top of the TV screen here is almost giving like a maid bonnet. So you have like a bit of like a maid cafe thing happening too. And here, the last thing is that this heart is definitely translating to be one of something made out of that same like translucent material. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to give it some more contrast so that we don't lose it. The pink and the green are very similar. So I want to make sure that it really stands out. So I'm adding white to the center to really pull your eye. And I'm adding a little bit of like a darker color to the outside as like an outline to make sure that it doesn't get lost. And maybe it's, maybe it's recessed or maybe it's like floating off of the character. It's hard to tell. We don't know. Without Cakebot here to tell us, we're not sure. But that's okay. We could also take that and make it like a belt buckle shape as well. Obviously, this one's more important than the belt buckle, so I don't want to, you know, I don't want to. If the heart being there is really super special, then we could make this look like something else, right? We could like change its color. But having that heart recur there also gives us another little element of detail. We could do the same thing in other places. If we want to make it like a motif, we could just do a little heart here, here. Let me take like a white, make it look like there's more lights on this character, something like that. This is us just playing around with the foundation that Cakebot set. But again, I don't want to change too much about the character. And my main focus was to balance the silhouette, and that's the goal, is to mostly focus on the silhouette. So we're just playing around at this point. Um, we can also, if you wanted to add a little bit of variation, we could go in here to these like screen parts, and wherever it overlaps with something, it's just a little bit darker to really help push that, oh, this is, you're seeing something through this. Maybe that's too dark. So let me, let me just ease that up a little bit. Something like that. You can see that here. Let's take that same slightly darker color, put it in the base of the fingers. Really just shows us that we're seeing something through them. We're looking through to the other side. There we go. I'm a big fan of the heart and the chest character design. I have one in my avatar as well. Yeah, it's a really fun design. Hearts on the joints kind of look like heart-shaped screws. Yeah, that's really fun. Yeah, so you can be really creative with something like this. If you wanted more green down here, you definitely could. I'm just trying to keep the same motif. So having the arms, having had these big bulbous red areas, these pinky reds, I treated the shin the same way. Really just offering a repetition of our design ideas. One thing that I like this striping. I might want to include that someplace else. So if we have pink and green stripes, oops, I might want to incorporate that someplace else so that I'm just repeating my ideas. So maybe we have, oops, something here, like a little bit of like a little bit of striping right here. Oops. Just trying to make this not look like garbage. There we go. So yeah, maybe we have striping there. Also too, maybe we get rid of the line art between the stripes. Again, that could just kind of make it read a bit softer rather than being so harsh of a line. Also lets the stripes kind of do their own thing here. There we go. Just trying to get rid of those stripes a little bit. Or the lines between the stripes. There we go. Let me just there we go. So yeah, having that same striping appear in a similar place also helps. Um, so yeah, I think this is a really, really cute character. I think there's a lot to love. There's a lot to be inspired by in this design as well. I mean, we're all like, oh wow, I'm thinking of like fruit. I'm thinking of desserts. We love My Life as a Teenage Robot and Astro Boy and Mega Man and like all this stuff. So here is let me grab this. Oops. New layer. Here is our before for our character and our after. Before, after. The face being green stands out from the rest of the body being pink. Now your eye really goes to that face. And because your character is very much the face, we don't want the face to feel like a second thought. We want that face to stand out. She looks like a mascot for a delicious watermelon bubble gum. Oh, I like that. Here's before, after. Before, after. 100% would buy that gum. Such a tract is different, but it still looks like, yeah, that's my main goal is to, you know what, too? One thing I didn't do, I didn't put shine on the chest. And as a cutesy anime girl character or a very feminine character, I'm going to put a little bit of a shine. Just, just a little bit of a shine. I think that'd be fun. Wonderful. Astro gum from an astro gun. So yeah, I think this is a really sweet character. Even the original, we all were very entranced by the original design. This design spoke to people whether or not my changes were present, and that's what's important. People found stuff to love about this design. It's a really sweet design. I don't think anyone questions that this is a friendly character, this is a cute character. And now we've just thrown it in their face that this is a friendly character, this is a cute character. And it's now easier to see the face is really important. Boom, boom. That green face is the most concentration of green we have in the entire body, the entire design. That green is most concentrated here. We have a good contrast between the features that are on the green, and it's being completely framed with pink. So we're really just drawing attention right there, right there. Bam. Before, after, before, after. And we've also just given a little bit more balance to the anatomy of this character. And I'm going to show you guys the before and after next to each other. Huge thank you to CakeBot for submitting their design. I had a really good time working with this one. Let me move this one over. Whoops, whoops, whoops. No. There we go. So now you can see a bit of what we did to this character. Let me open the recent one. I'm going to grab that before and after text. Again, got to make it a little smaller so that we can show. All right. Yeah, this is a really cute design. I love the vibe of having a cherry limeade or strawberry like fruity robot, cake bot. And I love that. I love that. I think this is really sweet. If you wanted to add like lace and ruffles, you could also do that. But, or you could make the skirt plasticky and industrial feeling. Where's the link to submit something for the next art critique? It's always just critique. Exclamation point critique always brings up that form. And that's where you'll find it. I also have a link in the Discord on the event itself. There will usually be a link in the description. Let me double check that. No, there's not a link in this one. There's not a link in this description, but if you're ever wanting it, it's always just exclamation point critique. A semi-transparent kind of chewy red plastic for the skirt would go hard. Yeah, it would. Yeah. So having these like transparent bubble sleeves and like the transparent fingers also helps. Hi, how are you? Welcome in. So yeah, thank you again to CakeBot for submitting their design. I think this is super, super cute and super, super sweet. And again, for anybody that's new, my critiques are meant to encourage you and appreciate what you're currently doing, and just add on to it with my own experience and interpretation. Everybody's is going to be different. So whether you incorporate any of this or none of it, that's absolutely okay. Because at the end of the day, this is just us sharing our art and talking about art, and that's the most important thing. So yeah, I had a blast with this. I think both designs are super cute, and I think this is a really fun character concept. The next one we're going to be moving on to is another character design. It actually, they mentioned that they wanted critique on illustration. So instead of character design, they only submitted a character. This is from Cat Girl Porcelain. So the request was for illustration. They submitted a character. So I am going to show you guys how to incorporate a character into an illustration. Let me first off get a neutral background so that we can see what we're working with. So this was all that was submitted. So now our challenge is to make this character fit in a universe. This is from Cat Girl Porcelain. And the first thing that we have here is we have the age old problem. This is something that has happened to me. It's probably happened to you. A character floating in space. And how can we make our character feel a bit more anchored in a place, in a time, and how can I do that with my current skill set? Here we have a drawing here that has limited colors. There isn't any rendering. We're really just trying to get the idea of this character's proportions and some of their features. We have some cat girl features. I really like the little teacup headband here. I think that's really sweet. The little bear on the apron is also really cute. We have like an almost an Alice in Wonderland vibe. Um, Giving small town, yeah. Yeah, so we have a really like, I mean, Cat Girl Porcelain makes me think it's a porcelain doll, that's come to life. We don't have any more context other than that. So, one of the things that we might be able to do is think about where this character might be living. And that's when we can put them into an environment and make them feel, like they are, part of a larger space. The first thing I'm gonna do to help us with this is I'm gonna make my composition a landscape instead of portrait. Also, what's what's a bit unexpected is that the canvas size is 2250 by 300 or 3000 pixels. This is a 31 and a quarter by 41 and a half inch canvas with this image just in the middle of it. It's a little unexpected. That's a very large canvas to have just this little character in the middle. That's a very large canvas. So we're gonna just make her a little bit smaller, and I'm just gonna crop in. I'm gonna crop in a bit. So I'm gonna make this a more of a horizontal. I like look. I went to go to change the canvas size, and it's like this is a big ass canvas. I was like, oh, that's crazy. Okay, so I've made this horizontal now because I want this character to be in a room. I'm gonna try to focus on incorporating this character into an environment. So this character being named Cat Girl Porcelain, I'm going to assume that this is a porcelain doll. So where do dolls usually go? They go in doll houses. But you might be saying to yourself, okay, I'm not super confident in making an environment. I'm learning, I'm growing. I can kind of see myself here. We have like the teacup, you could do a tea party, but I'm not really comfortable or confident in doing something like a room or furniture. That might be pretty difficult for me. So, taking in mind where this person might be in their art journey, I'm going to put this doll on a shelf. And that's going to make it a lot easier for us to put this character in a scene, in a place, in a vibe. Um, but without making it super difficult to do. So the first thing that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna lock this character, and I'm gonna just show you in black and white first. Really, really basic. I'm not gonna do anything super crazy because my goal is to make things feel approachable. So I'm gonna take a rectangle, and that's the front lip of my shelf. And I wanna kinda put it into a slight angle. There. Now my shelf is at an angle. If environments are really, really scary for you, don't worry. It's scary for everybody. Environments are tough. And if you break it down, that's the front of my shelf. Now my shelf is a little bit more interesting. Bam, done. You got yourself a more interesting shelf. I'm going to take the polygon lasso tool, and I'm going to go from the edge of my shelf, kind of like back in space. I'm not focused on making crazy perspective. I don't care to make it anything wild. I'm going to just go here, and I'm going to paint bucket with a slightly darker shade. Front of the shelf, top of the shelf. Yeah. So we're putting a little bit of interest, but I'm not going for anything crazy. I'm trying to make this approachable. We're really zoomed in on this shelf, and to get rid of some of the tension. Oh my god, Photoshop, please. To get rid of some of this tension where the shelf looks like it's ending here, I'm going to push it a little bit further. I'm going to grab the distort tool, and I'm just going to start adding some faux perspective to our shelf. I'm just kind of making a little bit of diagonal. I'm keeping it in the lower half, and really we have some detail here on the lower third. There we go. This is super simple. This is just three shapes, three colors basically, and I've made an environment already. So let me reflect this because I think that we might have a little bit more success having our character face this direction. So yeah, we've taken something that was a blank canvas and we've made a shelf with some very simple shapes. We don't have to do too much to make this read like a full environment. One thing that's also going to help us make this feel like a big environment is adding a little bit of depth through a gradient. So what I'm going to do is I am going to imply that there's some light coming from a window or something, and I'm going to just grab a soft brush and I'm going to lighten. I'm going to take this side and I'm going to lighten it back here. We're gonna have a little bit more light under the shelf because maybe our light is coming from below and we have some shadow on the top of the shelf. Can we put a corner? The corner's off screen. We're really, really zoomed into this shelf. I'm not trying to make it super complicated. I'm really just trying to make the basics because our character is starting like this. So I know that we're starting from a place where we're figuring out how to do composition. We're figuring out how to, we're learning digital art. We can even see here that you can see that some of my color is showing up behind this character, which shows that this blue here is actually semi-transparent. So we're definitely just trying to start from a basic place and make it a little bit more complex as we go on. But this person specifically requested illustration advice rather than character design, so I'm just making a basic setup here. So yeah, it looks like a shelf. We have a little bit of gradient showing us lighting. I might even take a little bit more and darken this corner up here to make it feel like the light is coming from underneath and that we have some shadow up here, making it a little bit more dynamic without having to do too much. I'm going to do the same thing to this. I'm just going to clip into this shape and I'm just going to add a little bit of depth. Done. We have a shelf. We didn't have to do too much. This is what we have here. And now that we have our basis, our base that we can work off of, that's where I'm going to add a little bit of design. I'm just going to I'm going to make some stripes on this. Let's say it's a wallpaper. I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing. I'm just adding detail a little bit at a time, but I'm using basic concepts. A stripe on the wallpaper, maybe. Something that's not too light. No. Stripes on the wallpaper. making them look a little bit larger and a little bit further spaced apart since it's approaching us, this stripe. Makes sense that there's nothing else on the shelf because the character is part cat, and the cat part would have knocked everything off the shelf. We're gonna get there. We are gonna put stuff on this shelf, but right now we just need to focus at one thing at a time. One of the most difficult things about making environments, making things for your character to live in, is that you get very overwhelmed with it having them be like they feel like they're in a space. It can be super overwhelming for someone to start an environment. So by keeping it really simple, we're just using gray, white. That's it. We're making a space. I know what the front of the shelf is a rectangle. Awesome. I just made a little skinny rectangle. I want to make it look like it goes back in space. I skew it up the side a little bit. I make some sort of top for it, and now it looks three-dimensional. Now it feels like there's depth. Adding a simple gradient from one side to the next. Oh, now I have lighting. Some of these things really are super simple techniques that can take you really far. And if you break it down one chunk at a time, one concept at a time, what's my character doing? They're on a shelf. Okay, cool. I have my shelf. How do I make my shelf interesting? Give it a little bit of depth. Okay, well the shelf is on a wall. Here's my wall. All right, well my wall's a little bland. Here are some stripes. I'd have stripes because maybe this is a little kid's bedroom. Okay, do I want to add anything else to these stripes? Maybe there is like a subtle secondary stripe that we have here. Did I lose the color that I was using? Did I? I think I did. Yeah, so maybe you have a little secondary stripe or something to add a little bit of interest. Something like that. And now we have the impression that this is a wallpaper. And that's really, I mean, that's all we really needed to do to make this feel like an environment was to hold on, I'm trying to. Oops. No, 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 no. There we go. Oh, shoot. I lost my color that I was using. There we go. Anyway, so now this feels like a wallpaper. This feels like a shelf. We're not trying to do anything crazy. I would say I might take a nap, but knowing me, a nap would last for the rest of the stream. Yeah, I'm trying to be speedy and concise with the feedback without compromising any of it. I'm gonna actually go back to distort. I'm gonna bring this a little bit down here. All right, so we have a shelf. We have some basic lighting. I might even move this shelf further down just a little bit. And now we're like, okay, so our shelf is a shelf and it's on a wall. So our wall is a wall. And now what is our character going to be sitting next to on this shelf? Okay, somebody mentioned a tea party. So what if I have everything that I would be doing with this tea party? Maybe I store that on the shelf. So now I'm going to start adding these big shapes here. I'm just using a darker gray because now I need some contrast. What's a teacup look, or like what does a teapot look like? It has an interesting shape. I'm just making a teapot shape. It doesn't have to be anything extraordinary, doesn't have to be super complicated. I am just making a basic teapot here, trying not to do too much to it. Our wall is a wall. Truly best wording. But you know what I mean. Okay, so then maybe we have a teacup as well. We're gonna put that slightly behind. I'm trying to keep it kind of interesting. So I'm gonna make it a little bit lighter and I'm gonna put a little teacup behind. So now we have a teacup for our tea set. We have the kettle. We have a little bit of depth. We're kind of blocking in and adding interest. Okay, so now we have our character. How big do we want her to be on the shelf? Do we want her to be the size of a Barbie doll? Do we want her to be the size of a Polly Pocket? That's really for you to decide. So I'm going to scale our character up just a bit because I don't want her to get lost in this background here. So now we have incorporated our character into this background quite simply because we have taken note of what this character is, what we can assume is a porcelain doll. And we've put her in an environment that you would find a porcelain doll at a scale that feels like a doll scale. So I'm gonna copy this. Actually, some of the character is transparent. So all right, I'm gonna grab the legs here so I don't lose them. I want those to stay because they're gonna get a little cut off by our posing, and I want to keep those. Feels like grandma's house, where a doll is a prized collector item along with the tea set. Yeah, so you can really create a lot with your imagination as well. I'm gonna make sure that I have a duplicate of the original as well. I don't wanna break that too much. And now I'm gonna start posing this character like they're supposed to be on the shelf. Trust me, hold on. Trust the process. Oops, hold on. I was using a different lasso tool. So now I'm gonna take what was a pretty standard pose and I'm gonna start segmenting it. I know this looks crazy. Just give me a second. Her torso, she's gonna be kind of leaned against this. Maybe she's on the back of the shelf. She's pretty large. We want her to stay large. So maybe she's leaned up back here. And then we have her legs that I'm gonna separate from the skirt because we only have this flat image to work with. So I have her skirt, and I'm just gonna take the warp tool and I'm gonna start making it feel as though she's sitting on this shelf. I'm just gonna play around with the warp. And if you need to do something like this to help you pose a character to draw over, consider this as part of your sketch. You're like, okay, I have a fully standing straight view of my character. I'm gonna cut them up and I'm gonna pose those pieces. It's a lot easier for me to morph this stuff around and conceptualize if I have something to work off of. If that works for you, do that. You're good at this? Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. So now that we have a skirt, it feels more like our character sitting. We're going to take her legs and we're going to make sure that they're under our skirt layer. I'm going to make the legs a little bit smaller so they feel a little bit more proportionate to this character. And I am going to just pose them as if the legs are kind of coming toward us. And that's a little bit difficult to do, but skewing it, you're just making it exist. You're just getting your ideas onto paper, into some sort of space. You're just trying to make it look like this exists first, and then you can make it good. So I'm gonna just make sure that I have a bit more of the leg back here. And I'm gonna add a little bit more interest to our character by taking the arms and bending them as if the hand is resting on the shelf. The hand is giving us a little bit of resistance so that that arm that's pretty relaxed is just going to be ever so slightly bent. I'm not worried about proportion. I'm just trying to get my character to sit on this shelf. I'm taking it one step at a time. And I have what sort of is starting to look like some perspective on these legs. I'm really not trying to go too fast too soon. Hi, welcome in. There we go. Welcome in. All right, I'm going to take the tail real quick and I'm going to put that further behind her so it does feel like I've got a tail up on the shelf as well. Back behind. There we go. Now I'll merge her together. And now our character is sitting on the shelf. From the original, what we were given, to here. And we just used basically a doll to pose our character on this shelf. And now that our character is in an environment, we have a bit more story that we're telling too. So another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to try to make it feel even more like our character is in this scene by, okay, if she's sitting, where's the underside of her skirt? Here's the underside of her skirt. It doesn't have to be perfect. You're asking yourself questions. Art is all about asking yourself questions while you're working. What is my character? Where do they live? Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Who's my character? Where do they live? Where what kind of environment could I put them in? Do I want them to be out on the street? Maybe they're walking, maybe they're going to a store, maybe they're, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Uh we're just asking ourselves that question. Okay, now that they are there, how do we make that environment? Okay, they're on a shelf. The shelf's the first thing that I know that I want. Made my shelf. Where does a shelf go? On a wall. Made my wall. I added a little bit of pizzazz, but I'm really not spending too much time trying to make it super awesome. Okay, now we have these teacups on the shelf, or these tea assets. A big old teapot. Maybe I can make my teapot and my teacup a little larger to further add scale to this character. And maybe I would want something that adds a little bit more interest too. Where is she in comparison to these items? I want to make sure that she's got breathing room, but maybe there's a little something else that takes up this space. Maybe there's what else do you have with tea parties? Maybe there's, I don't know, another toy on the shelf. I'm gonna take this like a medium gray, and let's just say I could do another teacup here. Another teacup. We really want to make it feel like this shelf is being used for more stuff, and we're also making our character feel more integrated into it by having some things in front of her, some things behind. Yeah, maybe this teacup's a little bit bigger. I make this teacup a little bit bigger to match. It's a little bit further back, so I'm not trying to. So yeah, now we have a little bit of something in front of her. Like, okay, maybe that's obscuring a bit too much of our character, so we can flip that the other direction. Also, if you're a little bit iffy with hands, this is an opportunity for you to cover up some of your hand. So now this character feels like she's amongst items on a shelf. Really simple. We're not trying to, not trying to reinvent the wheel. We're really just trying to take it one day at a time. And since we kind of insinuated that we had some lighting coming from down here, I'm just going to go to my items and I'm going to treat them with a very similar, super, super simple gradient. Make it feel like some lights coming from down there. Something like that. Might be a little too intense because we want to make sure that we're not getting rid of our contrast. So maybe something like that. We can add a little bit of detail that way. Same thing with this cup here. This cup might be a little bit in shadow. So let me darken it so we can see the bottom of our teapot here. We're not trying to go for anything too crazy. We're just trying to play with ideas. And if it doesn't work, we just want to make sure that it reads like how we want it to read. Maybe we need a brighter highlight like that. Show that it's kind of, there's light coming from underneath. Do the same thing over here. Some light coming from under. Make a brighter like this, maybe. Just playing around. Making some dark at the top. Again, makes it feel a bit more like we're like there's some light coming up from the bottom. It doesn't have to be perfect. I've been lurking a lot. It's really nice to hear your beginner-friendly feedback, acknowledging common issues and obstacles and fears, making things achievable through simple steps and blocking out. Always great advice and results. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I think one of the hardest things to do as somebody that has been drawing for a really long time is bringing it back to the early problems. I think a lot of times it's really easy to be overwhelmed by having every answer ever at your fingertips. If you Google, how do I make a background? You're going to get a step by step of this really complex background. It's not going to be as tailored to you as it could be. And so doing critiques like this and putting yourself out there in front of people and having someone guide you through your skill level and see where you're coming from is one of the best things that you can do. So I recommend putting your stuff in front of people and asking them questions. So now we have our character in an environment, we have some interest, we have some scale, right? We know in our mind what a teacup scale is. A teacup small. A teacup is something I hold in my hand. So the fact that teacup shape That's very clearly a teacup. That's a teapot. Oh, this character must be really small if I have a teacup next to her. Teacup for scale, banana for scale. VTuber's voice has a sub-Saharan texture. Mine. What's that? What's that mean? Sub-Saharan. Like I'm from the desert? I could not be further from the desert, I'm so sorry to say. But thank you. It sounds like a compliment. Thank you. Okay. So now that we have this character here, I want a little bit more contrast behind this character. Oh, hi Grizz. Oh my gosh.
Hiya, Mandy. Just dropping in to say hi.
Will be lurking while I get some work done. Oh, thank you so much, Grizz. Thank you for 28 months. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. All right, now that we have our character posed, we have some props. I'm gonna go back into my environment and see where I want to push my values. So I'm gonna go into my wall and I'm gonna add some darkness because that's gonna really push our, not that dark. We want some darkness because that'll really push that lighting that we have going on and bring our character more forward. And now we have a little bit more dramatic lighting here. I'm gonna set this to multiply and I'm gonna set it to like, there we go. My items here, I'm gonna fix some of that underlighting that I biffed up a little bit. Just making sure that we can see it. We can see what's happening. There we go. Really nothing crazy. Watching this is really nice. I've been drawing for a long time. It's pleasant to see that you have really good understanding of what's actually helpful for people just starting. I really appreciate that. That means a lot to me. The biggest goal, for those of you that haven't been here, my biggest goal for these critiques is to make people feel encouraged. My saying is that if you leave these critiques feeling worse than when you came in, if you leave feeling discouraged, that is the fault of the person critiquing you, not your fault. That is a lack of ability for someone to meet you where you're coming from and to tell you that what you're doing is worthwhile. The art that you're making right now, no matter what it is, here's what we got delivered. Here's what we had. This art is good art. This person conveyed to us a sweet character, a kitty cat character that looks like they would fit right at home in a dollhouse or at a tea party. And that's what they were conveying to us, and that's what we received. That is a good piece of art. We received what they wanted us to even abstract art. Abstract art is delivering a message just like anything else. And everybody else has their own interpretation of what they receive from it. They are delivering to you an emotion, a feeling, and this character is delivering to us a doll character. So I am very happy to showcase that no matter what level you are in your art journey, whether you're starting from the ground up or you've been drawing for years, being able to pick out what you're doing and offer extra context, other ideas that I have as one person in a world of billions, please seek other people out to look at your work. I'm not the end all be all for the best art ever. Does my art have stuff people could absolutely critique on it? Sure, absolutely. It is truly a skill to learn to give critique and learn to take critique. Um, and this is helpful for me too. I learn from doing things like this with you guys. So I really appreciate you guys sending in your work for critique. Um, it is super important to me that you guys feel encouraged. Cuz no one, no matter if they're fucking Banksy or a millionaire artist selling out galleries and going to parties and whatever, not a single person should tell you that your art isn't worth anything, okay? No one has the right to tell you that your art isn't good. It's subjective. No one has the right to make you feel like you shouldn't be making art. All right. You are just as deserving as literally anyone else, and the art that you're making is important. Even if you drew something quick on a piece of paper or you spent 15 hours on a piece. What you're making is important because you made it, because it's yours. And that's just genuinely how I feel. You're so wholesome. I love that someone shares the same messages. We need more positivity. I really appreciate that. I honestly, there's just I don't know. I've heard so many stories of people that they put their heart and soul into a piece of art, and they spent a lot of time on it. They were working really hard, and then they post it. They take the leap. They're like, "I'm gonna show this to somebody. I want to share this." And then nothing is worse than getting someone commenting on your shit and saying something that's not meant to be helpful. It's not meant to encourage you. It's not meant to uplift you. It's meant to be critical in a way that's not helpful. And so by doing stuff like this, one critique at a time, hopefully someone out there can say, you know what? The stuff that I'm making is really good. And I'm really excited for when I develop my skills and it's just going to be even better. Um, I think if you look at something like this and you're like, that's not very good. It's like, then you're missing the point. I mean, somebody drew a really cute character, and I think this character's fucking dope. So I'm gonna make sure that we're putting this character in a cool environment. And also, Catgirl Porcelain asked for illustration advice, so now we're making this piece into an illustration. Sometimes I'll hear your critiques in my head while I'm drawing, and I smile because I know that I actually learned from the experience. That's incredibly touching. Hey everybody, get Mandy to cry speedrun. I am so thankful. I'm so incredibly thankful to VTubing and just the streaming in general. Because if I may get a little personal, I mean, the whole thing is me being personal, so you know what it is. If I might be so bold, I was one of those kids that could not wait to talk. I love yapping. I mean, I think you can tell. I think you know. I think you guys know this. You already know this. But I was also one of those kids that got chastised for talking. Even if I wasn't the one talking, I would be called out. And there's nothing more upsetting as a kid than feeling that hot flush on your face. You know, your ears and your cheeks get hot, your hands get clammy, and you feel shame. You feel shamed for being excited about something. You feel shamed about trying things or asking questions. Some adults, authorities tell you that you're stupid or you're lazy or you're not trying. And when that shit happens, it just kills any part of you that wants to do that thing again. And so as a kid, when I was chastised for talking and being excited about a topic, that trained me to feel bad that I talk a lot. As an adult in corporate land, the fact that I thoroughly write my emails and thoroughly explain things, and the fact that I communicate very clearly and very thoroughly is something that I have now been taught is an asset. Corporate land fucking loves that. Damn, can Mandy draft an email? Damn, can Mandy make a walkthrough or a PDF or do a demo in front of people? And because I can talk, because I can articulate, because I can elaborate and answer questions and I'm very comfortable talking, that's an asset now. And if I had stayed in that space where I was told to believe that talking or just being myself, whether it's talking or maybe you really like to read, maybe you can really critically break down what you're reading. Those are skills for your future and people can make you feel shame for investing in that part of yourself. And with streaming, I am now able to utilize my biggest flaw, at least the biggest flaw from my childhood, which is fucking talking way too much. Now, streaming, I'm supposed to talk. I just talk. That's it. I mean, I'm drawing, but like I'm supposed to talk. Hi, Blue Rose. How are you? Oh my gosh. Anyway, hello. Welcome in. Oh my god. Unfortunately, there are people that use the word critique as an excuse to be mean. You're absolutely right. That's true. And that's not a critique. That's just you being a bully on the internet. It turned me into a shy kid, scared of any interaction with people, and I'm still trying to work through that. Absolutely. Yeah. That's the thing is that like you never know who will resonate with something that someone tells you is your biggest flaw. You never know who it's going to resonate with. And that's the thing. I am so fulfilled and so incredibly lucky to stream. I work a 40-hour a week job like anybody else, you know what I mean? I got to live, right? But but streaming and spending time with you guys, whether it's with these art critiques or whether we're playing a game or whether I'm drawing, like that brings me so much joy. So truly thank you for complimenting and I'm really happy to hear that you take these streams with you. Like there's nothing more honorable to me. There's nothing more humbling to me than you saying that you take these streams with you when you go home, when you leave. Hi everybody, welcome in. Watching streams really helped me with actually interacting with people IRL. Absolutely. Hey, there's something for everyone. Whether you're doing something casual or you're actually getting something super meaningful from it, it's different for everybody. So for those of you that are just coming in, Catgirl Porcelain submitted this character to us and requested advice on illustration. So we started very simply with where is this character going to be? This character's on a shelf. We made this very simple shelf. We added some very simple gradient. We added, okay, oh, it's a wall. Let me add some interest with some wallpaper. Okay, what's on this shelf? A teapot, some teapot stuff. I'm just keeping it really general. I'm blocking in. And then I posed my character. I took my character and I just wiggled the pieces around to make it look like she was sitting. Then I added another prop to give her a bit of depth. I added this shadow back here. And now I've been taken from a standing front view of my character to a fully posed and blocked out illustration. I had this kind of childhood too. I was chastised for being verbose and complex and loud about it, even though those were skills that benefit to me now. Yeah, absolutely. They're beneficial to you. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think that just goes to show also too that there might be people out there that give you compliments on the things that other people don't like. Hi Dre, how are you? Welcome Raiders. Welcome everybody. How are you, Dre? What were you doing today? Let me snooze our ads so I can greet the Raiders and finish this specific critique. Welcome in, everybody. I hope you had a fabulous stream. I'm Mandi Quin Mall Mannequin. I'm an illustrator, animator, professional goober, and your cyber liaison to the digital mall. And today we're working on art critiques. This is a piece by Catgirl Porcelain. And Catgirl Porcelain asked us for help with an illustration. How are you, Dre? Welcome in, everybody. If you guys don't know me, you can follow that link to my socials. I also have a couple more slots left for my commissions. So if you've been wanting a commission, I've got some slots available. So feel free to check out my VGen and welcome in. Hi, Mandy. You were ghost hunting. Did you have a good time? Did you enjoy having a spook, having a laugh? I need to play some Phasmophobia. I haven't played in a while. All right. Well, welcome in, Raiders. Dre, if you need a raid and run and take care of yourself, please do. Get something good to eat, something good to drink, rest, do what you gotta do. We're currently working on critiques, and I just have some final bits here. Oh, you got by a banshee. Rest in peace, everybody. Can I get some O7s in the chat for Dre succumbing to a banshee in Phasmophobia? Been so long since I phasmoed. I know, me too. Yeah, rest in peace. In the arms of the angels. Do they add new death animations? I don't know. The ragdoll was kind of funny though. My spine cracking in half and me falling backwards with my that's kind of funny. Unrelated to the raid, just check. Oh, thank you. Welcome in. I hope you had a wonderful rest of your beginning of your day, end of your day. Welcome in. We're currently doing an art critique. We're adding a background to this character that was provided to us, and we're posing this character. The last thing I'm going to do is something that we saw in our first art piece, where I'm just focused on adding a little bit of extra lighting. Midday, it's around 4 p.m. for me, so we're not too far off. So I'm going to make a layer. I'm going to set it to multiply, and I'm going to hit it with about like a 50%. Hi, welcome in. And now I'm going to start. We already put a little bit of subtle lighting in our background, but now, like we did in our first piece, I'm going around the edges, and I'm just trying to bring our eye here to where we want to really want to see, like, what's important to us. What are we looking for? I'm gonna cut out the shelf. All right, we've got a music request today. There we go. So now we went from before, after with one layer. Let me get that. I tend to do lyric free music during critiques. So I'm talking so much. But we'll do that. We'll do that song request. There we go. Add to the queue. Wonderful. No, don't worry. We'll have that in the background. You don't gotta worry about it. Last thing I'm gonna do is now I want my character to feel more integrated into this background. Clearly, our background is black and white, so that's, obviously a bit different. But I'm gonna really quickly do something called a gradient map, and I am going to bring some color into our background. I'm trying really hard to make sure that I'm not overwhelming my original intention. I just want this character to feel like they're in a space. So I'm gonna do a gradient overlay. This looks icky, so ignore it. And I'm gonna choose maybe because we have a lot of blue and yellow, I'm gonna choose pink to this is just a default gold overlay, so sorry about that. Let me get rid of those colors. So a gradient overlay or a gradient map will assign colors to values. Let me put this on top. Oops. Oh, it's a gradient. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on. Oops, I made the wrong thing. I need a gradient map. Where's my gradient map? There we go. All right. So now you can see she looks like she's an eraser. That's not what we want. So I'm going to take the character and I'm gonna take the character and I'm gonna actually mask out. There we go. We're gonna delete the mask on this. Hold on. Delete layer mask. Delete vector mask. And there we go. So I've masked this character out. Eraser, yeah, eraser substance jello. All right, so I've masked our character out, and I'm just focused on adding something nice to this background. I'm gonna focus on some purpley pinks. I'm gonna get some depth because there is some pink here, and this character is mostly blue and yellow. So I'm gonna use like something similar to a complementary color scheme, or rather a triad where we have pink, blue, and yellow. Man, I totally didn't even realize how distracting music would be. I think it just caught me off guard. Okay, so now we have our light. We have a general midtone. I'm probably going to add a little bit more depth to this. I don't want it to look like a scary red room. I'm just trying to make it look pink and trying to make it look a little pastel. I'm going to add maybe a little bit of yellow, like pastel yellow. It's kind of sunset. A warm room, something friendly. There we go. And then maybe a little bit towards blue in my shadows. So let's just say, okay, now we have this warm bedroom. It's like a pink bedroom. That's what we got. We're just using really simple. This could also be achieved with like a multiply layer on top of black and white, but I'm using something called a gradient map. And gradient maps, like I mentioned, take colors and associate them with value. So my dark value, I want it to be this dark purpley blue color, and it will add that to my dark areas. My light area, I wanted to be white with some yellow and then going into pink in the middle. And it is basically translating that. And if you guys are interested, thank you so much for the follow. If you guys are interested in knowing more about gradient maps, I do have a tutorial and demo on using gradient maps. It's a long stream. I did put chapters. So if you're interested in just streaming, going through those chapters and avoiding like raids and stuff, you could totally do that. It's also a demo for drawing metal. So if you're interested in drawing metallic surfaces and things like that. So now you're saying, okay, I have an environment, I have some depth, and now my character doesn't look like they fit in the environment. The last step we're going to do is we are going to try to make our character fit in our environment. Simple multiply layers tend to look kind of flat over a grayscale image, so it's better to use gradient map. Or also too, you can just use a very soft brush and color with different colors over top, and give a little bit of variety. Your shadows can be cooler, your light areas could be a bit warmer, and that'll add a little bit of depth. Just start simply, and if you have questions, you can always look up a tutorial on how to use, uh, you know, temperature in value. So now I want my character to look like she's incorporated in the scene. I don't want to get rid of her colors. I want to make sure that she still reads like she's these colors. The best thing you can do, aside from adding some light, so I'm gonna go here and I might add some extra lighting. So let me do the multiply layer just on the character. I'm gonna add some shadow. But one thing is you can see here I added a gray shadow and that doesn't look quite right. Now that our scene has color, I'm gonna take this like purpley mauve and I'm gonna use that as my shadow instead. Maybe even a little bit more saturated. And it already looks much warmer. She's on this shelf, she's kind of in shadow, but I'm gonna use these shadows to help me build some depth, reestablish some contrast. And now that I have this, I have light that's kind of peeking up over the side of the shelf. The light's kind of coming from the bottom here. I'm going to use an eraser with a soft brush and I'm going to erase. I used something from my background, which was this like middle tone purple, maybe a little bit more saturated. And now I'm just erasing. Where's that light coming from? Let me kind of capture where that light's coming from. And now I have a little bit more depth on my character. I'm gonna snooze the ads one more time. Typically tend to use hue layers over grayscale instead, because I have more control over the colors. Almost forgot gradient maps are a thing. I highly recommend using gradient maps, especially if you like to use black and white or if you use really high contrast. Okay, so now this is me just erasing. So before, after you saw how quick it was for me to get volume and get lighting and get some really interesting things happening here with just a multiply layer and an eraser. There we go. Also, hold on, let me the fingertips are cut off. There we go. So now that we have this little bit of lighting here, we have a little bit more of this character incorporated. I'm going to go in, I'm going to add on top, underneath of the shadows that I've put for her, but over top of our character clipped in, I'm going to take this pinky color and I'm going to start adding a bit more of that. And what this is going to do is it's going to make it feel like there's this light pink color bouncing up from the shelf. It's also going to warm up our character's values a little bit. And this is just set to normal. I'm going to then change this to the blending mode color. And in those areas, it's going to add a bit of that pink color to our character. Maybe a little bit more intense in some areas. And we're just basically taking colors from our background and adding them uh, onto our character. Let me change how crazy that is. There we go. So now our character has had colors added to them that only exist in our environment, and it makes our character feel more like they're part of that environment. I don't even know how to get gradient maps in my drawing app. Yeah, I'm not sure. It depends on which one you're using. In Photoshop, they are something called a layer style. So at the bottom of your layer panel, there are things like um, posterize, inverting, selective color, your hue and saturation stuff that you wanna mess with can all be found there. So here is the before and here is the after. Our character is lit like they're in this environment and they're colored like they're in this environment, but they are still allowed to have their own unique colors and presence. And now I'm going to go over, we have a bit of a shadow layer, and now I'm going to go over everything with an overlay layer. And I'm going to use a really pale, maybe like a pale yellow. And I'm going to do a little bit more lighting. If anything looks too intense, you can always just change its opacity. But now I'm really just gonna focus. I'm gonna prioritize making a rim light for this character. Really just bring out where that light is coming from. We have some light coming from underneath. This is a layer mode called, or a blending mode called overlay. And I'm just using that same pastel yellow that we have right here. And I'm just bringing out some highlights. Maybe I want to add some shine to this teacup, make it feel a little bit shinier. Maybe the same shine to the bow. And last thing I want to do, I'm going to take a nice hard brush and I'm going to add some highlights to this character's eyes so they're not so flat. I'm going to just use that on normal layer, highlight, highlight. There we go. Of course, another thing that would make this environment feel a little bit more homogenous would be having the same line art treatment. So this character has some expressive line art. So having some line art around our elements would also work. You know, I can go in and just kind of add a little bit of that. And if you have a hard time steadying your hand, even with stabilization, then lean into the sketchiness. If you have a sketchy style, have a sketchy style. I think there's a really big emphasis on having things look really clean and really pristine. But if that's not something that you can do, then don't. We're incorporating a little bit of that same line art. Maybe we even have something like that. We're not focused on it being perfect. We're just focusing on making this environment feel more like she belongs in it. Sketchy lines, yeah, they can absolutely be fun. Maybe we have that same here. We're not trying to erase our line art. We're not trying to get rid of it. We're just trying to make it feel more like this character belongs in this environment, and part of that is making our environment feel like it belongs with the character. And we'll do that down here. Wonderful. Something like that. Maybe even add a little bit of lines to the hair here so our hair doesn't get lost. Wonderful. There we go. When I'm not switching styles like crazy, my main style's pretty sketchy. I love to lean into it. There's simple room for exaggeration, absolutely. And one of the things we touched on earlier in this critique session was all or nothing. If you end up doing very little of something, it looks like a mistake. So if you really lean into it and hammer home with it and really make it intentional and put it all over the piece, it feels more like it's your intention rather than something that you've done mistakenly. So if sketchy is what you can do right now, do sketchy and lean into it and then get clean stuff later if that's something that you want. Okay. So now we have a character that has an environment, they are posed to be in it, and the environment has lent some colors onto that character to give them some depth. Um, since my Wii has a USB port, I use it to charge my phone. Well, congratulations! I'm happy you have a lot of ingenuity. Now you're making me wanna reinstall American McGee's Alice? Go for it. Slay. So yeah, so we have an ad coming up. While we have that, I'm gonna do a before and after for this character, and then we'll move on to the next one. And thank you to Catgirl Porcelain for sending this in to us. Let me just show what we had before and after. Really, the before was just the character standing off to the side. So I'm just gonna make a little section for this character. I'm gonna mask this in. And hopefully for anybody that has struggled with backgrounds in the past, hopefully you feel a bit more encouraged to try things. I'm going to use a mid-tone gray and I'm just going to boink. There we go. And I'm going to open my recent again from CakeBot, and I'm going to grab the before and after from CakeBot. Yeah, you see how big this canvas was just from the text being super tiny. Okay. There we go. All right. And for those of you that don't know, Cake Girl or Cat Girl, we have Cake Bot and Cat Girl. Cat Girl Porcelain requested help with illustration, so we took the character that they already had and put them in an illustration. So that's really exciting. This actually is something that we haven't gotten to do before, so I'm really happy that we got to touch on something new. And thank you again for submitting your work. I really appreciate it. We're gonna move on to the next one, which is going in order. Let me move these out of the way. The next one we have is a character design by Fielda, I believe. There we go. Let me put their name up on the screen. And there we go. Wonderful. All right. I love already. I'm gonna wait till the ads are done before we get started. Hi, Heavenly. How are you? So we're gonna wait for the ads. This is an art critique for somebody named Fielda, I believe is how you pronounce that. While I'm getting prepped, I'm gonna put them on a neutral background. Oh, welcome in. Gonna get rid of some of this white space that's back here. And this was a request for character design. There we go. Cute. Gonna put a neutral gray behind. Boink. And now we can see better. Now we can see better. Wonderful. Yeah, I was also thinking Lopunny. We're waiting for the. Oh, I don't have the fish up right now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If you want, I can bring the fish up. Let me get the fish for you guys. While I'm waiting for the ads. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome from the ads. This is a character design from somebody named Fielda, I believe is how you pronounce it. Or Fahilda. Let me get Lurkbait open for you, little fishing freaks. Let me get you guys a little something. And then we're going to go from there. Already, this character is giving rabbit vibes. I'm getting this really cute, it's not Lolita. It's really like a sweet style, um, like frilly, very I don't know all of the different like fashion trend names, but this feels like a very a modern play on like an early 2000s Blackpink vibe. All right, there's your fish. Enjoy your fish. All right. So this I there's so much to love already. We have this sweetheart vibe here. We have a recurring if you're ever curious on how to make your character's design feel cohesive, you should establish something called a motif. And a motif it can be found in music, it can be found in film. It's really just a recurring concept that follows you from top to bottom. One of the motifs that is most obvious for this character is the presence of hearts. So, heart right here, heart right here, heart right here, heart right here, heart right here. And there's a heart here, and there's a heart here, and here. Oh, look, here's another heart right there. So our character has a motif, a recurring motif of hearts being present. And that is following them through from literally from head to toe. And oh, look, another heart. It's almost like a game you're playing. And having that recurrence of symbolism around the character, even just on the outfit. Let's say it was only the outfit pieces. Now you've got something that's transcending and bringing everything together. It's tying everything together. And by including that shape here in the hair, that's a slightly unexpected place to put it. This artist said, okay, I have a lot of hearts in my design, and it's really simple for me to include them in the clothing and the jewelry. And now that I have those, oh, I have this really fabulous updo that I would like to incorporate that same thing into. Oh, you know what? Where I have this shape converging, I can form a heart. And that just is a very clever way to incorporate a fun motif into an unexpected place. And that makes your design more interesting. It's an unexpected twist. I kind of see lots of ribbons. Yeah, there's lots of ribbons as well. There's lots of frilly lace that's drawn really well. And we're also choosing to repeat a motif of where we're placing things. So towards the ends of things, you have frills along the edge here, frills along the edge here, 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 frills here. We're keeping the frills sort of down here at the bottom. We have some wings back here and up here. Those are a fun way to introduce some contrast. And we have the bows as well. Bow, bow. We have a big bow right here. We have some bows here and another bow. So everything is just being hammered home. They have an idea and they're giving you that idea over and over. They are giving you the same areas, but they're keeping it unique enough that it's not super, super repetitive. And it's just a really nice way to incorporate a lot of really fun ideas. You have these crisscross straps here. You see those same straps here, and you see stripes on the bow. And then that crisscross is also appearing here in this like not quite argyle, not quite checkerboard. So again, you're just incorporating similar shape language, similar imagery, but in a slightly different way. And it feels cohesive. And of course, one of the most obvious things is our color palette. We are using a brown and pink predominant color palette. And the pale color in this that to us feels like white is actually a creamy beige color. This is pure white. This is pretty much, aside from the eye highlight, this is the lightest color we get. So we're keeping this character feeling like they're in a very warm place. The black isn't super dark. It's actually reading as like a warm, dusty charcoal. And the white isn't really pure white. So our character's palette is diverse but still limited in contrast, which gives us this warmth. It gives us a softness that is specific to this person's art style. It feels very intentional. And although we could say, oh, you need darker darks and lighter lights for contrast. There's a lot of contrast happening here. If you struggle with knowing where to put some contrast, I just like, again, to make a layer and set it to color. We have areas that are light, we have areas that are dark. And now we can look at this way and say, okay, what areas could I push to be a bit lighter or a bit darker to make this silhouette read? The one area that I'm having trouble with on first glance, I don't want to get rid of our limited color palette. I think that's part of the style, that's part of the strength. I don't want to limit that. One of the things that we're seeing is a convergence of similar values right here. So it's getting difficult to tell where the body ends, where this wing begins, where this ear begins, and where this arm begins, and also this skirt. It's a little bit difficult. This region right here on the far side of the body is a convergence of a lot of similar values and a lot of detail. So, I my main goal is to make sure that we can distinguish those things from each other. There's some really nice contrast here between the ear and the hair, like the back of the head, the far part of the chest. There's some really nice distinguishing there. So we don't really have too much problems, but now we have like the ear and the arm have very similar values. So now I don't think I really want to change anything about the design. I think we have some really strong motifs. We have some really delicate patterning here. And I think the color palette's really strong. I think now we're just going to focus on pushing and pulling some of our values to make this character's really detailed parts look less overwhelming and make it even easier to see the wonderful detail that has been put into this character. So I'm gonna make a duplicate. And one thing I'm gonna start doing, I don't see pretty much any gradient except for the cheeks. And so I really don't want to start introducing gradients too often, especially because this seems like it's a flat color variant, so it's not rendered. But using some really simple gradient, really subtle gradient can just help push some things forward and backward. And again, help your viewer really see those details that you put a lot of time and effort into. So one of the things I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take this rich dark brown and I'm gonna grab a slightly darker brown. I'm gonna use a clipping mask and I am going to, oops, hold on, I have the wrong lasso tool. So I'm gonna grab around the ear here. I'm just trying to grab the big hair back here. This big, almost like a ponytail, or maybe it's pigtails. I'm just focused on those. And there's already really good contrast here, so I don't need to do much. But I'm gonna take a soft brush and a slightly darker brown, and I'm just gonna push it and do multiply, and I'm gonna lighten that up. I don't need it to be like that. Okay, before, after. I'm pushing it further back so that the details that are in front here can stand out. That's my goal. Even in areas like the heart here, this is an area where the hair is like swirled together, and I might want to make it a little bit more obvious. So maybe I just really simple, really, really simple, adds just a bit of depth. My goal is not to start rendering this. This is, for me, this is a flat, but before, after. We just sent the hair back, brought the body forward. And again, not trying to render it. That's not what we're after, because if they wanted this to be rendered, they would have rendered it. So, I'm now going to try to lighten up the inner part of the ears to separate it from our lovely skin tone that we have here, and to bring certain areas forward and some areas back. Looks like also there's some hair back here, so I'm really gonna darken that up, make it not feel like it's part of the hair in front here. So now I'm going to grab just this creamy color here. Hello, what are you doing, Photoshop? Hello, what is going on? I just want them. Okay. Photoshop needs to calm down. All right, so I have the ear back here, and I'm gonna take this light beigey color, and I'm gonna add a little bit of that lightness right in here. In fact, I might even start introducing some of this pink. Just because we have a convergence. I'm using a lot of billions of billions of buzzwords here. We are meeting skin tone and this beige and the top of the ears, and it's beginning to be a bit much. So here's the before and the after, just trying to further push these ears away from being confused with some of these other very high detailed areas. I'm going to add a bit more pink to the entire underside of the ears, and I might even grab a little bit of this white, and really, it's actually just like a cream, and have it be a really subtle. There we go. And let me clean up this heart here. There we go. So now that pink and that white can frame our skin tone, makes our shoulders come up off of that beige. So here's the beige before, and now we have pink. Now our shoulders stand out a little bit more. Now we have an issue here with this little angel wing and the ear converging. One of the things that we could do is introduce a little bit more rendering here, or a gradation from a lighter color. I really don't want to um, incorporate too much of a light color. So I'm not going to grab white. I'm going to only grab colors that exist in this piece. There is technically white in the highlight of the eye, but again, by limiting how much of that really bright color I use, I'm keeping this in a warm place. So there looks to be a lighter color. Oops. Looks to be a lighter color. Fuck. I hate doing that. There we go. There's a light color here on these little, almost like these little garters, like lacy garter bits. So I'm now going to incorporate that into the base of my wing. Just a little bit of that to further push it up off of the stuff that's around it. Dang. Sometimes Photoshop treats me so badly. It's really just my butterfingers hitting stuff. It's not Photoshop's fault. All right. Obviously, too, there's some detail that's been erased, but let me get some of that back. Do this, this. I don't want to get rid of the detail. Actually, let me just do overlay instead. All right, I set it to overlay, and that helped. So we brought some of that pale color from this. It is actually a little too bright, so I'm going to make sure that I incorporate a little bit of that here into this. So by adding just a little bit of that white, we are making these areas. You can see here that this actually gives me the idea that these are meant to look like the wings. Wing, wing, wing. That's kind of fun. But I'm still having a little bit of trouble with this ear matching up. So it might be that we just put a little bit more pink there. Um, so let me grab the same pink again. I'm really just trying to make sure that I'm making the body stand apart from the ear, making the ear stand apart from the the wing, and so forth. Grabbing this pink, pink. So now our body can come forward. We do have a lot of things happening on this side. Uh, I guess my only other suggestion would be to see if we can't pose this ear slightly differently. But as long as our body can come forward and we have some differentiation, I might not be too concerned with pushing that around because again, I don't want to get rid of the intentional color palette choices that were made. Another area that we have a lot of things happening is this far sleeve. It's very difficult to tell where the sleeve starts and where the body begins. So we can do that through more gradient. So if I go down and grab another color and just kind of push this arm back in space, there are people that will stylistically like push something back very far, either by making it lighter or making it darker. But that seems a little extreme. So I'm just gonna try to do another multiply, maybe at 50, and I'm really just gonna try to push that back because yeah, it's just getting too dark. It's getting too dark. I don't want to do that. So we're gonna have to find ways to and again, the challenge with this is that the character isn't rendered. So I don't want to start rendering it. There are a lot of things that we could solve by just rendering the character, but that's not really critique. There is just a bunch of overlapping information right here. So this is something that we could simply fix by posing the arm differently. So I'm going to take this and I am going to remove it. Now we have a really clear silhouette here, but we are missing that arm. So where would we want to put the arm? I'm going to say, you can see here really quickly for demonstrational purposes. We have the far shoulder. Hello? We have a far shoulder here. Our elbow would probably be about here if we're following the same like posture that we have here. And then we have this really bright or this really big bell-shaped sleeve. If we have the arm just down, you can see here we're getting some of the same issues. We're overlapping in an area that has a lot going on. So what I might do instead is I might try to pose this character's arm in a completely different way. We're losing a little bit of the shoulder, so I'll probably bring some of that shoulder back. And I might do something like this, where their arm is out. Maybe they're holding something like a purse. So if we are like interested, we have this arm is being hidden by the big bell sleeve. But we could add something like a purse to add some interest, give a little bit more of this motif. Um, let's see here. We could also have them holding a phone. Let me just warp around a little bit. So yeah, there we could have our arm out here doing something if we wanted to. We could have the arm out. We could have the arm on the hip. Again, I'm just trying to make sure that because we have so much detail, that I'm being conscientious of where that's going to land. So maybe I do something a little bit like this, and you can kind of see where the arm is going to end up. It's going to cross over the bust, but since the upper arm doesn't have anything on it, we'll still be able to see the top of the bust there. And we'd still be able to see a little bit of that wing. We can actually, if let's say we want our arm to be here. So now we're like, okay, I want my arm to be here. Trying to be mindful of where the elbow's coming from, but I still have this really delightful bell sleeve. So I was like, okay, well, what do I want to move next? Let me grab this wing, and I can now move it down a little bit lower. We're going to delete. Oops. And I'm going to copy from the original, and I'm going to paste. There we go. Yeah, this is a very pretty design. So I'm going to move this down so it's in about the same position as the one on the opposite side. I'm going to take the same color here, and I'm just going to, whoops, that wasn't what I wanted. There we go. All right, so now the wing is slightly posed. Gonna just bring back some of the detail. Nothing crazy. Okay, so we have that wing that is now more symmetrical. It's more even with the near side, and we've moved this arm out. I'm gonna actually take the near arm from this character, and I am going to use that to make the far arm. Grab some of this. And this is all stuff that you can do uh, to just, you're answering questions. Ask yourself, okay, can I see everything clearly? No, not really. Okay, all right. So what can I do to make this area look a little bit more clear? Okay, now that I have that area, what can I do to this area to make it look more clear? Oh, okay. What can I add here to push this forward or push this backward? Like what can I do to solve this problem I have? So now here, by moving this arm, we're opening up the pose. We're adding another opportunity for an accessory of some sort, for a more personality of some sort, and we're also getting a highly detailed piece of our design further away from other highly detailed pieces. Hi, Jeannie, how are you? So I'm going to take this arm and I'm going to use it to make my new arm. Got to put this over. So you can kind of see where my arm is going to be, and I'm just taking the existing arm and posing it. I'm going to get my shoulder in about the right place. Lovely. Take the elbow. The elbow seems like it might be right about here. It's a little low, but I'm not too concerned about that. And I have this here. Nope, wrong one. And I'm going to bring this here. So now we have a recurrence of our really fluffy, really nice sleeve here. I'm going to do a little bit of warping, nothing crazy. I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel. I'm going to grab this down here to fill out the other half. I'm really just trying to recreate the sleeve without having to redraw a bunch of stuff. There we go. Elbow. Recreate this little brown and pink bow. Brown and pink and turquoise and pink are both very like Y2K color schemes. Saw them a lot with like uh clothing, like fashion elements and stuff. Oops. I'm gonna make this a little bit lighter. There we go. All right, so now we have this arm in a bit more of a pose. Let me merge. Let's see. Yeah, let me merge this together. Maybe say, Mandy, there's something wrong with that. Don't worry about it. I gotta fix it. I gotta fix it. So now that I have this, let me cut out what we don't need. Wonderful. And I'm just gonna grab this color here, and I'm gonna reform that shoulder that I had. Some of my details went missing. Grab this line art color and reestablish some of my line art. All right. It's not perfect, but now our pose is much more open, and we can see the side, this far side of the body, much better. One thing is if it's not part of the skin tone, I would avoid making it the color of skin tone. We have these really pretty ribbons right here, and that skin tone is fine, like this warm, cookie brown color, I think, is fine for the trim, but in a larger area, I think we could have made these pink instead, so it doesn't get confused, as part of our character's skin. Because it's so large and it's near a bunch of other areas of skin, and if there's too much pink there, if you're like, "Okay, that seems like it's just a little bit too much pink for my liking," we can choose this lighter color instead, this lighter creamy color. If we wanted it to look like ribs, which is a bit more morbid than I think what we're going for, we could have that pearl, that white color there. But now we have a lot of light colors converging. So I'm going to keep it pink because it feels as if they're emanating from the central ribbon. So now we have that. And again, there's another, this headband here we could probably also make pink, or a variation of pink, to really just pull it away from where it's going to be interacting with like skin elements. So now the dress feels like the dress. The arm has been moved over. You'll have to decide what you want that arm to be doing. It's just another opportunity to do stuff like add a purse of some sort. If you wanted to make a purse, then I would just look into repeating some of these elements. It'd be probably super easy for somebody who designed this outfit. It'd probably be super simple for them to design like a purse. If not, their arm is just up and out of the way, and that gives us the a clearer section of this torso here. We have a bit more of an open space so that these details don't overlap so thoroughly, and it's not as confusing to look at. I wonder what the padding on the thighs. It looks like it's almost just like a garter, some sort of like decorative side piece. I really like it. I think it's fun. It also repeats the scalloped edge of the wings without being a third set of wings. So I think it's really cute. There's like an angel devil bunny situation happening here. I think it's a fun combination of symbolism and ideas. Another thing that we could do as like a final idea is instead of using the black and pink, we could use a really, really deep brown. So let me do select color range gray. So I'm just going to select the areas that have that gray, and I'm going to mask, and I'm going to turn that instead into a deep brown that matches our hair, like this deep chocolatey color. It's really cool. Just kind of curious what it is. Yeah, it just feels like an extra element. So if I do that instead, I've immediately warmed up this character a whole bunch. Before, after. It's added a little bit of contrast. So if this is too dark, if we want it to go back to being a little bit lighter, I can add a little bit of that lightness back into it. But we're still getting that dark element that we wanted, that deeper color. But now the warmth is all over. We have the same amount of warmth. That gray just felt a little out of place. So by making it this dark brown, we have taken the function of the gray, which was to be a stable, darker color, and just brought it back to being a little bit warmer. Before, after. So here, real quick, I'll show you the before and after. I think this is a really cute character design. I think it's super sweet. I really enjoy this color palette and I like the vibe. This person definitely understands how to design a character, especially one with a lot of frill and a lot of detail. And we're just using simple tips and tricks to make things a little bit easier to see. And of course, this isn't everything that you could be doing, but it is just touching on a couple things. So yeah, you can see here that we have a little bit better contrast, but we're also just warming it up. And an area that had a little bit of confusing intersection of a bunch of detail has now been made a little bit easier to see because we've moved that arm away. We've lowered this wing back here. And we've brought that shoulder up here to avoid having too much overlap of like the ear and that wing back there. We also pushed this hair back a little bit to let this body, the front of the body, come forward. So thank you so much for your adorable design. I really like this. Let me go to our last one. Let me grab the before and after from that. There we go. So thank you. Thank you so much for submitting your design. And we'll be on to the next. A peacock bass. Is that even a real fish? I don't know. That sounds sus to me. That don't sound real to me. Okay. Wonderful. Thank you again for submitting your piece, and we're going to move on to the next. We're currently 4 hours in, so if you guys need to stretch, if you need to eat something, please make sure you're taking breaks, all right? Especially if you're interested in hearing more of what I have to say. Make sure that you're taking a break and you're taking care of yourself. A sussy fish. All right, the next we have 5 more. We're halfway through. It is 4 hours. I'm trying to um decide if I want to split this in half, have the first half of critique for another day. Let me know what you guys think because it's been 4 hours and usually I just push through, but these are um very talk heavy sessions. So I feel pretty good, but I have a feeling that if I push myself, it might not be great. I usually push myself to go through like a whole huge thing. So I'm wondering, would you guys prefer to continue or would you prefer to pick this up on like Tuesday? Maybe do a Tuesday stream. I'm not able to do tomorrow. But I do have 5 more things that we can go over. Take care of yourself, do what's best for you. I appreciate that. It's 5 p.m. my time. And I guess I know for me 4 is a little bit light on how long I usually go, but because I'm talking so much, like it's really intense. So, how about I do one more and let me take a look at how many of you submitted stuff today actually. Um, one moment while I give a looky-loo. And I appreciate you guys being patient with me trying things. Okay, we do have actually one more submission. I see. It's a second one from Ratty Cheese. I see. I see. So what I'll do is I think I will do one more and then we'll save the other ones for Tuesday. That way we have another time where people can participate in critiques, and if more people have critiques that they like to share, um, they can submit them for next time. But yeah, splitting it in half I think is probably the best bet. And I was already feeling a little sick before stream. I'm feeling okay, but it's probably good to rest. So let me open up one more, and the rest of the critiques we'll get to next time. So this next one is an illustration by Gloopy Cubed. Gotta take care of yourself. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. I think too by doing this it'll show uh that you don't have to push yourself too hard either. Okay. All right, all right, all right. Let me get their name. Oh, rename. Okay. And let me put that up there on the screen so you guys can see. Boop. This is an illustration by Glooby Cube. And I really like the vibe of we're taking a picture. We have a picture inside of a picture. We have this screen and this character is taking a picture. And what's fun is that you might actually expect to see the ghost in the phone, not in the mirror itself. Which is kind of like a subversion. Um, I think it could be really cool to have the ghost here, but I think that's something that we would have expected. And it's kind of unexpected that the ghost is actually visible to this character, but not visible to her camera. So I think that's really fun. I think that's a new take on it. and I like that idea. So, what I wanna do now is I kinda wanna make it maybe we can add a little bit more contrast in certain areas to call attention to this hand because we are using a lot of similar colors and a lot of similar values, which is really nice for this graphic art style. So maybe we can cool down. Hi, Crow. Yeah, yeah, uh, yeah, I know. Yuckers. That's a little intense. Welcome in, Crow. In front of my mac and cheese? Yeah, unfortunately, in front of your mac and cheese. Sorry about that. You might have to wash your eyes or something. You might have to rinse your eyes. You were saying? Ah, yes, back to what I was saying. So this is a really graphic art style. I really enjoy it. Graphic meaning not meaning like explicit. Graphic meaning using bold line, bold color, some gradient. We're not really heavily rendering things, but that's not the style's not for that. So I want to see what I can do to separate some of the foreground and the background so that we it's a little bit easier for us to get the full impact of what Gloop has been trying to tell us. So one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to select the arm that's in the foreground, and I'm either going to make the arm darker or everything else darker. And that is just going to help us push it up off of the background because we have a lot of similar value. We have um, a lot of similar shapes, a lot of similar values. And it's just gonna help us, especially too, we have an overlap of where our foreground fingers are meeting the background fingers. And that's just gonna make it a little bit more difficult for us to see what's happening. So I'm being very careful. All right, so I have the hand in front isolated. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna choose a color from the background. Maybe this like cooler blue here. I like this palette. This is a very complementary palette. We have orange and blue, which are complementary on the color wheel, and then we have pink and green. So it is sort of rainbow, but we're really sticking to these warm grapefruit colors and these cooler blues and greens. So we're avoiding too many purples, we're avoiding too many yellows. We're staying kind of in the orange, blue, green, and a red orange color. Hell yeah, hell yeah. So I'm gonna do a little bucket tool here, and I'm going to set it to not multiply. Color's kind of crazy. I'm just going through the blending modes. I'm not trying to do anything too wild. I don't want to make your colors muddy either, because that gets rid of some of this really beautiful color work that you've done. So my goal is to add contrast, um, but to make sure that I'm not losing all the hard work that you've put in. So now that I have that kind of separated, I'm going to go here and I'm going to just erase a little bit of that. I'm really just trying to keep my focus on the mirror and the hand here. I'm going to go down here and just give that a little subtle gradient there. I don't want to get rid of your fun colors, and I definitely don't want to over render because this is a very bold graphic art style, and I don't want to take away from that. My cat's being really sweet and lying on my chest right now, but God, he'd fall off if I didn't stop him. He's trying to roll on his back. Oh, he's a little guy. I love the detailed upside down cross. Yeah, this character, like I think we get a really good idea of this character just in the bit that we get to see through their accessories, through their nails, through the slightly spooky motifs that we have. We have a bleeding heart back here. There's a lot of tattoo imagery here. Clowns. I think this is a really fun, relatable character, and we're just seeing a literal snapshot of their life, which is really, really cool. I like that a lot. So here is our before and our after. I'm just using a simple gradient to draw this arm forward and to push some details back. I think one thing we could also try is to make the area that's in the mirror less saturated than what's out of the mirror. That way, we're not only playing on the fact that it's a mirror and the reflection's a little bit less, gonna be a little bit desaturated, we're really playing off of it being a different, like, realm, a different place. And again, that's just gonna further push the areas that are in front, and then they're gonna put the areas that are back. I gotta go clean that up. Even here, you can see that I almost got confused where one finger was versus the other. So there is a conflict of some of the details. So it might be that you just pose the character a little bit different, especially when there's a lot of similar shapes happening. It's difficult with a reflection too. So I think what I'm going to try to do here is I'm going to try to make just the reflection not necessarily desaturated because everything is really brightly colored and I really like that. Oh my gosh. There we go. Really brightly colored. And I don't want to lose your bright colors. I don't because you made some really nice color choices here. Um I want to maintain your color choices. I'm trying to select more of this mirror so it doesn't look like dookie water when I there we go. I have some bits over here that I could better select. There we go. All right. So maybe it's something where we play with temperature. Like you already have some really nice warm colors and some really nice cool colors. Let me make this a little bit less. There we go. This is 25%. So now I have the mirror selected. I'm going to maybe have the mirror have some cooler colors and the exterior keep some of those warmer colors. So let me try. Here's color. Let me knock that back a little bit. I don't know if I care for that. You could do it with value, but again, I don't want to get rid of all the really nice work that you put in here. So let's see. This is linear light with a blue. So now everything that's back there is made to be more blue. And maybe we warm up some of the details out here to make those feel a bit less blue. So we're really just selecting where we're putting. I'm going to get more of that like turquoisey color that you had here. And we're also utilizing your really strong like blue outlines. Something really fun, a really nice choice that adds a lot of personality is using a colored outline. You can see here where Gloop used a deep indigo, like a vibrant colored line art. And I think that's a really fun way to get some more bang for your buck. So this big blue backdrop, maybe the blue backdrop is made to be a bit more of this counters color. So I'm gonna take pink and I'm gonna grab this other pink. So now we have two pinks. Obviously, too, we have to be careful with how much pink we use because we have the arm and such. Let's do 50. There we go. I'm just trying to grab some of these big areas of color. It's not gonna be perfect. Just trying to grab some large areas of this color. Trying to make it easier on myself. I don't want the hand to blend in too much either. Um, but again, it's just a series of asking questions. Okay, oh, I really want this mirror to stand out, but if I have my mirror stand out, I'm going to have to adjust something here. If I do something in this spot, I'm going to have to do something in this spot, and so on and so forth. So I'm maintaining still some of your blue, but I'm bringing that pink up here. I missed some of this spot here, but that's okay. It's like, okay, well, now this is feeling too pink. It's like, okay, well, what can we do? Maybe I can just start sliding through and seeing if there's another color that I like that still fits with my color scheme, but pushes the a mirror and whatever's in the mirror to the forefront and keeps my my intended subject matter uh, in the forefront. This is all about trying things. So here you can see there's the before, there's the after. Maybe it means the color on the counter is slightly adjusted. But I'm basically like, okay, what if I framed my mirror to be slightly different? These are all just suggestions of things you can do. But really, the most important part of my composition is right here in the middle. Let me grab a new layer. The most important part of my composition, what the impact is right here. And the biggest thing right here is getting really confusing right here. We have a lot of overlap of information. So if we can try to pull that, either we do stuff to the background and now we have a warm color here, warmth here. Maybe we make the counter that turquoise color instead. So we're still utilizing your same colors. We're just putting them in different spots, which is really fun. This is if you are interested in learning more about what you can do um to like push and pull your art, I recommend doing a color comp, meaning you take like your sketch and then you just draw different color combinations on top. And by doing that, you can test out some new stuff without having to oops, no, no, no. Ow. You can test out some new things without having to get to the final piece. So now we have this blue countertop, which is kind of fun, kind of silly. We can make, this pot could probably be a little bit darker so that it's still contrasting with the rest of the, still contrasts with the rest of the everything else, but it's still blue. So now we're keeping it nice and cool down here. It's separating out your arm. Oops, might even grab the sink. I like these colors that you chose. So I really, me doing this is like, oh man, like I don't want to, I don't wanna remove your bright wonderful colors. So I'm just going to keep reiterating that your color choices are really nice. I'm just changing where the colors are in an attempt to push what the really important things are forward. I'm going to grab this purple that we created and this like cool pink, and I'm going to slap a little bit of that on here. Purple sink, maybe. I'm losing a little bit of your depth though. Oh, it's also because I'm drawing on the wrong layer. So let me just take this purple and change it to like color. And we're going to bring a little bit of that pink in there. So now your arm is brought more forward because it's much warmer than everything else. It's much lighter than everything else. The mirror kind of has its own thing. If we don't like how much blue that is, we can go back in here and we can erase some of that blue. So we're really just making sure that this area has been separated. And if playing around with the color isn't really helping, and you're like, you know what, I feel like I could be doing something else. Now we can look into other ways to separate things out, like line art. So, for example, if you wanted to keep with this really graphic art style that you have that I really enjoy, I see you have some really fun sparkles right here. So maybe because we have a lot of information right here, we go around this foreground element here, and we use white to just literally make a graphic line around this hand that really pushes it forward. It's separate from everything else. It's almost like a sticker. It's really bold. You're making some really fun choices here, and I don't want to get rid of those. I don't want to compromise on the really fun things that you're doing, especially because I think it's a really cool idea. I like what you're doing. I like this art a lot. So yeah, if color changes aren't really doing it and you're like, man, there's something else I could do, maybe just leaning into that graphic line art that you have and just putting a white outline and just being like, you know what? I want you to see this. And if you're not seeing it, then you're not seeing my vision. I can't convey my vision to you. So I want you to see what I'm trying to get at. I want you to be surprised that we have a ghost in the mirror and not actually on the phone like you would have expected. Here is that white. So now in combination with, yeah, it's just a little bit of extra, a little bit of extra. Maybe too, in the mirror, you could do a little bit of like a shine if that was something you're interested in. Let me kind of even further um, push it into being a different material without taking away how nice and stylized everything is. Where's my, where's the end of my thing? There we go. So maybe we do something like knock it down to, you know, because we're like, ooh, maybe I don't want to focus too much on what's in the mirror. Maybe it's like, oh, but if you're like, okay, no, I really want the mirror to stand out. It's like, all right, well, let's add some other elements to this mirror. Let me do like an overlay. There we go. So now we have some sort of shine right here. You have sparkles all over, which I really love. I love adding these chunky sparkles. So having like another kind of like bold element, like one of those shines, could also make it just a little bit bam, you know what I mean? All right, let me deselect anything that crosses over our hand here. And this is us just playing around. There's no right or wrong. It really is just more so about you having fun with your art. If you're not having fun, then I mean, what's the point? So now we have a little bit of this white outline to help differentiate. We have some color changes to help differentiate this image from this in the front. A separation of our character and what we're seeing in the mirror. So that's really fun. Um, and you can do the same thing. We have this screen here looks a little bit different than this, so you could translate things here as well. But yeah, so there's a lot of things you can do. You don't have to do any of this. So even if I got rid of the blue, I think that still looks really nice. The blue just helps add a little bit of like color right here. Um, Let me see. I'm gonna take more of that and maybe put it on the bottom of the frame, which I already see that there's some lighting on the frame down there, so I'm not gonna. I just like playing around. I like seeing what you're up to. Let me take maybe some of this really nice, rich, rusty color. Whoops, that you have, and I'm gonna put a little bit more down there at the bottom. Just really push the bottom down there. And so here's the before and the after. It's definitely got a different vibe. It's a lot cooler than the original, like in temperature, not in like theme. You know what I mean? It's a cooler tone, a more purpley down here. Um, Keeping this very, very warm. But at the end of the day, I think this is a really fun piece. There's a lot of little details around this person. We can learn a lot about them just based on these fun flourishes that feel very personal. Like the things that you've included here make me feel like I'm getting to know you better. It feels like this is almost like a self portrait, even if it's not. These things, they feel like things that you really enjoy. They feel like things that you like. And that is very awesome. I love to see that. So yeah, this is just one way which you can separate things out. But none of these ideas have to be used all together. In fact, it might be that these are things that you take one of the ideas and use it for something else. Here's the before, after. You could use none of them, and that's okay. Because I think the original piece I really enjoy. So hi, Mr. Aishan, welcome in. Oh, cruising for a rating? Am I? Oh, geez. Welcome, everybody. How are you? Welcome, Raiders. Oh my gosh. Gloop, thank you so much for submitting your art for the art critique. I really enjoyed it. I really did. I think it's such a cute art piece, too. Welcome, Raiders. Hello. Yeah, the vibe is actually quite different now that that's been changed. It's kind of interesting to see what all of the slight changes in color have done. Welcome in. How are you? What were you doing today? Welcome, Raiders. We're currently doing art critiques, and this is art that has been submitted by Gloop. Hi, how are you, Sin? Welcome, Raiders. Oh my gosh. Okay, let me put their art over here. Gloopy Cube. Thank you again for your submission. I really appreciate you trusting me with your art and letting me just basically have fun. Let me take the before and after. I know y'all know which one's before and after, but I like to just kind of put that on there. Welcome in. I love your aesthetic. Thank you so much. Welcome in here. Let me properly greet you. There we go. Welcome, Raiders. I'm Mandy Quinn Mall Mannequin. I'm an illustrator, animator, professional goober, and your cyber liaison to the digital mall. And today we are currently looking at submissions from my community. Oh, thank you. All right. You got me. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Yeah, welcome, Alice. How are you? I hope you guys had a fabulous stream. What were you doing today? And Sin, I see that you were in the raid, so that's fun. Oh. What the fuck was that? Did you guys hear that vine boom? That wasn't a sound alert, was it? Was that did I act No, that sounded different than mine. Okay, we have a phantom vine boom. So happy to be there. Oh, let's go. Let's go. We were playing Cyberpunk, a good break from art. Ooh, oh my goodness. I hope you had a good time. Welcome everybody. Oh my god. Welcome in. Here, let me snooze my ads so you guys don't get bombarded. Thank you so much for the raid and welcome in. If you guys don't know me, like I said, I'm Mandy Quinn. And if you'd like to follow me on my socials, I hang out on Blue Sky. I share my art there. I see you're also an artist. I hope you had a wonderful time playing Cyberpunk. I hope your computer didn't chug. I have heard craziness about the Cyberpunk game being optimized like a spaceship. Like I needed to fly to space. So it was me. Okay, I was fine, but I was like, where'd that? There we go. All right, because I didn't see the little thing pop up over there for it. The sound just happened. So I was like, hello. And thank you for the follows. You guys are incredibly sweet. Thank you. Eh. Also, guys, if you have art that you would like to be critiqued, I do a critique every month. So if you would like to submit for the next one, I am going to be chopping this critique into two because I was feeling a little yucky at the beginning of stream, but I usually power through long critique streams. And I think it might be better if I try pacing myself so that more people have an opportunity to submit work for each month and I have a bit more time to take it easy and not run myself ragged. So I will be sure to update you guys with when the second half will be happening. And Raiders, if you need to raid and run, also don't let me keep you. You need to raid and run and take care of yourselves. Get something good to eat, something good to drink. Please do. Okay, please do. Don't let me keep you. But feel free to vibe and hang out with us. And I would love to have you. I hope you guys had fun, made good choices. Okay. Or else. Or else I will know. I'll know if you didn't make good choices, guys. I always know. Hi, how are you? Yeah, I like the saturation of yours. Do you prefer gloop or gloopy? I like the saturation of yours better. I like this saturation. It might just be a posing thing where maybe the character is posed slightly differently, or maybe this arm is off to the side just a bit more so you can see more of your character here. It could quite simply be that you just move the arm over to the right a little bit. That might that might be all you need to do. I think I overcomplicated it. And also, guys, this is a really good example of just because I was solving problems doesn't mean that those problems always need to be solved that way. Okay? So, it's a really good example. Now that I'm seeing this, it's like I like it better the way you had it. So, that's just subjective. That's just personal opinion. And I mean, I think this is a really fun piece, and I don't want to compromise. And I kept saying this. I don't want to compromise the intention and the fun that's been put into this piece just because it's like, oh, this could have more contrast. This could be more blue. You know what I mean? So I do like this. I think I'm a sucker for this like turquoise, this bright, rich turquoise. I really enjoy, especially next to orange. Guys, something tells me that Mandy Quinn likes blue and orange. Something tells me something about Mandy just blue and orange. Where have I seen that before? Roxas, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Oh my, something tells me, huh? I don't, I can't put my finger on why orange and blue would be something uh, enjoy. I don't know where that comes from. That's something I gotta figure out. Really means a lot to me to hear you say that you like it. I really agree with you. Hey, you know what? Absolutely. And even if you were like, ah, that's cool. You know, I can't really see myself doing that. That's also fair. Blue and orange from Mandy? No way. With the frizz? No way. A blorange enjoyer. Yeah, a blorange. I like yellow a lot too. I don't, guys. I don't know if you knew this about me, but I really like yellow. I have to say, I like yellow. I know. I know. It might have been really hard to know that I like yellow. And I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry if this is the first time you're hearing this. I just think yellow is really cool. And I'm sorry if you didn't know this. Golly. Orange, blue, and yellow? I know. You must be so disappointed. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I thought maybe I could hide it by having the bottom half of my body covered up. But here we are. I've also been enjoying being like standing over here, getting a little bit more bang for buck. Glad you came forward and told us about it. I know. It was really tough for me to do that. It was really hard for me to do that. And honestly, feels good, I got it off my chest. It's supposed I suppose it's okay. Yeah, we'll support you, thank you. Oh, thank you. She's a mermaid? Oh, wait, she's yellow? If you guys don't like yellow, I've got purple. It was very brave of me, thank you. It was very brave of me. It was so brave, I was being really brave about it. I was being so brave about it. If you guys don't like yellow, I do have purple. I do have purple. Yeah, I could be purple and blue. I could be blue, I could be brown, I could be violet sky. Oh, sorry, I can't be Mika. See that? Bless you. Gesundheit. See, I could be blue and purple. Here, let me get rid of my outline. See that? Blue and purple. Let's go to the beach, beach. Let's go get away. Starships are meant to fly. One thing that I think about this swimsuit outfit is that I kind of wish I had like an inner tube or something. I'd have to make that. I'd have to make that. I know that they have an inner tube asset here. Hi, yikes, how are you? Let me see. They have an inner tube, but it doesn't like separate. It's just sort of it's just a big ass inner tube. You know what I mean? Something like this. It's just kind of it's just in front of me, so I don't know. I don't know. Boop, boop, bam, bam. Bam. All right. All right, we got some ads coming up, guys. Let me see. So this was going to be my let me look at what I have so far. Let me look at what I have. I have an illustration, two character designs, and an animated GIF. Hmm. Let me see. You know what, guys? I think I can do it. I think I can do it. So while we wait for those ads, I'm gonna get the next thing up. I think we can do it, and I'll be quick but thorough. I think we can do it. I know I said I was gonna rest, but I think it'll be better if we just get it, and then next time I'll break it into two. Hi, dear. I had you muted. I could see the cool tips you were giving. Oh, hell yeah! Oh, thank you, dear. That's nice of you to say. Let me grab their name. Their name is Hexware EXE. They go by Hex. Let me get their name up on the screen. Bop, 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 bop to the top. And again, and if any of you guys would like to submit for critique, please, 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 please. I would love to see your work. And usually people will submit like during a critique for the next month, but you can submit at any time. Let me take a big old sippy of my water, and then we'll talk about Hex's work. Actually, I'm going to preemptively get the before and after from here. There we go. A rare Oreochromis. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, Oreos? That sounds good. All right, I'm taking a sip of my water. Oh, I love water so much, guys. It's actually a really cute piece. I'm excited to talk about this one. There's actually not too much I wanna do, and I think there's a lot more that I'd like to discuss that works really well, I think is really fun. While we're in the ads, guys, um, while we're talking to the subscribers and the ad blockers. Oh my gosh. I just got an ad for Hotel Trivago. Always saw people joking about that in YouTube comments years ago. Never knew what the hell it was about. Hotel Trivago real. I thought Trivago is like a travel site where you like book stuff. But I've never heard of Hotel Trivago. For me, it's going to be a mystery for longer than it was for you guys. So I am going to be working on some assets soon for a artist interview. There are a ton of awesome artists that I'm very lucky to be mutuals with. So I'm really excited. Hold on. Oh, getting Discord messages. I'm getting Discord messages. Here, let me reply. Okay. So I'm going to be working on assets soon for an interview series that I will hopefully be editing in videos. There probably won't be very much editing needed. And in this interview series, I'll be talking to some of my lovely art mutuals. I already have one person for the first one, somebody that I'm pretty comfortable with and that I'd like to try the format out with, and somebody that a lot of you guys are already familiar with. So yeah, so I'm gonna be making some assets. We're gonna have new set pieces. It's not necessarily gonna be a new background, but we're going to be I'm gonna make some like chairs and a table and like a fun sign so it kind of feels transformative, like we're in a new space. And then I have actually been considering commissioning my background artist G for another background in a new area of the mall. So that's gonna be really exciting. So I'll reach out to them and see if they would be interested in doing another background. But yeah, so an artist interview series is on the horizon. I would really like to do that before the end of the year, do maybe one or two of them. And once I have the format locked down, I really want to reach out to some artists that I've really, really wanted to talk to, people that I really want to get to know better, people that you guys probably want to get to know better too. And the VTubing art space is pretty tight, pretty small. So there's a lot of really fun and interesting people that I'd love to get to know and would love for them to share their art and share their journey and for you guys to feel connected to someone else out there that might be doing something similar or something that you admire. And that's my next step. I want to make some more engaging content. I want to make more cool stuff. And it was a big step for me to open up commissions. And now I wanna put myself out there. I wanna make cool stuff for you guys. And this is just the next step, making streams that also make videos and have it be something that's a little bit more polished and put together. We also have a Halloween event that's on the horizon. I'm thinking of looping that into the Gamers Outreach charity event that happens around Halloween. Gamers Outreach is a charity that benefits children in hospitals and gives them access to video games and video game merchandise while they're in hospitals, which is really freaking cool. Makes it a little bit less scary for a kid to be hospitalized. And we've earned money for them before. And then also in February, I want to do something with the American Heart Association again, which would be us playing Kingdom Hearts 2 and having Kingdom Hearts models like we did last year or this year rather. So I have a lot of fun things planned, and I also have some fun collabs for this year that and then I'm just kind of a couple months at a time, just kind of bringing together something cool. So now that the ads are over, this is by Hexware EXE. Hex has submitted this fun tarot card design, and I have to say, I really enjoy this character design. One of the reasons why this character design is so successful to us is that they are utilizing color theory, and it is a complementary color scheme of yellow and purple. Pretty much anything yellow and purple is gonna look stunning. We already have this conception of like royalty associated with purple because of it having an air of exclusivity. It was very hard to make purple pigment and make purple clothing. And we're also using these warm red orange tones in the skin also contrast the blues and purples very well. So this lovely dark skinned person has colors around them that play off of their lovely dark skin color. So if you've ever seen somebody with a darker complexion, gold and purples and blues and oranges and even some really stunning like turquoise colors end up playing really nicely off of that dark skin tone. Something like this color looks super nice, purples. I can tell that this person used Procreate for their art because this texture brush is specifically from Procreate and I really like that texture brush. So I've been seeing a lot of art streamers do art adjacent streams with critiques, artist interviews, art tutorials, and classes. I gotta say, I freaking love this kind of content so much. Really looking forward to what you got in store. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Hi, Beanie. How hello. Hello. I said, how are you? And hello at the same time. How hello. I'm excited too. I am really stoked to, because we've been doing the critiques pretty much as for, oh gosh, I've been doing the critiques pretty consistently. I've been trying to do them every month as best I can. Um and I end up learning a whole lot. Hello to you too. Yeah, I really enjoy the critiques. There's actually an idea that I had, which was like a big document I wanted to make available on my coffee, of um me getting in touch with a bunch of different artists and seeing if I could gather information for people on how to do stuff like sell at conventions and like how to find where to get merchandise made, and that might be something that I work on. It was just going to be a big illustrated document, meaning that it was going to be like graphically interesting, so it wasn't just me making a big doc and you just like scroll through it, you know what I mean? It was gonna be almost like a little webzine that had, useful information, tips and tricks, and then blurbs from the people that I was talking to. Maybe that's a project that I work on later. I have it written down, so don't worry. Another idea that I had was to have an animator panel. There's quite a few people that I know that have worked in animation for studios, and indie animation. I myself worked on an animated television show for 4 years as an illustrator, so I would love to have a panel of, animators and illustrators that have worked professionally in the animation industry sit down and talk about it because I know there's a lot of people that are interested in that. Um, so I have a lot of ideas. I have a lot of ideas. I have more tutorial videos that I wanna make. The honk tutorial, guys, actually hold on. I got a notification the other day. Thanks to you guys, the honk tutorial has gotten, let me take a gander. We've gotten over 800 subscribers on YouTube. Thank you so much. It's because I don't post any videos, just the one. However, the honk tutorial is currently sitting at 29,000 views, which is awesome. Thank you guys so much for that. If you guys are curious about my tutorials and demos, you can find them there, and I want to make more. It's just about making videos takes time. So, uh, anyway, back to this. So we have used a really effective color palette, very ethereal. It's very beautiful, associated with richness and with celestial messaging. So this vibe, this witchy tarot vibe is just very solid. This character, I love their proportions. I love this delicate, it's like a cross leg, but the leg is brought in front. And I see here that the hand, their thumb and their fingers are posed in these very meaningful position. Everything about this feels very careful, and very thought out. I really enjoy this piece. There's actually not much that I would change about this piece. We have some really fun lighting. I think the only thing that we could do is help bring our character to the forefront and bring the background back. You can see here that there's actually this really fun, we have like these tighter braids here. They might be locks, they might be braids. I'm not sure which, and I don't wanna guess. But you can see here that the hair is actually left loose at the bottom of this one, and that gives us context that the back of this fluffy hair, this is hair right here. It's really fluffy and really soft, and it makes it feel even more cloud-like, which I really enjoy. So something that I think we could do to make that a bit more obvious is at first it just feels like it might be a part of the background rather than a part of our character. So what I might do is I might see if we can't bring some of the braid further down so that it feels a little bit more like that's connected. Let me see if I can't get this here. Bring that here and transition it very similarly to what we did to this one in the front. There was this braid here. It doesn't look very good from my fumbling. So bear with me. Oops. But maybe have a couple of these braids make their way all the way down. And then, oh no, I'm drawing on the art itself. Hold on. Let me fix that. There we go. Okay. So have the braid show up a little
Sip
bit
sip.
here. Thank you. I will. There we go. And I'm going to do that same soft transition so that, oops, so that it's treated the same way. There we go. Something like that. So we have a hint that these braids are turning into this big, fluffy, soft, curly, cloud-like shape. Thank you. I took my sippy. I took my sippy. We could also incorporate a bit more of this over here as well if we wanted to make it feel like the hair was coming all the way around. But I'm not gonna do too much with that. I like this pinky magenta, so let me put a little bit of that on this braid as well. There's just a lot of really fun uh character ideas incorporated into this. I think I don't know, this character feels very like regal and very put together. They feel very friendly too. I don't know. I just really like this character. I think they really resonate. Maybe too, instead of having it just be one large mass, we can introduce some more of these lines here to kind of like separate some of this so that we have like individual bits. I don't want to make it too like segmented because that's going to take away from the effect of it being very cloud like. So I'm going to have some separation, but I am going to fade it out so it really just looks like you know, we're getting a little bit of separation. We're adding a little bit more detail to that fluff, but we're not making it look less fluffy and less nice and soft. I love how warm the purple feels on this character because the contrast with the gold makes it very royal. Yeah, I do love that the gold also has this glow to it. You can see that glow is bouncing up onto this character's skin. So the glow of this gold makes it feel otherworldly as well. Another thing I'd love to see to get this character up off of this background just a little bit more is taking this rim light that Hex has put here and just amplifying it. We have this halo shape. Not only are there like quite literally halos, but the moon is also creating a halo. So I would love to just have a little bit more of that moon glow on this character. Really hammer home that this character is the most important thing here. This character is they're what we want to see. So I'm going to just take that white. I'll soften this after, but I'm going to take that white from the moon, and that's going to help us push this character super, super far off of this background. I'm going to try to find where the light is hitting these uh, pieces of the hair down here. Some of the area where the background gets especially textured and a little bit more pale. By doing this, we're just ensuring that our character is going to stand off of this background. We're basically just guaranteeing with a nice rim light that our character looks like they stand out. And we can also iron out some of the areas where there's some overlap. It doesn't have to all be white either. You could use like a blue or something. But really, I'm just trying to make sure that I am calling out this character's highlight back here. I think it's a stellar, pardon the pun, it's a stellar way to give some extra contrast. Now I'm gonna capture some of the areas that have light on them. Wonderful. And I'm just going to blur that out a little bit. Doesn't need to be as harsh as I have it. There we go. Maybe I set that to overlay as well. Or here's hard light. There's not really too much difference. Overlay, sort of. I have a feeling that I prefer it as white. So since I was liking it more as white, I am going to clip in to that white rim light I made, and I'm just gonna take a soft brush and I'm gonna make that highlight a little bit less severe. So I'm gonna grab maybe like a pastel pinky color that already exists, and I'm gonna just kind of soften up the areas that are a little bit further away from our light. So it's still giving the effect of this rim light being really bright, but it's not as intense everywhere, if that makes sense. Areas that are a little bit further from that light source can have a little bit less intensity. They don't need to be so stark. So yeah, already we have our before and our after. We've really pushed our character forward. Before, after, before, after. We've really created this vibe, this ethereal glow, and we're just making sure that this character is taking priority. Um, they're taking priority over everything else in this scene. There we go. A little bit on this staff as well. Catch a little bit of that down there. Maybe a little bit less of it, actually. There we go. So yeah, so just that one bit before, after, really pushed our character forward because I want to see this character. I want to see them I want to see them glow and shine and they're super pretty. Hello, welcome in. This is an art critique. So I am doing the whole purpose of the art critique is to make edits to people's works. And it's so that we can learn a bit more about techniques that we can use to make our pieces read differently. Maybe they're a little bit clearer, maybe they're a little bit brighter. But I'm just doing an art critique because this person submitted their work. And if you're interested in submitting your work, you certainly can. I do these art critiques every month. So yeah, so the before and after, before, after. I really don't know of how much more I would want to do to this character because I just really like the style that they have. Everything's very soft and very sweet. It might be nice for us to darken more of the background and push our character forward. Either have the background lighter and the character darker, or vice versa. But this is all just really small stuff. I really don't want to do too much. I like the original quite a bit. This is really me just riffing off of the original. So let me just grab around the character real quick. And let me see if I can't just darken up a little bit of that. Just to further push our character forward. My biggest thing is that I want our character to come more forward. I really biffed that selection down there. Oops. Oh, I see. It's the opposite. There we go. Oops. Okay. I'm going to grab in here and in here. Just notice the detail of the skin under the thigh knife. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's like, it's really held tight. I feel like a bit of the blue bounce light on the legs would clear up the pose shape, the glance of the legs blend into each other. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Slight lighting changes would, but I'm not trying to make it too complex either. So let me grab this deep color down here. I'm going to set it to multiply at probably 50. And let me see if I can't. It's going to impact our gold, but ignore that. Ignore that. We're not going, we're not trying to. There we go. All right, so I pushed back down there just a bit. Let me grab our gold again. And we're going to do gold. And I'm just going to delete that out of here. Grab that. Oops. Grab that. There we go. So here is the before, the after. We have a little bit less detail down here. We've darkened it severely. We've brought that light right back up here. And with the combination of the rim light that we just got, we are making it just a bit easier to tell where the character starts and ends. Before, after. Especially clears up this area right here. The staff we could do a little bit to maybe have like a big glow inside. And then again, some bounce light. We might be able to take, like you mentioned, some of these blues or purples and just kind of hit the underside here. There's a lot that you can do here. Taking things like the purples from the clothing and having that color bounce up onto the character is also super impactful. It shows where the light is hitting that fabric and it's bouncing up onto their skin, which is really pretty and really nice. Just a little bit. But since this isn't super heavily rendered, I don't want to push the rendering too far because that's not necessarily within the style that was established. But it is just small, subtle stuff that we can do to just push it even further. I'll do a little bit under here. And yeah, let me, there we go. So here is our, hold on. Here is our before. Hey, the before looked crazy. That's crazy. Our before, after. Really nothing crazy. I'm not trying to do too much because there's already a really strong vibe. The style doesn't look super heavily rendered, so I'm not gonna add changes that are more close to my own style. Just pushing and pulling some of the value around here. Before, after. Just adding a little bit more detail in this area that is the biggest area that's lacking detail, and adding some context that this fluffiness is actually the end of your braids, because we have that here. It's a very super, super pretty illustration. Very super pretty, yeah. Hold on. All right, and thank you to Hex for submitting this. I really like it. I want to see more. I want to see more of these tarot cards. I really love this character design. I think they're super pretty, and I don't know. I just eat this kind of stuff up. I'm a sucker. I'm a sucker for it. And let me do the before and after. Oh boy, so big. So large. There we go. Have that there. Yeah, so you can see here that we didn't do much. My goal isn't to like make humongous changes to your art. Really just show off what you already have. So we have this really dramatic bright rim light from the moon, which was already sort of present here. They were already doing a bit of that in the original art. We just made it much more punchy, much higher contrast. Here we have that really dramatic rim light here. It pushes the leg away from some of the lighter midtones of the background, and then we darkened up that background down there and got rid of some of the detail, so the upper portion could really shine. But yeah, this is a really fun pose, really fun subject matter, and I really like the art. Thank you so much for sharing it with us. The next one we have up is, drum roll please. We have a character design by Masquerading Multiple, aka Mask. Let me put that in there. So we have a pretty large canvas. Looks like it's also a work in progress, so it's exciting. We're kind of on the ground floor of this character design. So I'm excited to talk more about it. And there were a couple that Mask sent to us, but I chose this one because there was a lot of stuff that I really enjoyed about this character design. Let me put your name up on the screen. Shoop. There we go. Okay. So this is a character by Masquerading Multiple, and I really enjoyed a lot of what I was seeing here. I think this color palette is really fun. This is a triad scheme utilizing blue, green, red, violet, and yellow, orange, which is more of a gold. We're getting a gold effect here. So we have this very jewel toned, like a Harlequin, like formal wear. And I like that there's mixture of elements from a suit and also from a ball gown. We're getting quite a variety of shapes. There's frills, there's pattern, and I think it really goes for this like I think Alice in Wonderland is overused as a comparison, but it's quite simply because we don't have very many surrealist landscapes to draw from other than Alice in Wonderland. Alice in Wonderland has this surreal, very particularly European world. It takes from some folklore. It has roots in the golden era of illustration, very classic iconography that is much easier for us to associate this with. But it's just this interesting European fantasy that I really enjoy. We can see this character has a very large, predominant tail. I'm not going to focus on the profile view at all. I'm going to just bring my focus to this front view because that's where we have the most detail. So let me cut that off of the canvas real quick. And we're just going to try to get your character also on a neutral background. The deep coral background, this deeper ruddy orangish red that we have here, is definitely a mid-tone, but because it is so specifically this mauve, almost it's not even quite mauve. It ends up making it a little bit difficult for us to see the colors and the contrast. There are some things here that I think are getting a little too dark, and if someone is unable to see certain color frequencies very well, this might end up just blending in together, and we might lose some of the details that you have been very meticulous about including. You have all of these really, really detailed spikes and these thorny rose vines almost as these antlers. And I don't want to lose the hard work that you put into this. So, what can we do to make it a little bit easier for us to see? First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take this background color and I am going to replace it. And it'll immediately just be much easier for us to see what's happening here. There we go. So yeah, we already have a much better idea of what's going on simply because I changed the background color. If you're struggling with color, if you're struggling with contrast, I would recommend just making a neutral background and starting there. This character definitely is from like a fantasy environment as well. So things like proportion, I'm gonna not focus too like keep my focus there for too long because proportions are things that we're aiming to exaggerate in a fantasy like this. So a fantasy setting rather. So I'm not going to be spending too much time with that because I think we could be diverting our attention elsewhere. So I'm going to keep a copy of the original. So the first thing is that I think we are leaning a bit too heavily into really dark tones. If you're using a dark tone, there are layers of subtlety that you can employ to make sure that your details are still reading. But if I were to take my gray and do color, there is now no difference. If I'm just doing value in black and white, there is no difference in value between those deep berry reds that you were using and that really dark teal. There's no difference. So now that distinguishing detail that you had in the muzzle, the detail that you had in the antlers is almost all gone. And we don't want to lose, like I said, we don't want to lose the work that you've put into this. We also don't want to lose all of the differentiation here. You have the legs that are kind of falling into the shape and color and value of this gown here. So we're just going to focus on values and making sure that we are making your work show. We have a really bold and heavy amount of contrast here, and a really bold, heavy amount of contrast here. So the first thing that I'm actually seeing is the gown. I want to see your character first, and then their outfit after. So I'm just going to focus on brightening up some aspects of the color scheme, and de-intensifying others without getting rid of the bright, bold playfulness that you are using here. So one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to separate all of the areas of the character from the clothes real quick because I want to edit them separately. I think the gold, like the recurring gold tips, are really fascinating, but they are creating a lot of contrast that ends up making it harder to see, and harder to read what's going on. I think on the clothing, it's a little bit different, but on a character, having so many gold tipped details, it is a nice motif, but now everything is being tipped with this gold color. So it's making it a bit more difficult for us to differentiate where the character begins and where the clothing ends. Um, what helps us with that, though, is that you have just these dark colors on the character, except for right here. My recommendation would be to keep those dark colors only on the character and keep the outfit separate so it's less confusing visually. Something I'm going to do real quick is I am going to take I'm going to make a effects layer, and it's called levels, and levels will allow you the window looks like it's a little confusing. The window looks like this. And essentially, you pull these tabs inward toward the center. If you pull this one inward, it makes more darks. If you pull this one inward, it makes more lights. You're just adjusting where your light and dark are falling. And you can make a layer in Photoshop specifically to just affect a certain area. You can also use something like brightness and contrast, but levels gives you more ability to control. So I'm pulling away from my midtones, I'm adding more brightness. I'm pushing my midtones and my brightness back. Hold on. Clip. So this is what has happened when I brightened up my character. That is the same color now as the dress, which is a bit of a problem. We don't want that. We don't want to also make the character so light that it doesn't look like your original vision. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start erasing the mask that's here on the levels layer and see if I can't push back some of our dark original colors, but leave behind some of the light colors like this teal that we have here. So by doing that, I now still have my dark colors, but our antlers are a lot brighter. If I turn this back on, now we have some differentiation between the dark fur and the antler colors. Um, I think it could be really interesting to swap those colors, though that's not necessary. I think it could be really interesting to have the fur, because our clothing is so pink, have the fur of our character be that turquoisey color, and then have the antlers be that blue color. Or rather, swap that. Have the fur be blue, have the antlers be red. Sorry. My brain's getting tired. And what that would do is that would make the character mostly blue and would contrast against their pink outfit. So let me try something like that. I am going to make a clipping mask. I'm going to take this deep turquoise color. I'm going to grab this and I'm going to go to, let's see. Let me see if we have, ooh, I kind of like what Linear Dodge has done. That's kind of fun. It's brightened some things up. So now the outfit and the character are distinct from one another. But let me grab this berry color again and bring that back into the. Whoa, that's crazy. Whoa, that's crazy. It's probably not what we want. Let me go to color instead. Wow. Holy moly, that's a little intense. Though, I mean, I kind of like it. It's not quite what we're looking for, but that is really neat. It's reading as like coral now, which is fascinating. Oh man, that's kind of cool. I don't know if that's necessarily the the best thing to go with, but it is kind of neat. The value change to the character looks a lot more different than I. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Before is very difficult to see. And so with just subtle changes, we're tapping into, man, it is crazy. Maybe I could find something a little bit better. Whoa. What? That's crazy. It just gets even more otherworldly. Whoa! That's kind of cool. Whoa! That has completely changed the character. Now it's like glowing. That's kind of sick. That's kind of sick. Again, my goal isn't to change the character design. I was trying to iterate on the original. However, that's crazy. That really stands out. If that's not your intention though, let me try to go back to this is color. So let me knock that back a little bit. So I've tried swapping where the blue and where the um like magenta color is. The glowing is really cool, but that's not what their intention was, so I won't keep it. But this just goes to show that like if you're having trouble with something, messing around and seeing what options you have, even if it was a mistake, that's a pretty cool mistake to have made. So the antlers, I'm gonna treat the hooves. Did I miss my art? Yes, you did, but the VOD is up, and if you selected to have the notes sent to you, I will be emailing those notes to people. Um, but yeah, I loved your piece. It was really wonderful, and I can show you in a moment if you'd like. I can share that with you. Happy little accident, yeah. So here I've swapped basically where the pink parts are and where the blue parts are, and that has just made our character stand out a bit more. I'm trying to keep it in the same like color family that it was. I've removed the gold tipping off of some of these elements just so that the contrast isn't so high. Um, and I'll continue with that here on the ears. I'm trying to find the areas. I want to kind of match. I'm basically inverting what was done before. Get some of this, darken it up. It's a little sloppy, so I'm sorry for that. Just trying to get the theme across. Same down here. So I'm just chipping the blue, a now blue character um with that wonderful deep pink. And let me show you the before and after. Here's the before, here's the after. Now our character is a very different color from the clothing that they're wearing, and it's a little less overwhelming to see where our character begins and where their clothing begins. One thing I may do even is brighten up if I can without getting rid of. I don't want to like completely wash this character out, but I really am just trying to get some extra contrast. There we go. And I'm gonna erase. I want the eyes to still be gold, and maybe leave a little bit of darkness around the eyes for some added contrast. We have those fangs that are gold. And we also have the nose that is gold, but I might see if it looks better like a pink color. Let's see. Let's see. Because this character has like deer elements and rabbit elements that are pretty interesting. It's like a combination. Also had element like the tail ended up looking a bit more like a squirrel. So there's a lot of really fascinating design choices here. This is definitely a creature that I wouldn't have come up with myself, and I like getting to see what you guys are thinking, like what kinds of stuff you guys are making. So now I'm gonna put some detail on the inside of the ears. Maybe that could be where we incorporate some gold. No, no, I like it better with just the eyes being our focus. We also have these pupils that are almost squid-like, like cephalopod pupils, which are kind of goat-like as well. One of the things I think we could do is add a highlight or something just to kind of pull those eyes further off the face. Maybe we do the same thing to some teeth. I'm not trying to make it too complicated, but adds a bit more contrast to our character. And of course, our line art is a bit dark. Hi, Mama Buns. Welcome in, Raiders. Hi, how are you? Welcome in. It's a bun raid. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. How are you? Hi, everybody. Hi, Raiders. Hi, I'm Mandi, Quin Mall Mannequin. I'm an illustrator, animator, professional goober, and your cyber liaison to the digital mall. And today we are doing art critiques. I'm looking at some art from my community members and giving them some tips and tricks. How are you? I hope you guys had a fabulous time. What were you doing today? Let me take a sip of my water while we're taking a break. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Oh my goodness. Oh, care package. Thank you. Thank you for the care package. I finally have a chance to raid you. Welcome in. I'm happy to see you. Looks like Sound Alerts has a little bit of a lag. Hold on. I'm trying to fix my tracking a little bit. There we go. All right. I'm stretching. I'm stretching. Welcome, raiders. Thank you. All right. I stretched really well. Welcome in, guys. If you'd like to follow me on my socials, I hang out on Blue Sky. I announce when I have these critiques going. But what were you doing today? Welcome in. I'm happy that you rated me. I hope you got not Stream Elements posting it right after I did. I hope you guys had a wonderful time and welcome in. Like I said, we're doing an art critique, so we're looking over art from the community and giving them some advice. Played some Duck Detective and Dollmare. Ooh, oh my goodness. A double whammy with the D names. I hope you had a good time. Welcome in, everyone. Thanks for logging in. If you'd like to hang out, please feel free. But if you need to raid and run and take care of yourself, get something good to eat, something good to drink, take your meds, go to the bathroom, do what you gotta do. Feel free. Take care of yourself. We have just a couple more. And if any of you guys are interested in having your own work looked at, I have a form. Wish I could spell. There we go. I have a form where you can submit your art. And thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. Oh, I'm really happy that I have these buttons now. Okay. So the original. Hello, welcome in. It was a great time. Yes, gotta learn, get some food. Take care of yourself. I can't wait for dinner. I don't know what I'm having. So here's our original. Our character has these really deep tones, makes some of their features a little harder to read. But then lightening it up. This is the line art doesn't have as much contrast. So let me try to get this line art back real quick. Color area, this color. Some of it's not gonna read. It's really subtle, that dark. This color. Okay. And let me copy and let me paste. There we go. Now we have their line art back. That's much that's much better. Tuesday, I'm going to see my option for going back to college. That's exciting. Good luck. Good luck. Heck yeah. Okay, so now you can see here that we have a little bit, we're kind of getting more of a mid-tone here than a really, really dark. So now we need to pull some of these things lighter and push some of these things darker. And with a variety of light and dark, we're going to be able to see things a lot clearer. So I'm going to start by making some of the clothing lighter. The character is very, very meticulously made dark. So that feels like that's the intention. That's the priority. The clothing can always be made lighter, but the character is darker for a reason. So let me work on, and I'm going to lock the line art. Let me make the clothing, which I've already separated. Let me work on making the clothing a bit lighter. One of the things is that a cravat, like a neck kerchief ruffle, traditionally I usually see those very pale. So I would like to see what that looks like made like really pale. The gold, I'm trying to reserve the gold for the ends of things that are really important. like the buttons and some of the trim, and keeping the gold just to the face here. Maybe some of the tips of these antlers, but having such crazy contrast up there really distracts us. We have a lot going on, so I'm just trying to focus us in. So I'm going to take this and make it a white cravat. Maybe even take some of this blue and desaturate it a little bit. This warm, and just add a little bit of that maybe for some variety. And I'm going to repeat that anywhere where actually, you know what? No. I like that these ruffles are colored but this one isn't. I think it frames the face a little bit nicer. And I might do the ends of the arms, but the shoulders, I think I like that those are the way they are. So I'm just going to select the ends of the cuffs here. I'm going to select this part and this part. And I'm going to do the same thing that I did to the neck. There we go. Now we have a really bright area of contrast here, here, and here. That adds a little bit more. So now you can see we have our bright whites just there. And I might even add some highlighting to my eyes and teeth to bring them up into that same value. So let me do something like an overlay. And I'm going to grab like a yellowy color. So it's set to the blending mode overlay. I'm going to add some intensity to those eyes and the teeth. And now that bright color is showing up more. Here's before, after. It's really just pulled those features closer to us. They're brighter, they're easier to see. And yeah, I really like adding uh the white at the ends, cuz now the transition of this really busy outfit, the transition is now a little bit more obvious between the character and the clothes. We could also put some of that white down here, but I kind of like these asymmetrical shorts, so I don't want to do too much to distract away from those shorts. We have another situation where we have big areas of solid. So we have these patterns here that do a good job of breaking up and offer this like harlequin. But now we have this tiered overcoat gown that we might be able to do a little bit more with. So I'm going to grab these areas. Going to grab some of this real quick. It's not going to be perfect, but I'm going to actually grab maybe this next darkest shade and try like something like that. Maybe having it be kind of like different values for different tiers. So let me select this up here. Again, these are all just us
You should
playing around.
hydrate.
I should hydrate. Thank you. Having like a mid-tone situation there, and then having it be much brighter down on this tier kind of gives it like a gradation. And also where all this really dark blue is, we have our lightest portion, whereas all these light colors, we have this darkest portion. Not really something that you have to do, but it's more so just us playing around. I'm going to try to make a deeper version of this, maybe slightly darker, and really just push that back. So now we have a little bit more darkness here and a little bit more lightness here. And now we can play with maybe we have some trim in different areas. There's just a lot happening, but we're just trying to push things forward, push things back. Before, after, before, after. Here's our values, by the way. Now we have areas of intense dark and intense light. Before, after. Really just playing around and seeing what we enjoy. One of the things too is that since this is underneath the gown, um, it might be nice for us to do some shadow down there, just to kind of push it back. Let me grab this same color and let me push that back a little. Push that back. Push that back. There we go. I'll do the same thing for the outfit as well. The areas that are underneath this overcoat situation. Gonna just grab them real quick. And I'm gonna do multiply maybe at 50%. I came up with a 25-ish fashion designs in the span of a week. That's exciting. Oh my goodness. Was it for a specific project? Or is that just something that you're really interested in? Heck yeah. I'm gonna grab this deep berry color again. And I'm gonna just kind of push this back down here. Eh, not as much. There we go. All right. Our before of our character and our after. Before, after. It's crazy how much it feels like the character moves when you do that. Before, after. It's really just pulling your focus into different areas, which is really interesting. Um, the muzzle we could also make pink. I do really like the lighter turquoise that we're getting on the tip of the mouth. So I'm gonna try to just make a slightly lighter version of that. Again, because I'm trying to add some more contrast. So let me grab just the areas I want to affect with this, and I'm gonna kind of keep in mind um patterning that you see in real animals, but put your own spin on it. Yeah. So something like this, where there's just a little bit more. Go with the inner ears here. We're just pushing that brightness so we have just an easier time seeing all of the really important features on your character. Maybe that's like the fingertips as well. You know, maybe we change the fingertips to be that way. It's my portfolio to show people for college. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, good luck. There we go. Okay, so we're treating all of the areas of fur like we are up here. And then the extremities are being treated like the antlers, like these hooves right here. Maybe we could differentiate some of the leg. Maybe the inner leg has a bit of this light color in it. Um, just kind of play around. Just getting more of this character. Maybe the character is predominantly blue with the accents of red, and now we're playing off of the blue red. There's so much you can do. It really is just about seeing what you like and what you don't like, just trying to, play around with your options. And if we're really missing the gold up here in the antlers, then perhaps there's something we can add to the antlers um, that brings this regal outfit up top. We have a very regal feeling, almost like a court outfit, and then we have the character, which is a creature. So, what can we do to their antlers to make it feel like they've been decorated? It's giving like a thorn bush, so maybe you have ribbons tied around. Maybe there's gold caps that have been made to fit just on the very tips of the antlers. There's a lot that we could do. So I'm just going to play around with the idea that we're bringing back just a few. We're being very selective with where those gold caps are going to be. So here on the biggest points is where they would accentuate their horn shape, their antler shape, just on the very biggest tips. That way it almost feels like a jewelry element, like they've had these made custom. It also brings to mind like a jester cap a little bit. So yeah, we have these very specific areas of a gold rather than it being everywhere. And that just means that we are just giving a little bit more attention to the very specific spots rather than pulling our eye away to an area that might not be as important as what we really want people to see. And of course, too, if you want, we could have gold tipped hooves. Maybe we have like a bit of like a design as well on these So it feels like it's a separate element. I have this extravagant gold, almost like a horseshoe for a deer hoof. Know what I mean? Let me grab that. There we go. So now we're bringing back some of that original detail, and the fingertips had a gold, were tipped in gold, but it might be fun to explore this character having rings, because they do feel very regal. It feels like they would be a character that has rings. So maybe we bring some of these tones in. Let me do that. So now our character has a little bit more going on visually. There's a little bit of opportunity for asymmetry and a little bit more story that we can put into this character. But we can still tell where the character begins, where their outfit begins. And there's a bit more contrast between all of these values. So here is our before and our after. It's just a little bit clearer to see the face of your character, just a little bit easier to see before, after. Now you can see a bit more of that hard work that you've put in, especially here. There's a lot of really fine detail, and by just calling out a few of these tips instead of all of them, we can really focus on that being like a jewelry element. But thank you, Mask, for your submission. I know they were in here earlier, but I haven't heard from them, so thank you for your submission. I really appreciate you trusting me with your character. And we're going to move on to the next. We have only just a couple more, so that's exciting. Let me grab this and move it over. Nope, nope, nope. Here. No! Why isn't it letting me? Oh, because I have a layer that was locked. I was like, why aren't you letting me move, bro? There we go. This will make it a little bit easier to see with the side by side. There we go. There we go. Oops. And of course, all of these might not be choices that Mask wants for their character, and that's absolutely okay. This is us just trying something, just trying to make sure that their hard work is still being seen, and that we have a little bit more contrast, and we're adding some interest into areas or some simplicity into areas so that we are able to allow there to be these really bold patterns and colors, and then giving some area of reprieve with the white just to kind of cap it off, and give it a little bit of a place to rest for our eye. Designs like these can be complicated. You can make complex designs. And I don't want people to feel discouraged from making complex designs, whether it's a creature design or it's a character design, but you have to have some balance of color, value. You need to give the eye somewhere to rest as well. One thing I might also recommend is, since there is a lot of line work, either thinning some of that line work out or coloring some of that line work to make things a little bit less overwhelming. So in all of these ruffles, I'm going to just use a clipping mask on my line art layer, and I'm just going to color in the interior so that my eye can kind of rest a little bit here. I can see that there's detail, but now it's a lot less overwhelming than it was before. That's one of the things, is that I feel like a lot of people would just say, well, just make less detail. But I don't want you to have to compromise making detail. I don't want you to have to compromise putting your ideas together how you want to put them together. It's just about utilizing different techniques so that the things that you want to exist can exist in a way which is a little bit easier for others to see your vision. So already, here is the before and after. That's just added a little bit more of a softness, so it's not so intense. It just makes it we don't have to, we know that it's fluffy and frilly, but we don't have to look at it too much. I'm going to take this color and I'm going to bring that down to here. I'm basically just going to color in all the ruffles in this. There's really not too much of a difference, so let me lighten that up a little bit. There's a lot of ruffles. We don't want to get rid of the fact that there are ruffles. We just want to make it a little easier for us to see other line art. There's just so much line art, and I love line art. So that's the thing. Just finding out where we can put that detail and how we can soften some of it up so it's not so hard for us to read. There we go. We've lightened this up. Again, we still get the benefit of having our frills before, after, but we have a little bit of area to rest. Let me do that to our shoulders now. The line art is already a really, really deep, like brown maroon color. I think that was really fun, a really fun choice. I don't think it really needs to be changed. We're just pushing and pulling where we're putting that dark line art before, after. Yeah. Same thing. I think the biggest change will be here in the antlers. Pushing that back. We don't want to get rid of the detail, but we do want to focus our attention someplace else. So here you can see that I'm using this like purple. It's a little cooler. And I'm just going to focus on the small thorns in between the large sections that get broken up. Hi, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. So now, if you just look between the left and right horn, it's a lot easier to see, or antler rather, it's a lot easier to see these big sections between the antlers and where they start and stop. Hi, how are you? Hi, hi, hi. Welcome in. Just gonna go over this one real quick. Hi, welcome in. How are you? Just go over. And basically, by doing this really subtle final touch, I can keep all of my detail, but I'm now just prioritizing the lines that separate the major sections. Stop shitting your pants! Welcome in. All right, so that's the before and after. Again, not all of these ideas are ideas that you would want to implement, but we're just using tools to help it stand out a little bit and see a bit more of your work that you've been doing, because it's very difficult to see some of these areas. So now I've used some of those really punchy and interesting jewel tone colors and brought that into the character here. Thank you again to Mask for submitting your piece. We have another ad break. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get I think we have two more. We do. We have two more. So I'm going to get the last ones prepped and then we're going to go right into those. Thank you again for your submission. And let me get those ready while the ads play. Save, save, save. I'm going to go to open it up. The next one we have is an animation by Ratty Cheese. And I chose this animation because I wanted to talk about some of the vibe. And we haven't had an animation submitted before. So I'm going to pull up a timeline so you guys can see the timeline. I wish I could make this timeline freaking bigger. Hello? It's down here. It's really low. It doesn't let me make the timeline taller. I don't want that. Okay. Okay. Let me grab their name and pop that on the screen. There we go. Yeah, we're almost done, guys. I ended up making things more making things a little bit less wordy, but I still want to make sure that I'm prioritizing giving people good feedback. We'll just let this play. There's so many frames in this. I feel like, hold on. I'm going to go back to there's how many? There's 40 frames. Do no delay. It still feels like it's giving me some delay. Just having a hard time scrubbing through all those. Let me see. Let me see. There we go. Yeah, it's not playing. It's almost, you know what? It's almost like doubling frames. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's like tripled frames. I was like, why is this playing so slowly? Okay, so there's extra frames in here. So let me remove extra frames because I really wanted to talk about. That's interesting. Yeah, it's like there's 3 times the amount of frames. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, sometimes there's double the frames. One, two, three, four. Okay, there's so many extra frames in here. There was 40 frames when I opened this up. So, okay, I don't want to get rid of frames that have clear. Yeah, I see. So it looks like there are extra frames being made. And I don't know if that's a something that happened with the program or if you did draw a bunch of these frames. Okay, yeah. Just trying to clean up some of these frames while we're in the ads. Extra frame, extra frame, extra frame. I'm trying not to get rid of stuff that has important details as well. Welcome back, everybody. I'm currently looking at an animation, a small animation by Ratty Cheese. And I found that when I brought this into Photoshop, it had almost tripled each frame. So, what I'm doing currently is I'm getting rid of extra frames so that the animation can play faster. Because there's a lot of duplicates of the same frame. And I don't know if that was an export setting or something like that. So I'm just cleaning up and I'm making sure that I'm not getting rid of any new drawings because there's a lot. It's almost like some were tripled, some were doubled. Some of them have very little change. Okay. Yeah. All right. So I have taken 40 frames down to 16 frames. So now you can see better the motion of this character. Yeah. Let me zoom in a little bit more and let me save. And that could have just been an export setting. But when you are animating, I chose this because I specifically wanted to talk about animation. This was a character design request, but this character's design is very simple, and we're only seeing the bust up. So I really wanted to talk about the motion of this. And if you are new to animating, if you draw more frames, it'll slow down your motion. So if you want your motion to be faster or feel faster, you'll have fewer frames in between your start and stop. So this is a very emotional character. Clearly, their expression and the color palette is very dour and very sad. And in this animation, we're seeing them bow their head and cry. And so there's a lot of emotion behind this character, and I think it reads super well. Like, we know this character is in some sort of anguish, and it's really strong anguish. One thing that I really like, and I wanted to be able to go between these frames and scrub between these frames, the face translates really well. We have a really clear translation of the face moving from top to bottom. Let me get some of these layers, but there we go. So the face has a very clear arc downward. Let me shoop. Our face starts, our features are translating really well. Our eyes are staying in the same place as they translate down. Our nose is staying in the same shape and proportion. Our mouth, and these are going, they're changing. The front of your face has a bit of spherical shape to it. So uh, we have the eyes kind of in a this very sad, upturned vibe here. But as our character starts moving, the eyes might be more here or more here to make it feel as though the head is dipping forward. The nose is starting up here and might end up down here. And the mouth is starting very straight, but as they look down, it'll become more rounded. You see that? See, the eyes are lowering. The face is compressing as we're seeing it at an angle. See this shape of the eye? The mouth is rounded, the nose is rounded. So there's a really clear translation of this head moving from top to bottom. That was really well done. There and also too, it's a motion that you don't tend to see as much. A lot of people will turn the head from side to side, but turning your head up and down isn't necessarily something people do because you have to be clever about where you're translating those facial features. The only actual advice that I would have for this animation is that the hair lifts off of the head at some point. We have this beautiful, like, dramatic billowing of the bangs here. The bangs kind of flap up here and they bow out, which is really nice, and then they crash down in this really dramatic, and the rest of the hair follows through in a really beautiful look. Like here, there's this the air coming up under these pieces, and then they settle. Actually, there's some extra frames. Yeah, so we have that settling of the hair. So there's really beautiful movement here. We can really feel like this hair is very light and very flowy. I like how the bangs are kind of parting as our character leans their head up, and then everything else is following that, and then boom, we have this floating moment, and then it floats and comes back down to settle. And that's really, really wonderful secondary movement. We have obviously the main movement of the character, and then we have the hair being lifted up and then flowing down. And so that air pushing up on that hair is really nice. But the bangs of this character kind of rest here on the head. So if we want to draw out the head, we have their bangs that are kind of living right here. And then we have like the base of the head, which is like here. And as our head moves down, I'm going to keep the chin. It's going to compress a little bit, meaning the hairline will change a little bit just like our features. So our hairline will kind of do a little bit of this as we're seeing the back of the head more. And let me move that back down. So you can see here that our hairline is actually receding as this character tilts their head down, which we don't want. We want it to look like the bangs are flowing, which has been done really successfully, but our hairline has not translated with the rest of the face. So our hairline is actually pretty similar here. And as the head lowers down, we should be seeing that hairline follow. So on this layer, there's so many extra layers too because of the frames. So I'm gonna grab the bangs here and I'm gonna make sure that I'm not getting rid of any of that really nice information. And I'm gonna bring their origin point right about where they should be. And I'm just gonna recreate some of this hair here. It's not gonna be perfect, but the biggest you know inconsistency in this animation was the hairline. So if we can fix that up, if we can get that looking right, that will help translate because the rest of the facial features, which are arguably pretty difficult, the rest of our facial features, yeah, we can see here too. Our hairline is about here, and this is where we deviate. As soon as the hair comes up, that's where our deviation starts. So I'm gonna make sure that I'm grabbing this and I'm trying to capture where the bangs are starting from. I don't want it to appear as though our character's forehead has gotten much larger as the animation continues. I'm not super concerned about the detail of the hair up there. I'm really just trying to get the bangs to look like they're translating in my animation. Before, after. Yep. Before, see, as the head tilts forward, Now, it looks a little deceiving because the hair is also being pushed up. So even though it feels like this hair should be lower towards the eyebrows, the hair is being pushed up by the air, the force of their motion. But now these translate a lot more. The face is squishing really dramatic. I don't even mind that. This character is really squishing, really sad. So I think this dramatic squish, this is one of my favorite frames actually. The face, like the knitting of the brow, how intense the line is here. I really enjoy that. So I don't even mind that our eyebrows have lowered even more. Our face is really compressed. I just want to make sure that my hairline lines up. And here you can see that they have done a big squash and stretch. Something getting elongated and stretched as it is being drawn out into its motion, and then squishing and compressing at the end of it. So you can really see that it squishes. Here, let me copy there. The issue with the squish though is that some areas have settled. So after your squish, you have your your stretch of my movement. I'm stretching, and then I have my squish when I land, when I'm bouncing, and then you have to come back up to like a settled point. So now, in order to really sell it, I don't mind that we're really squished. This is our squash to our stretch. Our stretch is somewhere up here, down, down, stretch. We're stretching a bit of this detail, stretch, and now we're squashing. And in this settle, the rest of the hair should come back up so that the head hasn't deflated. So let me find this layer. And all we need to do for this is bring it back to where it should settle. So let me grab, and this might mean that we have to elongate the bangs a little bit. The bangs here are pretty long. So here is where we settle. Here is our squash, and here should be our settle. So I'm going to bring this back up, maybe out a little bit more. There's so much going on here, and if you are interested in learning to animate, definitely try doing simple shapes first, getting your movement to translate, making sure that your major shapes are going in a somewhat readable direction. And once you have those big ideas, once you have that done, then you can start doing passes of those secondary motions, like the little delicate hair strands. You just, like any art, start simple and then get progressively more detailed as time, as you start working on the framework. So now we have our squash, but it settles back up. See the difference there between those two? Our squash, and then it settles. And it's really dramatic. One, looking down. We have almost two, like a squashing of the features. They're like stretching outward and then crumbling back in. There's a few moments of like anguish that really, and then our hair, whoosh, and then settles back up. It's dramatic. Yes. Okay. So we have the settling. I don't want to have it come in too much. This one's pretty nice. As it squashes, oh, someone just gave me a shout out. Thanks for the shout out. I love getting a notification about it. I'm like, oh, thank you. Thank you so much. So when it squashes, that material has to go somewhere. So when it squishes, it bows out to the sides. Let me use my bright color, a bright red. It should push out to the sides because the hair or the material or whatever it is has to go somewhere. So as it squishes, you can kind of see here is this like delayed, that delay between the fall is really impactful. It's like this floaty, almost like Ghibli feel, and then it poof, it comes all down. So maybe as it's, yeah, you can see here this is, I would consider this a little bit of the stretch. It's an interesting mixture of vocabulary. I don't know. I really like what's happening here. The hair is delayed, it falls back, and then it squishes. I'm thinking this is the frame where I want to like push it out a little bit more. Falls, bam, and then it settles back up. Yeah, I feel like this is the frame where I want just a little bit more volume up here. Let me do that with distort. Still give it a little bit more top. Yeah. And even too, I might even just give it a little bit more of this feel. I'm keeping my guide for the head just for now so that I can see where that hairline should be. There we go. Something like this. Up, up, squish. Okay. Yeah, so this is our settled. So this is where everything but the face uh, is the same. So let me grab this. I don't want to affect any of the areas that have the tears, so I'm just going to copy this in place. There we go. And for all these frames, there. All right, let me remove this. Oh, there's a weird bounce there. Hold on. Our squash is a little too squash. Oh, there we go. I just need to turn this on. Yeah. Let me see how that looks. Swoosh. Yeah, so we have a little bit less ooh, this forehead's looking kind of rough. I see. Did I have the bangs down lower? Oh yeah, it lifts up. Okay. So let me animating is really just also trying things, seeing what looks nice to you and getting a feel for the motion that you're after. Content, I'm fixated on the critique. I'm happy to hear that. That's really kind of you to say. Oof. Oof. So our hair still feels bouncy, and there's a little bit of that delay, a little bit of drag up there. Um, but it doesn't feel as like as much like the bangs are disconnecting from our head. It just feels like they're floating away from and then coming back to. One thing is that since our bangs fall above the eyebrows here, I want them to fall in the same place in the final. So here, these should probably be somewhere around here instead. So I'm just going to take these bangs and I'm going to do a little bit of warping to make them fall over our face a little bit more. So let me just take the warp tool and I want them to read like they're now sorry that the warp tool is going to absolutely smash this. But now I want it to feel like these bangs are being cast over our eyes a little bit more. Almost like the final movement of this is her being covered by her bangs. You see those moments of vulnerability while she's moving, but at the end she's hidden from you again. I also kind of like how these bangs look like teeth. I don't know if you caught that. It makes me think of teeth. See, now they're settled over the eyebrows here. Yeah, those bangs really translate now. There's some wonkiness, but I think for all intents and purposes, like this really now feels like our hair still has a bounce to it. There's still that dramatic, and that is our stylistic choice. You have a choice to make things a little exaggerated, to make things a little bit bigger or a little bit more stretched or warped, and that's your artistic ability. That's the point of you being an artist and having the freedom to make those choices. That's your artistic flavor. Um, I love that you demonstrate what can be better while representing the soul behind the art. Well, you know what? I think one of the most important things to me is that I'm not getting rid of the person that made this. Their intentions are important. And the point of a critique is to offer some solutions to something that isn't translating as well as it could, not get rid of someone's individuality. Something here that I'm seeing too is that the head is bowing out a little bit. in these frames, which we might just be able to get rid of this frame. So it goes from 1, 2, 3. So we have almost like a prep smush. There we go. Yeah. In some of these in between frames, we see there's like a big lift, but that helps us with that dramatic drop afterwards. So here, though, our forehead is getting a little broad. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to find that frame, and I'm just going to maybe bring in a little bit of the hair here to avoid our forehead getting super broad in these in between frames. Um, this part, these bangs are really coming in at a good amount, so it doesn't feel so much larger than it should be. But here, there was just a bit too much happening on the sides there, or rather, not enough. There we go. So yeah, we still have that really fun bounce to the hair. And the last thing we can do, because there's so much wonderful movement in the hair, is bring, and this is probably something, I think this was something that was translated in the original GIF but got lost in the critique, is having this hair like flow inward and then settle back outward. So here, and then it needs that follow through, that little bit of overshoot, meaning that it does just a bit too much movement and then comes back. So this, oh, I see. Oh, I see. Okay. Let me grab this. Turn that off. Here. Okay. Here, here, here will be where our overshoot is, where our bang pieces here come inward just a little bit. And if we want it to read like it's slower, we can put a few more frames there just to make that feel um, a little bit more slow, a little bit lagging behind, something that feels like there's a little bit more time to sit with it. Let me see. And again, this is all about trying things. Yeah, see that? That little bounce inward before they come back and settle. You can do that with other pieces. But having that just look like, it's those pieces move a whole lot. And so having them have that little bit of inward follow through, that little bit of overshoot, just makes it look a little bit more dynamic, even though the rest of the hair has settled, those pieces still haven't. Um, so yeah, I think aside from getting the forehead a little bit more buttoned down and bringing those bangs down. Everything else has just been done so nicely. There's a lot of really fun movement. There's a lot of really nice emotion behind this character. So yeah, I'm really stoked to be able to. I love too how the shoulders come up. There's a lot of really subtle movement that I really appreciate in this piece. So I think the face has done a really great job of translating this character's feelings, and I think it's just really nicely done. So we've just really done small things to make this character, uh, have just a little bit more consistency in the hairline. Let me see if I can't do the original. There's so many little changes that I did, so I might. Hmm. There are quite a few duplicate frames, but I'm not sure if I should put them together. It's a little bit trickier to do that. But here, let me open up the original, which was it had a lot more frames, so it's not going to play at the same speed, unfortunately. So here is, let's do arrange. We're going to do 2 by 2. Here, we're going to make that. Okay. Unfortunately, we won't be able to play. So you can see here on this side, there were duplicates of almost all of the frames, or sometimes triplicates of all of the frames. But I removed a lot of those extra frames and also made our hair flow a little bit differently. Yeah, you can see how much slower it goes when you have extra frames added. Yeah, all of this really nice work in the hair around the face, I didn't want to compromise. This is just a faster version with fewer frames and some adjustments to the hairline. Ratty Cheese, thank you so much for your submission. I'm excited that you trust me with your character. And speaking of character, we have one more critique to do. It is of a character design, and this is for Viper Onyx. And I'm going to get rid of my timeline down here that we don't need. And I am going to put a background behind this character. If you guys in the future are thinking about submitting a character design, I highly recommend if you are able to submit it with a transparent background. That makes my life super easy, or at least a solid color background would make it much, much easier for me to put it on a neutral background if it's not already. Keep that in mind if you're interested. It's not mandatory, not at all, but it is super helpful. So I really appreciate when I do have like a transparent or like a solid color background. So we're gonna go. This is our final one. Looks like this is a vampire character, and I really like that they have like a lanyard with like a. It makes me think of like a shaker charm or like a liquid filled charm, but it's like a blood bag. You can see the little fangs here. They have this little Victorian boy vibe, which I think is really fun for a little vampire. Just a little. I'm just a little Victorian boy. You know what I mean? I think it's the little cap with ribbons on it and the little shorts. I think, and also these little, almost like little lederhosen straps, but they're not. I also really enjoy. We were talking about motifs earlier. Hi, welcome in. Hello. I'm your little butterfly. Hello. We were talking earlier about repeating motifs in a character design. You can see here that one of the motifs that is repeated are these like ruby colored or these garnet skulls. We have one here at the bow around the neck. We have that pattern repeated underneath or on top of this blouse here. And we also have it on the shoes. So we have these big gem charms that are repeated. Most likely, they're also on these little bows that are on the back of the hat. And then we also, of course, have a repetition of a simple color palette. This very vertical design. So we have dark black and charcoal. We have a creamy white instead of a bright white. And then we have this more muted red and a soft brushed gold color. A very simple but effective color palette. I really wouldn't do anything to the color palette. I think it works. It's giving, "Can I have some more, sir?" Yes. In the best way possible. I really like that this character has a little hat, a little cap, and I like the addition of these bows here. You can actually see too that this looks like it's a work in progress. We have this very rendered bow here, but the bows on the cap are not as rendered. So I have a feeling that this is a VTuber design that's in progress. We can see too that the hair is and the hair and face are kind of sketchy, but other pieces of the outfit feel a little bit more realized. Like the legs have a bit more rendering, the clothing has a bit more rendering. I do like we have this asymmetrical sock, the one sock that's fallen down, but also there's a wound on the leg. So not only does that read as like a kid that's been playing outside, but it also gives us a reason as to why that sock has been lowered. We have a little bit more reason to have one of your socks fallen down. I love me an asymmetrical design as much as the next guy. I do love me a leg warmer situation or whatever, but also if as a real person, if I had one of my socks pulled down and the other one was up, it would probably bother the shit out of me. So having there be a reason as to why that one sock is down is is kind of good. One thing that I think could be fun is we can see that this is a pretty gruesome wound. So I might include a little bit of the staining from that on the sock. We could only patch it up because we lowered the sock. So maybe we have a remnant of the knee wound on the sock. I'm not going to make it super graphic, but have some evidence that, uh-oh, this character had actually come into a bit of a wound before they lowered the sock, and here it is right here. It also adds some interest, and on a V2 model, you're never going to see it, but it's just something that's a little bit interesting. So I like that detail a lot. And just it's just another area to affirm this is like a vampire character, you know, a little Victorian son of a gun. One of the things that I also see is that the hair and the face do seem a bit low. So I think one thing I would do is just grab the whole all up oops, the whole up everywhere, all here. I'm gonna just take everything from this point onward and I'm gonna lift it up. Bop, 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 bop. Just a smidge. I'm not talking anything crazy, nothing wild. It does make this character read a bit less like a small child. There's still a lot of child, you know, vibe, but the proportions do really matter um in terms of like making a character look like a child versus looking like a teen or an adult. So, lifting that up a little bit though just feels a little bit more proportionate to me personally. So, I'm just going to adjust that and make it not look so yucky. Let me fix the back of the hat here. Really subtle change, but really big effect. Okay, gonna fix what I broke. Maybe put a little bit of the hair back there and back here, if that's what we're after. Okay, so here is our before, after, before, after. Really just gave a little bit more proportion back to the face that was feeling a little bit squashed. Um, and also balances out with the rest. So before, oh, oh, here, it's such a tall design. Let me just before, or before, after. Added just a little bit more balance to the head, I think. Sorry, my wife keeps walking in and out of here. She's like, "I'm coming in because I'm bored." And I'm like, "Okay, I can't entertain you. I'm doing something." Another thing, this is a personal taste thing, so it's not anything crazy, is the chin is super pointed. I might end up adjusting that, but that is a very personal like taste thing. So if you have a pointed chin and you enjoy your pointed chin, don't worry. I think the biggest thing that I'm getting here is that it actually bows down in like it has an exaggerated like curve, and I'm just going to try to avoid that curve, if that makes sense. Let me grab this line color here, and I'm going to actually bow it the other way, and I'm going to get rid of just the very end of that pointy tip and give it a little bit more, because there's not really anywhere else that has such a sharp point. So by taking care of that, we can soften the face just a little bit more and add a little bit of softness back to the face, which will also make it feel a little bit more uh, young. It'll add a little bit of youth back into this. So here is the before and the after. I think the anime style is still present. We just have eased up on it a little bit. Some things that I also enjoy, I like that we have a chunk of the hair, you know, breaking up what would otherwise be a pretty large dark space. And it seems here that they are working on the rendering. This is very much a work in progress piece. So for some of these things, you know, we're just gonna have to know that they're being worked on. One of the things that I would recommend though is keeping the ears in a similar color range as the neck, you know, so you're really pushing it back away from the face and you're bringing that face forward. Um, that'll really help. Uh, really help in terms of just making your face stand out rather than having it get kind of absorbed into this large area of the same flesh tone. So here it is with the Oh my gosh, my computer's fighting me, stop it. So here it is with those ears pushed back before, after. Now the face can really take our priority, and it looks very nice. One of the things I also just something I really enjoy, this character is a vampire, so I don't know how much life we wanna put into them, but something that I do enjoy is just a little bit of, like, blushing to the face. Nothing wild. I don't think, we wanna do too much of that because this character, is undead, so again, I don't want to, go changing too much, but just a little bit of that before, after. Trying to add a little bit of contrast. It looks like the eyebrows also have not been colored, but again, this feels like it's a work in progress, so let me just fill that in. Fill those in. See how much more we have a little bit of balance now, even if you can't see the brows very much. We also have these very pale lashes, and I'm really missing where these add contrast to our face. If you've ever seen somebody that has they're missing their eyebrows or they're missing eyelashes, some of the reason as to why it might feel off kilter is because we are now missing some of that contrast that we're so accustomed to seeing in a face. So by darkening up some of these features or by lightening up some of these features, you can change pretty much the shape of a face. So before, after, we have a little, we're anchoring these eyes. And that's why eye highlights also just make such a big difference. So I also would love to see, and again, this might just be something you can kind of see a highlight right up under there. I'm going to just put an anime style highlight right there and look at the difference just before, after. The difference just because we added a highlight and eye shine before is crazy. Really is super subtle. Sometimes you don't even realize. I'm going to go in and I'm going to add that too in a couple different places on this little gem element here. The gem, it feels like the shoes are like a bauble, but the shirt, I think those are more meant to be a print. And also too, this little bag here, having that read as a different color, have it be kind of shiny. There we go. So yeah, there's a lot of we can get just a little bit more highlight on some stuff, really push it forward. Um and again with the face, I might add a little bit of that blushing to the mouth. We have a lot happening here. We have some distinct features being drawn. But then the mouth is super super simple. The nose is super super simple. Oops. So I'm going to take a soft brush and I'm going to do like a slight render. Nothing crazy. I don't want to completely change this character, and I'll do like this little anime style nose. Nothing too astronomical, and maybe a little bit of a lip, just to add a slight bit of interest in a spot that's otherwise a lot of the same color, a lot of that flesh color that we have, the skin tone. Yeah, we can see here that there's some blushing on the fingertips too. So it could be that there wasn't blushing added to the face just yet. We don't know. A little bit of a highlight on the lip. Easy peasy. So aside from some proportion and some additional contrast, we have our before and our after. I think this design is super cute. There's not really anything aside from adding a little bit of something down here to kind of show like a bit of storytelling with that the scrape on the knee. There really isn't too much that I would change with the design. Before, after. It's hard to tell because I have to zoom out so much. It's so vertical, but here we'll stay up here to the face. Before, after. It's crazy how much of a difference just adding a little bit more length to your face can do. So, if you've been trying to draw somebody, or maybe you have been trying to not only make it look consistent with other things that you've drawn, but you're trying to make it look like a specific character, and you're noticing that something's just not quite right, try moving the eyes up and down a little bit or the nose. And by skewing those features slightly, you'd be surprised how much more you can make it look like someone before, after. Very subtle. Super subtle stuff, but it all adds up. And of course, it definitely looks like this is a work in progress. So some of the things like, doing some rendering and stuff, I'm not going to touch on too much because clearly they're still working on it. And the areas that are rendered have a lot of really fun materiality. We have almost like a satin here, a little bit more of a glossy, silky material here. So there's a lot of information that's missing, and we can see here that they're also in progress working on highlights. So they're thinking about where they want their light to come from. So yeah, there's not too much that I would change about the design itself. I think it's really fun. Before, after. And that's it can really be that simple. So if you have been struggling with something like that and you just can't put your finger on it, I recommend adjusting some of the proportions, and you'd be surprised how much you can fix or how much you can make it feel a little bit more balanced just by moving something up and down. Moving it up and down, moving it around. There we go. Wonderful. I didn't have to do too much. I didn't want to change too much of Onyx's vision. And let me go back to this one and get the before after. There we go. Whoops. Okay, I guess I didn't grab the before after. Hello? Hey. Sometimes Illustrator or Photoshop is testing me. What? Yeah. Hello? Look at how oh my god, look at how small the text is. That's crazy. Hold on, let me I'm like, what is happening here? Hello? Okay. Okay. Let me move this. There we go. Okay. Love the subtle bloody sock. That's yeah, I think it's a really fun idea to have something like that. It implies that this character has been running around and they're a little clumsy, and the outfit kind of gives us this idea of like a kid from a lost time period or something like that. We're going into like the mid to late 1800s with this vibe, or maybe this character lives in modern day. AE with this blood bag and carabiner oops situation that we have here. This is very, very modern, because plastic it was not made like that until the 1900s, really actually closer to the 60s and 70s. Um, so we have potentially a character that is dressed as though they've come from a prior time and era, but they are actually living in the modern era, or this is just a cute design that's recognizable and they don't really care about the time. That's fair. That also works. Do what you want. Do what you like. And that's about it. So let me yeah, I'll zoom in here. You can really really see the difference of just adding some extra contrast, adding a highlight, and fixing some of the proportions on the face. And it really has made a huge difference. Made our character look friendlier, made our character look more inviting. And that's it really doesn't take very much to make those little changes. So uh, thank you so much to Viper Onyx for submitting this design. If this is a VTuber of yours, or if this is a VTuber that you're designing for someone else, I really like the vibe. I really like the direction that it's going in, and I really appreciate you sending it to me and trusting me with your work. Heck yeah! And for anybody that participated or would like to participate here, one more time, there is that. Let me go to my chatting screen. There we go. If you would like to participate in the art critique, feel free to fill out that form. And for any of you that did have your work looked at today, I will be, if you have asked for it, I will send those notes back to you after stream. Um, Thank you guys so much for hanging out. This one was, it's not as long as our critique streams have been. I really wanted to make sure that I gave you guys some good advice. I gave you guys some good attention, and made sure that I highlighted the strengths of your work, which there are always super super strengths. You guys are so strong. You guys make such good work, and I'm super super lucky that you guys feel comfortable enough to share it with me. Thank you. Of course, of course. If you guys want to pass this love along, by the way, I think we can find another wonderful artist to pass our pretzels to. So in the meantime, what kind of stuff do you guys want to see? What kind of art do
Remember
you
to
want to
drink
see?
some water, Mandy.
Thank you. Thank you. I have more commissions that I'm working on. By the way, if you haven't gotten to take a look at my commissions and you would like to, I have a couple slots left. I'm going to close them for now after the slots are empty so that I can focus on making some cool new projects. But if there is anything that you guys want to see or would like to do, I would really like you to let me know. Let me take a gander. Oh yeah, we have somebody who's drawing right now. Hell yeah. If you guys want to get to know a really cool artist, their name is Jellywire. Jelly is a really cool artist, and I hope you spread the love, spread those pretzels all over. Here is our raid message. You do not need to be subbed to share your pretzels. Thank you guys for hanging in there with me. I know I was gonna chop it in half, but I was like, you know what? I think I can get this. I think I can get this done. So stay with me as we pass our pretzels over to Jellywire. Thank you guys again for hanging out. I really appreciate you. And if there's anything you guys want to see, feel free to let me know when I'm streaming or in the Discord. I want to do more of those draw alongs that we did on Saturday. I would love to, like I mentioned, do those artist interviews. So don't worry, I've got a lot of things planned. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you. And if you're watching the VOD, any of you guys that had your work done, thank you again for your submissions. And I'll see you guys next time. I'll have a schedule up soon. Bye-bye, everyone. Whoops, you did the wrong track.